The Rise of America 1620. Hey, fanfic family. So glad to see you here again to continue this incredible adventure. As always, kindly remember, this story is 100% fiction. So don't go looking for dimensional portals in your closet. All rights to this fantastic novel belong to the original author. We're just your humble narrators of epic tales. Are you enjoying the fanfic? Show it by subscribing to our YouTube channel and dropping us a like. And if you're impatient for more exclusive content, our Patreon is your happy place. Chapter 451 Galliford's Despair. Finally, the Galliford fleet entered artillery range, no longer needing to passively take the brunt of the blows. This was a boon for Galliford. A gleam flashed in his eyes, his spirits surging. Open fire, boom, boom, boom. After Galliford's order was issued, the gunners, who had been waiting for their opportunity, immediately sprang into action. For a moment, the sea was filled with a rumble of cannon fire. To deploy their artillery, the Galliford fleet's ships had to be turned sideways. After all, warships of this era had artillery mounted on both sides of the hull. Furthermore, to catch up with Chelsea's fleet while maintaining distance, the Galliford fleet had to maintain a consistent direction with Chelsea's while firing their artillery. Otherwise, their fleet would easily slip out of range and become the victim once again. Galliford's idea was not wrong, but he had underestimated one aspect, the speed of the Song Empire fleet's warships. In terms of speed, the Song Empire's warships were no match for the Dutch, and this underestimation led to Galliford's complete tragedy. "Sir, the Dutch artillery has begun firing, and they have entered our range." The plumes of water from some of the cannons that fell into the water around the flagship spoke volumes. A cannonade was something Chelsea didn't want to see. "Order the entire fleet to accelerate, get out of enemy range, and then regroup." Chelsea gave the order without a second thought. Yes, they now had a significant advantage. Even if the enemy outnumbered them by 20 or so ships, what would matter? In such circumstances, engaging in a cannonade was a fool's errand. Chelsea considered herself no fool, so of course she wouldn't make such a choice. During her naval training in Manhattan, the instructors had taught her that naval warfare didn't require gentlemanly manners or chivalry. The most important thing was to win, and the means used were of little consequence. Any insidious, despicable, vulgar, or even rogue means were permissible. The Empire only cared about the final result. Chelsea, as someone who recognized this, had always kept it in mind. Furthermore, he was still young and open to new things. He had also spent so much time in Manhattan, constantly interacting with Wang Shen and his men. Therefore, he was more or less influenced by Wang Shen and his men. As a result, Chelsea could no longer be considered a European youth with a European mindset. Upon receiving Chelsea's order, all the warships of the Imperial fleet quickly turned and headed northeast. The breeze was also favorable, so the Chelsea fleet quickly escaped the range of the California fleet's artillery and arrived outside. The Chelsea fleet's absence from their own artillery range infuriated California, who wanted to curse. After all, once the enemy left their artillery range, it would be their turn to be beaten. And so it happened. After Chelsea's fleet escaped the range of Galliford's artillery, it immediately turned sideways and commenced another round of artillery fire. At this point, the distance between the two sides was exactly 6 nautical miles, just the maximum range of Chelsea's artillery. Seeing this, Galliford pondered. It seemed unwise to engage in a cannonade. Therefore, he had his flag-bearer convey his order: all warships must not engage in a cannonade. Instead, they should rush forward to engage the enemy ships and engage in boarding. Galliford's thinking shifted quickly. If he had faced an ordinary enemy, he wouldn't have been a good commander. He might have defeated his opponent. Unfortunately, the enemy he faced now was no ordinary one, and their warships were far more powerful than his own. "The enemy's ships are very fast, ours can't keep up." Galliford's lieutenant observed the speed of Chelsea's ships and approached him, warning him. Galliford's expression was grim. His underestimation was his mistake. "You must understand that this is crucial. In naval warfare, even the slightest miscalculation can lead to devastating consequences." Bang! Another warship erupted in flames. The sky-high flames and explosions mingled with bits of wood debris. Several sailors, scorched to the ground, leaped from the warships, wailing and falling into the sea. "How much have I lost so far?" Galliford asked. "In our recent charge, 4 warships have been sunk, 7 have sustained serious damage, and 12 have sustained minor injuries." Upon hearing this data, Galliford's already gloomy expression darkened even further. The battle had only just begun, and yet their side had already suffered such heavy losses. It was completely unexpected. This also demonstrated the immense strength of the Song Empire's fleet. But Galliford was now running out of options. The battle had already begun and was still underway, leaving him in a difficult position. If he ordered all the warships to retreat now, not only would his army's morale be completely destroyed, but he would also be pursued by the enemy. The enemy's warships were so fast, it would be impossible for them to escape. The fate that awaited them would be either capture or sinking. Therefore, there were only two options before them: surrender immediately. The other was to continue charging forward. Surrender? Galliford hadn't considered it. So, all he could do now was to continue charging Chelsea's fleet. Yes, that was the only way to gain a glimmer of hope. He hoped the Song Empire's sailors would be crushed in the brutal boarding battle. He was fantasizing that the enemy was weak-willed and couldn't withstand the brutality and bloodshed of such a fierce, bloody battle. But Galliford was wrong. Chelsea's genetically engineered sailors were not the faint of heart. These genetically engineered individuals were all bred to be dull and inert, so they only obeyed orders and were fearless. If a boarding battle actually occurred, the bloodshed and brutality wouldn't overwhelm these genetic people. Instead, the Dutch might collapse under the pressure. But Galliford couldn't be blamed. After all, he couldn't possibly know or understand Zhao Hongayu's incredible cheat. Galliford's series of miscalculations left him with nothing but tragedy. The enemy is pursuing us from the flank and rear, staying within our artillery range. They've stopped firing and are steaming at full speed. It seems they've abandoned all other plans and are focused solely on catching us and engaging in close combat. On Chelsea's flagship, another lieutenant approached him with a nonchalant expression and shared his thoughts. As commander, Chelsea was accompanied by 6 staff lieutenants. Besides providing surveillance, they were also there to offer him insights into the battle at critical moments, to prevent misguided orders that could lead to disastrous losses for the fleet. This was a similar arrangement in the army, and it wasn't just Chelsea's situation. Melee? I'm not stupid. Although we're formidable in close combat, we should avoid losses if possible, the lieutenant nodded after hearing Chelsea's words. Maintain speed. Keep firing. Tell our ships not to engage the enemy or give them the opportunity to engage in boarding. Once this order was given, the flag bearer would naturally pass it on, and the other ships would then pass it on to the crews on the other ships. Therefore, Chelsea didn't have to worry about his orders not being conveyed. Then, Chelsea and his lieutenants ascended the stern attic and looked towards the Galliford fleet, which was following behind and constantly under fire from their own side. Several ships in the Galliford fleet, trailing behind, were already engulfed in flames and explosions. It was clear that the Galliford fleet was not having an easy time. How many ships have they lost so far? How long has it been since we started fighting? Chelsea glanced at the sky, still bright blue and dotted with clouds. He had no idea what time it was. It's been 4 hours since the battle began. We engaged the enemy a little after 9 in the morning, and it's already noon. The adjutant pulled a pocket watch from his pocket, glanced at it, and told Chelsea the exact time. It had already been 4 hours since the battle began. Time had flown so quickly. The adjutant continued, according to statistics, 4 enemy ships have been sunk. As for the number of seriously damaged, we can't yet count them. Chelsea nodded. He knew that sunken ships were easy to count. After all, they could be seen sinking or exploding. However, damaged or seriously damaged ships were harder to see. Therefore, it was natural that the adjutant couldn't give an answer. Sinking 4 battleships is still a little bit of an achievement, but considering the current situation, it is already very good. Such an achievement is acceptable to Chelsea. Although it is not the best, it is acceptable. If Galliford knew Chelsea's thoughts, he would probably jump up and spit in his face. You know, in the naval battles of this era, sinking 4 battleships in 4 hours is already a very brilliant achievement. Usually, a naval battle in Europe would last for 3 days without sinking a single ship. Of course, considering the level of the Song Empire's warships, Chelsea was not wrong to say so. The battle continued, and Galliford held his head and chased after Chelsea's fleet with all his strength, but he could not catch up with Chelsea's fleet. This made him begin to feel desperate. To be continued. Novel Network. Chapter 452, Don't Play by the Rules. The battle between Chelsea and Galliford was truly a foregone conclusion. Relying on superior speed and twice the range of their artillery, Galliford's defeat was inevitable from the outset. However, Due to the unique nature of naval warfare, it couldn't end as quickly as land-based engagements. Consequently, the naval battle between Chelsea and Galliford continued until midnight. During the battle, burning warships lit up the night sky, and the relentless firing of artillery emitted bursts of bright light, like tongues of fire. The deafening roar of artillery resonated with the entire sea like thunder. The battle had begun in the morning, and by now, Galliford had destroyed 34 of its warships. Yet, the Galliford fleet was still struggling. It wasn't that they didn't want to flee, but in the current situation, they simply couldn't. Chelsea's ships were fast, something Galliford and his men had already learned after a day of fighting. Therefore, even if they turned and fled, they would be pursued, slaughtered, and sunk by the enemy. This was obvious. So, rather than fleeing and being pursued by the enemy, it was better to give it a try. It was with this in mind that the warships under the Galliford fleet had managed to hold out until now. But even so, the heavy losses were unbearable. This was a one-sided massacre. Indeed, they had absolutely no power to fight back. None of Chelsea's ships had been sunk by Galliford yet, and having sunk so many of Galliford's warships, they had the advantage in numbers. The situation was now extremely dire for Galliford. "My lord, the Banshee seems to have turned and fled." At this moment, something happened that made Galliford even more frustrated. Amidst the chaos, a warship on the outskirts of his flagship had actually escaped. "Bastard! Doesn't he know there's no way he can escape?" Galliford cursed furiously. But even his most vicious curses were of little use. But it was understandable. Everyone had been holding on until now. Everyone's nerves were on edge. Now it was just a matter of who would give way first, and something unexpected would happen. But Galliford had never imagined that something would happen at such a time. Galliford immediately imagined a worst-case scenario. Would this guy's escape trigger a chain reaction, leading to a major collapse? Yes, such a thing wasn't impossible. It was still the middle of the night, so the guy must have been trying to take advantage of the darkness to escape. Did he think the Song Empire's warships wouldn't be able to catch him at night? Galliford's face changed drastically at the thought of this dire outcome. But precisely because it was night, he couldn't control it. He wanted to have the flag bearer signal the surrounding warships, but the problem was that in the darkness, the surrounding warships wouldn't be able to see. While oil lamps could be used to signal at night, everyone was so engrossed in the battle that who would have the energy to pay attention to this matter? Damn it! Just as Galliford was pondering a countermeasure, his worst fears occurred. The Abyssal Banshee's escape triggered a series of adverse consequences. Everyone was already engaged in the battle. Why would you run? Since someone else had escaped, it was only right for him to run as well. Although everyone had initially planned to fight the Song Empire's fleet to the death, after a day and a half and a night of fighting, it was clear that this wasn't a desperate fight, but a suicide mission. Now that someone had finally escaped, even if the news got out, it wouldn't be a problem for him, right? He could then simply shift all the blame onto the captain of the Abyssal Banshee. Of course, that meant he had to escape the Song Empire's warships and survive. Suddenly, the remaining warships of Galliford's fleet began to turn around. Then, with all their sails spread, they began to steam backwards at full speed without even looking in the direction of the ship. The battle had reached this point. Even if Galliford were the son of God, there was nothing he could do. "Sir, what do we do now?" the adjutant asked anxiously. "Retreat. What else can we do? We've already lost this battle. There's absolutely no chance of recovery." Galliford sighed deeply and gave the order to retreat. Meanwhile, Galliford silently prayed that he could escape the Song Empire fleet under cover of darkness. Though he believed this was unlikely, he couldn't afford to worry about that now. With the Banshee's escape, the Galliford fleet had already begun a series of consequences. The Galliford fleet, already struggling to hold on, was now in retreat. "Sir, the enemy seems to be retreating. Should we pursue them?" Chelsea and his men had been keeping a close eye on the Galliford fleet. Any movement from his side couldn't be hidden from Chelsea and his men. Hearing this, Chelsea smiled and declared, "Of course. We can't let them go. Since they dared to come, they must bear the consequences." With Chelsea's words, everything became simple. The Song Empire's fleets also began to turn around and pursue Galliford's retreating fleet at full speed. Victory was now virtually assured. Chelsea's next task was to catch up and sink the enemy. The enemy's massive retreat had thrown their fleet into complete disarray. There was no longer any order. They were essentially focused on their own interests, completely ignoring the formation. Given this, Chelsea had no reason to be polite. The Song Empire's warships launched a one-on-one pursuit. Around Chelsea's flagship, a dozen or so ships remained, steadily approaching and surrounding it. Galliford's warships fled in all directions, like flowers in full bloom. At this point, the Dutch warships, if there was wind and the right direction, could sail at around 10 knots. But this presupposed a tailwind. But tonight's wind was light and from the southwest, so the Galliford fleet faced a truly troublesome situation. On the other hand, the Song Empire's fleet, thanks to its warships modified to absorb wind power from all directions and scientifically engineered hulls, could maintain a speed of around 21 knots. Even in weak or headwind conditions, it could maintain a speed of 9 knots. But the Dutch warships were no match. The retreating Dutch warships were only capable of a maximum speed of 6 knots. But the Song Empire's pursuing warships were reaching 13 knots, more than double the Dutch's speed. The distance ahead was only about 6 nautical miles, as Chelsea and his men had consistently controlled the tempo of the battle and the range of their artillery. This put the Dutch in a difficult position once again. Escape was the best option. No more fear. No more facing the deafening roar of artillery fire. No more watching the shells blast their ships, shattering their companions into pieces. This was the thought of all the sailors aboard the Dutch warships. But this was just wishful thinking. What was the reality? They had absolutely no way to evade the Song Empire warships' fire. While they fled in front, the Song Empire warships were constantly following them, bombarding them relentlessly. But it was much better than before. After all, there was only room for one cannon on the bow. But the Song Empire warships were simply too fast. The Dutch retreated at exactly midnight. By the time the sun rose and appeared above the horizon in the morning, after 6 hours of pursuit, the Song Empire warships had finally caught up with the retreating Dutch warships. Bazookas ready, when the two ships were over 100 meters apart, all the Dutch rushed to the decks. According to usual practice, a boarding battle would ensue. This meant the Song Empire fleet would undoubtedly close in and engage in hand-to-hand combat. Of course, as the two ships passed, there would be discussions about a cannon exchange. But the problem was that the Song Empire warships were acting in a somewhat confusing manner. They could have caught up, then leveled their ships, exchanged artillery fire, and then landed for hand-to-hand combat, but they maintained their speed and refused to increase it. Meanwhile, while maintaining their speed, several sailors appeared at the bow, carrying a dark object on their shoulders. Fire, with a swish, a puff of white smoke and flames erupted from behind the object on the opposing sailor's shoulder, followed by a long streak of flame, heading straight for the stern of their own warship. What the hell is this thing? The Dutch on the deck watched this scene, their eyes widening and their hearts screaming inwardly. Boom, boom, boom. The copycat rocket launchers hit their targets one after another, all of them hitting the lower stern of the warship, blasting a huge hole in it. In an instant, seawater began to pour in through the breach, and the entire ship began to slowly lift. It's a weapon. Only then did the Dutch realize it. It was a weapon from the Song Empire. But the Dutch couldn't understand why it was so powerful. The Dutch on the warships began to panic. A leaking warship was a major concern in that era, even in later times. As a result, Dutch morale plummeted. This was just one incident in a one-on-one pursuit. But similar situations were constantly occurring in other seas. Generally, after catching up with the fleeing Dutch warships, the Song Empire's warships maintained their speed and did not increase it. Furthermore, to avoid engaging in a cannonade, they only sailed behind them, not parallel to them. Galliford's flagship encountered the same situation, and its stern was also damaged, revealing a large breach. Seawater began to flood into the cabin. By then, his flagship was already tilting slightly due to the influx of water. It didn't take long for the entire ship to capsize and sink due to the flooding. Raise the white flag. Surrender. At this point, Galliford, though reluctant, had no other choice. So, he gritted his teeth and issued the order to surrender. Sir, the enemy has raised the white flag and is demanding title. At this moment, the captain of the Song Empire warship, who had been tailing Galliford, received a report from his subordinates. This captain was of Chinese descent, very young, looking no more than in his early 20s. Upon hearing this, the captain's brow furrowed slightly, his expression piercing with impatience. Damn it, why surrender? I don't want to accept their surrender. If these bastards really wanted to surrender, they would have just come and picked a fight with us when we were heading to Cayenne, and even escaped for most of the night. It was clear from the tone of his voice that this genetically modified captain had absolutely no intention of accepting Galliford's surrender. "Captain, since you don't want to surrender, then sink them. Even if they fall into the sea, they won't survive, as we're still hundreds of miles from land," the adjutant, sensing his captain's unwillingness to surrender, offered a smirking suggestion. The adjutant's suggestion finally brightened the Chinese captain's expression. "Well, I simply won't accept their surrender." "Why?" He then gave the order to fire. The warship began to accelerate, passing by Galliford's warship. Simultaneously, all 52 guns on the side of the ship opened, all trained on Galliford's warship. Galliford had never expected the enemy to defy protocol and attack even when he had raised the white flag. This was simply unbelievable. You have to understand that in Europe at that time, or in naval battles, whenever one side raised the white flag, the enemy was expected to accept surrender with chivalry. Galliford had never seen anything like the Song Empire's unconventional approach. It wasn't Galliford's fault, but his thinking was a bit too far-fetched. He didn't consider that the Song Empire wasn't a European nation. So why should they adhere to the rules of the continent? Understandably, to the people of the Song Empire, such rules were utterly idiotic. The idea of chivalry on the battlefield was sheer nonsense. The two ships passed each other closely. Galliford saw the other side's cannons fully opened, and the dark-haired, dark-eyed guys crowded on the deck looking at him with malicious smiles on their faces. In an instant, he understood. Fire. Boom. To be continued. If you like this work, please vote and vote on Kidian.com. Chapter 453. The trick can't scare us. P.S. August has begun. Will I keep writing 10,000 words this month? With the destruction of Galliford's fleet, the Dutch-controlled colonies in the Northern Caribbean were left without a single decent warship, meaning they no longer had the strength to oppose the Imperial fleet. Now, all the Imperial fleet had to do was leisurely sail to the outskirts of the colonial waters and fire on the cities to force the Dutch to surrender. It was a very easy task. And when the Dutch officials learned that Galliford had taken the last of his warships, even the accusations and curses they unleashed were useless. All they could do now was stay in the colonial city and wait for the arrival of the Song Empire fleet. Their vast assets hadn't been transferred in time, and it looked like they would all end up in the hands of the Song Empire. Even if they didn't want to, there was nothing they could do. This was the situation. Meanwhile, news of the Imperial fleet's successive victories in the Caribbean trickled back to Manhattan. The Imperial Propaganda Department immediately disseminated this information, informing citizens within the Empire and the European laborers who had arrived to learn about the current state of the Empire's Caribbean strategy. This served to boost morale and reassure the European citizens of the Empire's strength. This distribution proved incredibly effective. The continuous victories in the Caribbean proved the strength of the Imperial fleet. That's how the European laborers felt. A powerful and prosperous empire, with a superior environment and a more desirable system than Europe, held a profound allure. Therefore, the announcement of the Caribbean strategy sparked a surge in citizenship applications in Manhattan. Hundreds of thousands of European laborers in the Empire flooded the Immigration Bureau with applications, hoping to join the Empire and become official citizens. Unfortunately, the Empire's citizenship requirements were no longer as relaxed as they had been a year ago. Therefore, the selection process for European applicants was rigorous. In the end, only a handful of well-behaved, law-abiding European laborers achieved their dream of becoming citizens, becoming the envy of others. These individuals numbered no more than a few hundred. Originally, the Imperial Immigration Bureau didn't want even a single one, but out of consideration for the European laborers' feelings, they reluctantly accepted several hundred as citizens. This was also intended to serve as an example, offering the European laborers a glimmer of hope. After all, accepting no one would lead to disappointment and even despair. There was no guarantee that, out of disappointment and despair, they would not resort to drastic measures. Therefore, it was better to give them a little hope. Furthermore, with hope, their enthusiasm for work would be greatly increased, and they would be more attentive to their words and deeds in the interest of becoming citizens, earning them extra points on their future citizenship applications. This benefit was far greater than accepting no one at all. Furthermore, undercurrents had recently been brewing in Manhattan, with the church's influence beginning to resurface. Its priests were hiding among the people. They constantly spread the beliefs of the European Church and slandered the Empire as being controlled from top to bottom by blasphemers. If everyone still refused to believe in God, God would unleash his wrathful punishment, reducing the empire to ruin. Those within the empire would be equally unscathed. To escape punishment, believe in God and cast yourself into his arms. Just think of Egypt, which suffered plague and divine retribution for its lack of faith. The Song Empire would also face similar punishment. Initially, these hidden priests primarily targeted people of Chinese descent. However, to their great disappointment, these Chinese descent would betray them, leading to their arrest. This resulted in significant losses for the priests. Consequently, these priests, having learned their lesson, no longer targeted Chinese citizens. Instead, they focused their attention on European laborers. These laborers now numbered over 1 million within the empire, a vast and powerful force. The pastors knew full well that if they could persevere in the faith of these already weakened European laborers, they could leverage their vast numbers of followers to threaten Manhattan's rulers. Manhattan was a bustling commercial economy, and riots or unrest would be a significant economic blow. Therefore, what Manhattan needed was stability, not instability. Precisely because of this, the pastors immediately shifted their focus and strategy, beginning a relentless campaign to persuade the European laborers. After all, these European laborers were already accustomed to the church. They had been raised under the oppression of the church, and thus, they were ingrained in them. Compared to the Song Empire's apathetic citizens, these laborers were much easier to deal with. The pastors were right. Their intimidation and deception had indeed yielded considerable success. The European laborers genuinely believed that God would punish them, and that, just as the Bible foretold, Manhattan would suffer a catastrophe similar to that of ancient Egypt. If that's the case, then what am I waiting for? I should quickly return to God's embrace and ask him to forgive me. Actually, asking God to forgive me is very simple. All I have to do is confess my sins to the priest and donate all my property to the church, which is actually the priest, and then God will forgive me. Amen. These guys are really good at swindling people, and these European fools actually fell for it. The plague in Egypt at the time was probably caused by sanitation issues. What does that have to do with God? Besides, all kinds of diseases are constantly spreading around the world. Could it be that God is responsible for everything? Zhao Hongyu finished reading Wang Shan's report, put it aside with contempt, and said to Wang Shan with a strange expression on his face. After the new year, Song Hu, Professor Liu, and others left Manhattan and returned to their own cities. Zhao Hongyu suddenly had some free time again. Sarah went to the estates of the widows of Samuel's family every day, and Emma had hired a new female captain of the guard. So the two women, one big and one small, had their own things to do and didn't seem to be chatting with Zhao Hongyu. Although Zhao Hongyu had already decided to head east, he was now without warships because all the warships had been transferred to the Caribbean. Without warships, Zhao Hongyu couldn't possibly make the journey east. Therefore, he could only wait patiently for the shipyard's new warships to be launched before he could begin his journey east. Although his own heavily armored battleship was still there, docked at the Manhattan docks, a single warship wouldn't be enough to reach the east. Zhao Hongyu was well aware that the eastern waters were now in the throes of the pirates Li Xiong and Zhang Zilan. Each of these two eastern pirate leaders commanded thousands of warships. While the eastern warships couldn't compare to his own, their numbers were still formidable. Of course, these warships were scattered widely and wouldn't be readily available. This made Zhao Hongyu extremely cautious. Therefore, Zhao Hongyu decided that on this voyage to the east, he would have to be accompanied by at least 36 modified Dutch frigates. Otherwise, encountering pirates would be troublesome. So, he waiting for the shipyard's new warship to be launched, but that would take at least a month. During this time, Zhao Hongyu chatted. Fortunately, he remembered that there was a major problem to be solved in Manhattan, the resurgence of the church. Suddenly, he had something to do. Originally, this was Wang Shan's job, but now Zhao Hongyu, to avoid all the chatter, joined in. He had nothing to do anyway, so finding something to do would help him pass the time. So, Wang Shan visited Zhao Hongyu almost daily to report the latest developments. Wang Shan controlled the empire's intelligence department, so he closely monitored the every move of the hidden priests. The priests were unaware that their actions were being closely monitored by the empire, and they believed the empire was unaware of their actions. As Zhao Hongyu finished speaking, Wang Shan smiled and continued, "Your Highness is right. The church only knows how to boast. If their so-called God is truly so powerful, Why haven't there been miracles over the years? But as far as I know, these so-called miracles are all fabricated by the church itself. Anyone with a brain would know if there's any fabrication. As for the plague and bubonic plague in ancient Egypt, that was perfectly normal. Plague wasn't prevalent in Europe during the Middle Ages, and it killed half the continent's population. Was God punishing them then? I heard quite a few priests died in the church, too. Wang Shan, like Zhao Hongaiu, was unimpressed by the church's claims, even harboring extreme contempt. They both understood that the church's priests' words were nothing more than exaggerated threats. If they were truly so powerful, would they even need to talk about it? God would simply strike down with a thunderbolt. To be continued. Chapter 454 Wang Shan's Little Plan. A lie told 1,000 times becomes the truth. Those in the church must understand this. Moreover, after they tell a lie, even they themselves believe it, let alone ordinary people. Zhao Hongaiu leaned sideways, his chin resting on his hand as he looked at Wang Shan and expressed his opinion. Wang Shan sat to his left, leaning slightly sideways. Yes, if you want to deceive others, you must first deceive yourself. But the pastors and bishops in the church today don't need to deceive themselves anymore. After so many years of brainwashing, people in Europe believe everything about God, don't they? Wang Shan's words made Zhao Hongaiu nod, and he had to admit that what Wang Shan said was true. This isn't the work of one person, it's a massive scam and lie concocted by several people over nearly 1,000 years. I'm impressed just thinking about it, Zhao Hongaiu sighed. Wang Shan smiled and said, it's because it's profitable that people are constantly fabricating and patching up the loopholes. Your Highness, don't you think about this? After so many years of church rule, the vast majority of Europe's wealth has been concentrated in the church. It's absolutely true that the church is richer than any other country. Moreover, the church's system of confession and prayer has even let them know the secret of numbers. Zhao Hongaiu narrowed his eyes, a stern expression crossing his face. We absolutely cannot allow the church to take root within the empire. No. Even in the Americas. The church is too dangerous? Wang Shan nodded. Yes, that absolutely cannot happen. The church is extremely inciting, especially the bishops and priests, who are like government officials at all levels. If they were allowed to take root here, it would cause great trouble for the empire's rule in the future, especially since these people are so ambitious. Wang Shan wholeheartedly agreed with His Highness's words. He himself had no regard for the church. He disliked it intensely. He was particularly disgusted by the church's members, who said one thing but did another. Wang Shan was all too familiar with the church's tactics. They used the sheer number of believers to pressure the government. Even an idiot could see through that. Only those idiots in Europe could have been fooled for so many years. Actually, it wasn't the Europeans' fault. After all, in that era, people lacked confidence and had few channels for knowledge. Most knowledge, the so-called truth, was in the hands of the aristocracy and church officials. Therefore, the illiterate and ignorant common people were naturally fooled and easily deceived. Precisely because they lacked education, they simply believed whatever the church said. Add to that the environment they grew up in and lived in, and the people they interacted with who were connected to the church, and it's no surprise they were brainwashed. Even the fact that they prayed every time they ate was a clear example. What the hell does food have to do with God? Why would they pray to God? Zhao Hongaiu couldn't figure this out. In later China, at least Mr. Yuan didn't believe in God, yet he developed hybrid rice and solved the world's food problem. Even the Americans, who believed in God at the time, invited Mr. Yuan. Could this also be God's blessing? Bullshit. What Zhao Hongaiu complained about most was that the methods priests of this era usually used to treat their followers were all crap like bloodletting and holy water. How could such methods actually cure illnesses? If the illness healed, it only meant it wasn't serious. Or maybe it was just an act. If it didn't heal, it was God's call. Priests always found a good excuse for everything. God is a panacea. Good things are blessings bestowed by Him, and bad things are also His. Isn't God tired? He was fabricated just to take the blame and make excuses. Number 5, Group 6, 38th Street. This family's child has a cold. It's only a minor illness. They could just go to the clinic and buy some medicine. A box of bulk cold medicine isn't expensive. But they were so stupid as to ask a priest to treat it. But the priest's treatment wasn't even a cure, it was simply fatal. At this moment, Wang Shan told Zhao Hongaiu about something an intelligence officer had witnessed, leaving Zhao Hongaiu speechless. That priest took a knife and cut a long gash on the child's forehead, causing him to bleed profusely, calling it bloodletting. Bullshit, Wang Shan cursed, his agitation evident. The child was already weak, and the bloodletting only made him even weaker. Not only was the illness not cured, but the child is now dying. At the time, there was an intelligence officer in the intelligence department who was being courted by the priest, hoping to become a follower. So, the priest brought the officer along for this opportunity to perform a miracle. Unfortunately, this inhumane method left the officer completely speechless. This was considered a miracle? If so, then the doctors at the Empire's medical clinics were practically gods. After patiently observing the entire process, the officer reported back and continued to monitor the child's condition. He also kindly reminded the child's father to visit a medical clinic. Sadly, the clueless father ignored the suggestion and simply insisted on having the pastor treat the child. As a result, the child suffered a complete disaster. Not only was his cold not cured, but he also contracted tetanus. The knife that had inflicted the wound had been contaminated with something filthy. So, a sweet, sensible little boy lost his life. But the pastor concluded, it was God's will. Shit. Bullshit, God's will. After Wang Shan finished speaking, he looked at Zhao Hongyu and said, Your Highness, I truly admire the Europeans. They've been secretly ruled by the church for almost 1,000 years, so this kind of thing must have happened a lot. Yet, these Europeans rebelled against empires, against kings, against the nobility, but never against the church. Isn't that strange? Wang Shan curled his lips. They think they'll go to heaven after death? Too bad they don't know there's no such thing as heaven in this world. Death is like the extinguishing of a light. Death is nothing. It's pitiful how these people still dream of going to heaven after death, of enjoying that kind of non-existent life. He shook his head as he spoke, as if feeling sorry for the Europeans. In reality, Zhao Hongyu was wondering why he hadn't been the one to fool the Europeans for 1,000 years and rule them without rebellion. He was truly envious and jealous of the church. It was precisely because of this jealousy that Zhao Hongyu decided not to give them even a single chance in America. Damn it, if he gave them a chance, he'd be left standing. You have to admit that the founder of the church, and the guy who invented the idea of heaven after death, was a genius. It's precisely because of this intangible thing that Europeans dared not rebel against the church. Zhao Hongyu wondered if the concept of heaven was created by one of the 13 disciples, or by someone who came later. Perhaps Judas, the so-called traitor, saw through the deception of someone and, fearing that he would expose everyone's true face, became a traitor. After all, much of history is ridiculous or even untrue. After all, history is written by people. And people are emotional beings. So, it's not surprising that they embellish the story to suit their personal preferences. Perhaps Judas was a wealthy man, and someone and their disciples relied on Judas for support. It's also possible that someone borrowed money and couldn't repay it. As he imagined this possible historical reality, the corners of Zhao Hongyu's mouth slowly curled up. Wang Shan was puzzled to see Zhao Hongyu lost in thought, his expression slowly becoming more lewd. After a long moment, Zhao Hongyu finally stopped his wandering thoughts. The new year is over now, and the 10-day holiday is over. So, before I leave Manhattan for the East, you should make preparations to expose the Abyss cult and resolve the church's problems. I don't want to leave the Empire feeling uneasy, Zhao Hongyu seriously stated his request to Wang Shan. Upon hearing this, Wang Shan quickly leaned aside and gestured, Yes, Your Highness. I will definitely resolve these two issues before heading east, allowing us to leave without any worries. Zhao Hongyu nodded. As long as the Abyss Church is brought to light, even if the church sends people to Manhattan after we leave, with the Abyss Church's presence, we don't have to worry. We can easily guess that the Abyss Church will be able to completely destroy its members. Zhao Hongyu had an extremely strong belief in the Abyss Church. He firmly believed that with the Abyss Church's existence, the European Church would definitely gain a foothold in American law. Wang Shan nodded in agreement. Yes, Your Highness, I firmly believe this as well, Wang Shan echoed. Those guys, all talk and no substance, are supposed to be a match for the Church of the Abyss. I simply don't believe it. A film screening will be enough to completely defeat them. Zhao Hongyu suddenly became interested. You're planning on showing a movie, but have you decided which one? You have to choose carefully. If the truth gets out, it'll be a disaster, he warned Wang Shan seriously. Indeed, a whole movie could reveal so much. If it got out, it would be a disaster. To be continued. Chapter 455 How about calling it Zhao? Wang Shan had already prepared a plan for Zhao Hongayu's concerns and a solution. Of course, that wasn't to say Zhao Hongayu's concerns were wrong. This was a major matter, so it was good to be careful. There was nothing wrong with that. Wang Shan understood the principle of better safe than sorry, so Wang Shan explained to Zhao Hongayu, the film isn't long, just over 5 minutes in total. I've combined the 2 trailers for War of the Titans and redesigned them. I'll show them to these Europeans, and I think they won't notice any flaws. Zhao Hongayu finally felt relieved after hearing Wang Shan's explanation. He had thought Wang Shan was planning to show the entire film. That would have been difficult. But a few minutes of trailer, redesigned, wouldn't be a problem. Zhao Hongayu had also seen the original trailer. The English and subtitles had been removed, and a Mandarin dub had been used. He also used computer technology to combine his own image with the main character in the trailer, making it look almost real. At the time, Zhao Hongayu even praised Wang Shan for being a genius. If this version of the trailer had been used, there wouldn't have been any major problems. Your Highness, I have a grand plan, Wang Shan said mysteriously to Zhao Hongayu. Seeing Wang Shan's mysterious expression, Zhao Hongayu became interested. He probably thought Wang Shan had come up with another shady plan to mess with those Europeans, otherwise he wouldn't have such a lewd smile on his face. However, the more he thought about it, the more Zhao Hongayu's interest grew. Tell me, what's your idea? Judging by your expression, I bet it's not a good one, Zhao Hongayu scolded with a smile. Good. Absolutely good. Seeing Zhao Hongayu's interest, Wang Shan immediately brightened up. We're running low on funds right now, so I'm planning to wait until we have some money in the spring. We can contact the American side of the virtual world through Chen's Hanbang and find a film production company to shoot a film based on our script. Would that solve all the problems? So, Wang Shan had recently come up with this idea. But on closer inspection, it seemed like a brilliant plan. Truly, just using trailers to fool those Europeans wouldn't be enough. If we could create a real image world based on our own script, that would be even more astonishing than a trailer. Especially with the advancement of computer-generated image technology, we could even embed our own images within it. Would that be more impressive than the church? At least, the church's God doesn't appear in images in this era. Furthermore, after processing, movies can even allow for flight, escaping the earth, and even controlling the wind and rain. Any scene imaginable or unimaginable can be created through technology. Those Europeans wouldn't be able to help but be astounded. With a killer weapon of film, coupled with other support, it will be really difficult for the church to gain a foothold in the Americas. Thinking of this, Zhao Hongayu nodded seriously and said to Wang Shan, well, your proposal is very good. I think it can be implemented. But do you have a budget or something? It would be best if I had an idea of how much money you need to start this thing. Zhao Hongayu completely agreed with Wang Shan's plan because the benefits were too great. If it succeeded, then the integration of church and state would definitely not be a dream. And the American continent would become a solid block, with no room for other faiths. Furthermore, if the deification was successful, Zhao Hongayu would also be made into a deity. This would also greatly benefit the cohesion of the empire. Of course, this would not be very useful for those genetic people, as the main target audience was Native Americans and Europeans. But even so, it was enough. After all, the hidden danger of the empire came from Europeans and Native Americans. If they embraced the Abyss cult and worshipped him, the sleeping, amnesiac god, then all hidden dangers and threats would vanish. However, considering the sheer expense of filming a blockbuster American film in this virtual world, Zhao Hongayu felt it was best to inquire further. After all, given the vastness of the N-God system and the deceptive tactics of Wang Shan's intelligence department, filming this world would be incredibly massive. Therefore, even with computer technology, the price tag would be substantial. Think about it, in his previous world, American blockbusters often cost tens or even hundreds of millions of dollars, which translates to hundreds of millions in RMB. If filming this here, the cost would likely be several times higher. First, Chen's Hanbang was looking for a way to profit from his work, and he demanded exorbitant fees for any connections he could find. Furthermore, a high price tag was necessary to achieve perfection. He couldn't possibly produce a rubbish film. It would be disastrous for those Europeans to see it. So, Zhao Hongayu figured the cost might not be very low. But no matter how he reasoned, he still had to ask Wang Shan. That way, He'd have a clear mindset and no more wild guesses. Seeing His Highness asking, Wang Shan paused for a moment before speaking. I have some authority here, so once the gold mines are ready for mining in the spring, and after processing last year's grain and vegetables, I plan to invest 500 million RMB. I'll have to add more later. Wow, 500 million up front, with additional payments later. However, Zhao Hongyu knew that filming the end system world would require far more money. Furthermore, they needed to produce it with high quality, absolutely no shoddy work. Therefore, the money would have to be lavish. But think about it, the benefits would be immense. So, it would be worth it. So, Zhao Hongyu nodded. I'll keep this in mind. You won't need your limited authority. The monthly quota is only 1 billion yuan, and when we head east in the spring, I'll have to send you to the west coast and leave you there to develop an immigration settlement. You'll have plenty of money to spend then. Zhao Hongyu waved his hand, not wanting Wang Shan to waste his money on this. The income from the 7 cities basically flows into my account every month, so it's best for me to handle this. After all, I have plenty of money here, Zhao Hongyu said to Wang Shan seriously. You just need to contact Chen Xianbang and ask him to find a film production company for us in the United States. I'll pay him the matchmaking fee. After hearing what Zhao Hongyu said, Wang Shan thought about it and nodded. Wang Shan also knew that he would temporarily go to the west coast after the spring. After Song Hu and Zhao Hongyu discussed this matter, they informed Wang Shan. After all, it was a correct choice to send those Ming Dynasty immigrants to the relatively close west coast in the end. At the same time, the only genetic person with the authority of the village chief is Wang Shan. Originally, Wang Shan stayed with Zhao Hongyu in order to protect him and train the guards. But now that there is such a plan, Wang Shan can't refuse. This matter is not urgent. It can be handled when we have money. Let's create momentum first, and then put the Abyss cult out. Wang Shan nodded. Now facing the resurgence of the church, Zhao Hongyu and others also felt that the Abyss cult must make an appearance. Otherwise, if they wait any longer, God knows what kind of trouble the church will cause. Zhao Hongyu put away his smile, looked at Wang Shan very seriously and said to him, Isn't the name of the Abyss cult a bit out of place? Do you think we should give it a more domineering name? After all, the Abyss cult always sounds like an evil organization in a certain world of cultivation. It turned out that this name was just a casual name, and it was not on the stage anyway, so it was not a big deal. But now that the organization is about to appear in front of the public, the name is a bit out of place. A good name for an organization is still very helpful in attracting people. Zhao Hongyu didn't want to cause unexpected changes because of this name. If such a problem occurs, it will be a headache. Hearing this, Wang Shan said, Well, indeed, it is okay for us to call it by this name internally. But if we're actually going to debut in public, we'll really need to think carefully about the name. A good name is very helpful in attracting followers, Wang Shan agreed. Then help me think about a good name, Zhao Hongyu asked quickly. Wang Shan raised his right hand and stroked his smooth chin, giving a rather pretentious look. How about the Sun Moon cult, puff? Zhao Hongyu couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of saliva after hearing Wang Shan's words. So, shouldn't the organization's slogan be civilization and martial virtue, unify the martial arts world? Zhao Hongyu looked at Wang Shan with a puzzled look. And you haven't mentioned thousands of years, Your Highness, Wang Shan said, knowing Zhao Hongyu was joking, so he joined in the joke. Seriously, you don't really want to be called the Sun Moon cult, do you? Zhao Hongyu asked. Wang Shan shook his head. Of course not. I'm not stupid, this name doesn't fit our organization. I was just joking to lighten the atmosphere. Zhao Hongyu let out a long breath and finally relaxed. He was really afraid that Wang Shan would give this name to his organization. After joking, Wang Shan began to think hard. His face gradually turned red, and it looked like he had a headache. Except for the Om Shinrikyo, I really can't think of any other name. After a while, Wang Shan raised his head dejectedly and said to Zhao Hongyu with a bitter face. Zhao Hongyu also responded to Wang Shan's answer with a wry smile. Yet, I also racked my brains to think of a good name. It's just a name. Does it stump us? Although that's what he said, this matter is really a bit difficult. After all, this name can't be chosen casually. It should symbolize light, give people a kind feeling, but also have a bit of majesty. Thinking about it this way, isn't it a bit difficult? I do have an immature name, but I don't know if it's good. Zhao Hongyu hesitated for a moment and said to Wang Shan at this time. Oh, Your Highness, you have already thought of a name, so why not tell us about it? If it's good, we don't have to bother thinking about it anymore. Zhao Hongyu probably seemed to be in a dilemma, and he and Wang Shan actually wasted time here for the name of an organization. Zhao Hongyu, under Wang Shan's gaze, grunted for a long time before he said the name he had thought of with a flushed face. Ahem. This time it was Wang Shan's turn to be choked by his own saliva. My Highness, how did you come up with this name? We are not on the prehistoric world here. Wang Shan looked at Zhao Hongyu with a mixture of laughter and tears, and his face turned red from trying to hold back his laughter. Zhao Hongyu also looked very embarrassed, but he still sorted out his thoughts, and then said to Wang Shan, the teachings of Zhao are still good. They are about seizing a glimmer of hope and teaching things. This shows that they are very inclusive, much better than the exclusive nature of the church. When Zhao Hongyu finished speaking, Wang Shan hurriedly interrupted Zhao Hongyu's next words, not caring whether there were any rules. My prince, what we want is exclusive uniqueness. We should learn this from the church. Their doctrine is that all the gods in the world except God are fake. We have to learn from them. After hearing what Wang Shan said, Zhao Hongyu was stunned. But he soon came to his senses. Yes, he established this organization. Isn't exclusivity what he wants? If it becomes very tolerant, how can it exclude the church? So, it is obvious that this thing will not work. At this time, Wang Shan continued, however, the name of Zhao is still okay, but we can't copy his teachings. Of course, we can tamper with it. Wang Shan looked at Zhao Hongyu with a smirk on his face. So, you agree with this name? Zhao Hongyu asked. Wang Shan nodded. Of course the name is fine. Besides, we are of authentic Chinese bloodline, so it's normal for us to establish a Zhao. In the end, the two decided to use this name. What Zhao Hongyu and Wang Shan didn't know was that hundreds of years later, some scholars discovered that a novel published in Assyria also contained this name. Many scholars were puzzled by this question. Some even said that the author of this novel based the story on the Zhao organization. In the future, the Zhao has become the largest sect in the world. Wang Shan, it seems that the author of the Investiture of the Gods was a person from this era. If we create this organization, will it have any impact on him? Your Highness, why bother thinking so much? If we find this guy, we can just recruit him into our organization. The author of the Investiture of the Gods may have lived in the 17th century depending on the plot. Just have fun with it and don't take it too seriously. To be continued. How about calling Chapter 455 Zhao? Chapter 456 Those people. Thank you, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, and praise our Lord for the gift of this wonderful life. A secret gathering was currently taking place in a house in a working-class area of the commercial district. The organizers were the hidden church pastors. Despite the Empire's summer attacks, many low-key pastors had survived. These pastors, having learned from the lessons of their high-profile colleagues who ultimately met with tragedy, were now extremely cautious. After more than 6 months of hard work, the church has made considerable progress among the European population in Manhattan. It's understandable that back then, these European workers were solely focused on making money, and to support their families, they naturally had no energy to devote themselves to the Lord. After all, no matter how great the Lord is, having enough food is more important. However, as they worked in the Song Empire, earning high salaries that improved their lives, their material lives underwent a dramatic transformation. With this change in material life, their spiritual lives inevitably became extremely empty. While the commercial streets had red light districts, numerous women, and taverns offering simple entertainment and even gambling, there were pubs offering simple entertainment. But this didn't alleviate the spiritual emptiness they felt. Therefore, the arrival of the priests offered them a source of spiritual comfort. Furthermore, these European laborers, all from Europe, weren't particularly opposed to the church. Furthermore, the church had dominated European thought for nearly a millennium, and its faith had become deeply ingrained. Therefore, once they engaged these spiritually empty European laborers, they easily lured them back into the Lord's embrace, becoming his lambs. The increasing number of believers also fundamentally transformed the lives of these priests. After the events of that summer, these priests had suddenly lost their livelihood. Many people avoided associating with them, fearing the empire would expel them for associating with them. The priests' lives at the time were extremely miserable, often going hungry for days without even a single piece of bread. After all, these priests possessed no special skills or abilities other than deceit. Therefore, when people stopped wanting to interact with them, their skills became useless. The situation is different now. Under the persuasion of pastors, believers are now eagerly purchasing indulgences. The pastors say that what happened in the summer was a test from the Lord. However, the Lord is deeply disappointed because none of these lambs have passed this test. However, the Lord is still very forgiving. As long as these believers who have returned to his arms sincerely repent, he is willing to accept them. So, atone for your sins. The method of atonement is simple: purchase indulgences. Indulgences, as a practice, have been common in Europe, dating back to the dark and ignorant Middle Ages. Back then, the Church, through the use of indulgences, virtually controlled the entire European economy and wealth. Even today, when bishops in some European regions are short of money, they urge local residents to purchase indulgences. As for how to deceive the local population, that's easy. Remember, sanitary conditions in Europe, including rural areas, were extremely poor during this era. A high percentage of the population died from illness due to substandard hygiene, giving the money-grubbing churchmen a perfect excuse. See, why are these people dying so strangely? Because you're not pious to God. God is punishing you. These bishops spouted such fabricated claims without a second thought, for they simply flowed so smoothly. Whether or not people were truly pious was a matter of course, only they themselves knew. But one thing is certain, not everyone was truly devout. After all, people are selfish, aren't they? So, frightened by these bishops' threats, and perhaps even less devout at times, these people were easily deceived. They then enthusiastically purchased indulgences, and the endless wealth flowed into the pockets of regional bishops and priests. Half of this money was handed over to higher-ranking church members, and the rest was naturally divided among the dead. Those bishops and priests who received their share of the money used it to indulge in debauchery and even maintain mistresses. This practice was commonplace within the church, and virtually everyone knew it. Only the poor common people were unaware. Their hard-earned money flowed into the hands of these greedy individuals, fueling their extravagant lifestyles. This practice was commonplace across Europe. Now, these priests were resorting to this tactic again in Manhattan. And it was remarkably effective. The European laborers in Manhattan were incredibly wealthy, and compared to their European compatriots, they were truly wealthy. Coupled with the low cost of living in Manhattan, these men's salaries provided a comfortable living for their families, a life comparable to that of a small landowner in Europe. Because of this, the Manhattan priests received more money than a regional bishop in Europe, a fact that left them astonished. And judging by the situation of the believers, their exploitation hadn't hurt them at all, they even had room for further exploitation. This truly was a prime location, a prime place to make money. This was the common sentiment of all the priests. However, the believers they were currently recruiting were all European laborers, who were at the bottom of the social ladder within the empire. Although they were freemen, they had no status within the empire and earned the lowest wages. These priests had been in Manhattan for some time and were well aware of this. They knew that, aside from slaves and prisoners, freemen of European descent had the lowest status in Manhattan. If they wanted to make a fortune, they would have to recruit Native Americans or Asians as their followers. The Native Americans, needless to say, were essentially imperial militia reserves, receiving a salary. However, they were not on the military during normal times, free to roam and lead a leisurely life. Therefore, these Native Americans worked as mercenaries and bodyguards for their Chinese employers, went hunting in the surrounding areas, or worked as security guards for landowners. Therefore, these Indians earned significantly more each month than free laborers of European descent. Therefore, if these people became believers, the priests would be able to acquire even greater wealth. However, compared to the black-haired, black-eyed Asian citizens who claimed to be of Yan Huang descent, the Indians were far behind. In Manhattan, the lowest-ranking Asian citizen was a small shop owner. Many even owned land, cattle, sheep, pigs, chickens, and ducks, making them quite wealthy. Some even owned fishing boats and fished offshore. Their catch was typically snapped up in less than an hour. Clearly, how could such a business owner be without money? Furthermore, Asian citizens held a high status within the empire and enjoyed numerous privileges. If they could convert Asian citizens to God, the priests would benefit even more. On a larger scale, If Asians in government positions or among the nobility converted to God, their lives would be even better. Of course. These things seem too far away for them right now. They had to eat one bite at a time, one step at a time. They had met the highest-ranking figures in the empire, but most of them were commoners, neither nobles nor government officials. Even so, their behavior was deeply disappointing. When they heard they were trying to spread the gospel of God, they would immediately grab their arms and scream for the Indian police to arrest them. They showed no interest in God at all. On several occasions, they nearly lost their men and were taken to the police station. The empire had officially declared the European Church an illegal organization and a cult. This announcement infuriated the pastors, yet they felt helpless. The situation was stronger than they were. This wasn't the place they had the final say in Europe. This was America, the territory of the Song Empire, where everything was decided by them. Furthermore, no matter how powerful the church was, it was only in Europe. It couldn't possibly act so arrogantly in America. Not only in America, but even in the Arab world of the Middle East, the church wouldn't dare to do anything. The gatherings in the laborers' quarters have been increasing in number lately, with a tendency to become increasingly frequent. Furthermore, the number of attendees is also growing, each time exceeding the previous. This has caused the intelligence agencies to be extremely concerned and vigilant. There are over 1 million European laborers and freedmen in Manhattan. If these people start to cause unrest, the unrest and trouble they bring to Manhattan would be enormous. Therefore, the intelligence agencies can't help but be nervous. On the outskirts of the quarters, several young Europeans seem to have nothing to do, squatting there chatting, smoking, and gossiping. But if you look closely, you'll notice that their eyes are constantly looking around and into the distance. They are all sent by the priests to guard the perimeter. After all, their gatherings are illegal, so they must be wary of the empire. To be continued. Mobile users, please visit MQN to read. Chapter 457. Didn't your Lord tell you? Because they were labeled a cult and an illegal organization, the church's activities in Manhattan could not be carried out openly. They had to operate in an extremely secretive, underground manner. This meant they had to be wary of imperial retaliation. Therefore, during each activity, necessary security personnel were stationed nearby. If they detected anything amiss, they could immediately cancel the activity and quickly leave the area. This was a last resort, at least for now. It seemed quite effective. They held activities in settlements of European laborers. Thanks to the help of these workers, numerous raids by the imperial police were met with failure. Consequently, these priests grew bolder, holding more and larger activities. Coupled with a growing number of believers, their confidence grew. They believed that the empire couldn't possibly punish so many people at once. In Europe, even a king would have to consider such a matter. Compared to that summer, the number of believers has now grown to 80,000 to 90,000, and is on the verge of breaking the 100,000 mark. Many European laborers are still on the sidelines. If the empire doesn't take effective measures, or if the church's pastors continue organizing activities, these waiting European laborers will quickly join in. By then, the church's power will be enormous, perhaps even enough to challenge Zhao Hongyu. Of course, this is just the pastor's own fantasy. How could Zhao Hongyu tolerate such a thing? The city he had worked so hard to build would never allow the church to seize power by spreading their faith. What right would they have? Not far from the security area where the church's prayers were being held, teams of armed police and Indian militia were hiding. They had been keeping an eye on the area for a long time. Although they had raided it many times, they had always failed. Most of the time, their actions were discovered by the European laborers, who then informed the church staff organizing the activities, resulting in failure. But there was nothing they could do. Who made the entire population here European laborers? And if they didn't tell you, you'd have no idea who had re-embraced God's gospel and become the pastor's lackeys? Today, as usual, they discovered another gathering and collective prayer. There was also talk of buying indulgences. So, the Manhattan police chief immediately dispatched police and the militia to the European quarters. Their hiding place was a shop owned by a Chinese. The shop had 3 floors, primarily selling small sundries, daily necessities, and groceries. Opening a small sundries shop here was actually profitable. After all, the residents needed to eat. So, the shop owner focused on selling daily necessities, including oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, and tea. These were essential items that no one could deny. After all, people need to eat and cook. Today, his shop was requisitioned. Hiding inside were over 50 police officers and over a dozen Indian militia members. The Chinese-American business owner fully supported this action. These days, the gatherings of European laborers have increased. Furthermore, under the deliberate influence of pastors, apocalyptic themes and claims of divine punishment are on the rise, causing unrest among the European laborers. I think the government should urgently address this issue. Otherwise, who knows what kind of trouble those pastors might stir up. The young shop owner was conversing with a young leader leading the enforcement team today. This young leader was also a young Chinese American. In Manhattan today, almost all government officials are Chinese Americans. The benefit of this approach is, of course, to consolidate power and place all control in the hands of the Chinese. The grassroots work can be left to the Indians and the Chinese. The Chinese only need to hold the reins and control the government, right? Regarding this situation, the Indians didn't say anything. Indians, after all, prefer freedom to officialdom, so they have no objection to having a Huxia person leading them. Indians believe that leadership requires worrying about too many things, making life uncomfortable. Therefore, Indians are happy to see Chinese leaders. They feel that the Chinese handle all the hard work, leaving their responsibilities to run errands, follow orders, and arrest and assault people, simple tasks. As for the Indians, they have no desire to lead. Their sole purpose is to flatter the Chinese and keep them content so they can live comfortably. As long as they can bully the Europeans when they have time, there's nothing wrong with being a leader themselves. They still have to obey the Chinese. And if they want to be a leader, wouldn't that imply ambition? How would the Chinese view them then? This is absolutely unacceptable. Indians have their own agendas. Furthermore, Zhao Hongyu had specifically considered this when developing the Indian gene. Therefore, all the Indians he bred were of the lower caste. These low-caste Indians share a common trait and personality. Even though they were all bred from a template, these traits and personalities persist. They are characterized by their docility towards the Chinese masters and their penchant for flattery. They are like foxes, relying on the power of the tigers to bully them. Whenever the Chinese masters offer them some sunshine, they become extremely arrogant. These Indians never tire of bullying Europeans. Of course, this isn't solely due to their ethnic characteristics, it's also primarily due to the pressure exerted by the increasing number of Chinese. In the small shops, the Indians bowed and scraped to the stern-faced Indian militiamen, their faces drooping with fawning smiles. If they were offered anal sex, these Indians would likely do it without hesitation. How can one describe them as simply despicable? The young Chinese American leading the law enforcement team listened to the shop owner's words and nodded earnestly, agreeing with his point. Indeed, we can't let this go on any longer. If we don't take action against these people, they might think we're easy prey, and then it'll be hard to control them. But the problem is, the European workers here are very uncooperative. Every time we try, we've failed. If this problem isn't resolved, it's going to be really difficult, the young man from the law enforcement team said to the shop owner with some concern. Don't worry about it. I'm sure the higher-ups will find a solution. I don't think the people above them can let these church scumbags mess around on our territory, right? As the two men were talking, a slight movement finally occurred not far away. Several men in black priestly robes emerged from the dark alley. The European youths guarding the exit greeted them with respectful expressions. Something's happening, the Indian militia, who had been observing the other side, reported the situation. Prepare for action, Father Lay. Thank you for holding this prayer meeting today. Let us, the lost lambs, once again receive the Lord's protection and feel His light. Don't say that. Even sheep sometimes stray from the flock. The Lord is always forgiving, as long as you acknowledge your mistakes and repent. The Lord is always forgiving of the mistakes of believers, isn't He? A priest smiled and replied to the approaching young man. Thank God for His grace. I have purchased many indulgences. I know this amount isn't enough to atone for my sins. But I will work hard to earn more tax money to buy more indulgences to atone for my sins. The priest chuckled inwardly. It's for you idiots to be like this, otherwise, where would the money come from? Yet, his face held a look of compassion, easily deceiving. As long as your heart is sincere, God will sense it. The Lord's glory is everywhere. Father, will God really bring down punishment on Manhattan? The net didn't skip a word. At this time, a young man asked this question. Of course, the Lord's majesty cannot be challenged. He will surely bring down His wrath upon those who have blasphemed His majesty. Therefore, your choice now is correct, for it will allow you to avoid the Lord's wrath. The priest's answer was in fact no different from no answer at all. He didn't know if God's wrath would actually come. This was all he had done to deceive people. However, he knew he had to insist on this claim, but he couldn't give the believers a specific time. If he had the chance, he could just say it was God's punishment. With Manhattan's population, there was no guarantee there wouldn't be a fire or a plague. When that happened, he could just tell the believers it was God's punishment. See, wouldn't that be a successful deception? This kind of trick was already a familiar one among church leaders in Europe. So, he didn't think it was that difficult. All it took was one chance, and the lie would be over. At that moment, the door of a shop across the street suddenly swung open with a clang. From the shop, countless dark figures rushed toward him. One of them shouted, "Did your God tell you what would happen to you today? Bastard!" To be continued. Mobile users, please visit MQN. Chapter 458, Inciting a Riot. Oh no. It's the enforcement team. The sudden change startled the people in the midst of their conversation. But they quickly reacted and, in the moonlight and dim lamplight, could clearly see who was coming. It was the enforcement team. As priests already labeled a cult, they were naturally terrified of the enforcement team. The fate of their colleagues back in the summer had already made them wary. The priests and the European laborers surrounding them were also frozen in fear, standing there, unsure of what to do. All they could think of was being driven out of Manhattan and finding a foothold in America. Indeed, the empire had strict laws regarding this. Anyone who aided or concealed a cult, whether citizen or laborer, would be permanently expelled from the empire and sentenced to forced labor as punishment. Now, the enforcement team was charging towards them, about to burst upon them. The fate of these pastors and priests is easy to imagine. For workers like themselves who had helped church members, they would never again be able to work in Manhattan, never again enjoying the high salaries and leisurely lifestyles that awaited them. A priest suddenly shouted, his face distorted by the excessive force, looking terrifying. "We're many, what are we afraid of? God is watching us. Now's the time to demonstrate the strength of your faith. Charge." With that, the priest feigned a charge forward. Led by him, the surrounding Europeans also involuntarily rushed towards the law enforcement team. Unbeknownst to anyone, the leading priest deliberately ran a few steps, then, taking advantage of the crowd, turned and ran into a dark alley. However, the European workers, already galvanized by the priest's incitement, were now in a frenzy. Many people had been gathered for prayer today, so after the prayers, many followed the priests and pastors. With this influx of enthusiasm, the law enforcement team faced a much larger group of fanatics. After all, the law enforcement team, including the Indian militia, only numbered about 50. How could they possibly be a match for hundreds of people brainwashed and driven into a frenzy? Soon, they were surrounded and beaten by the European laborers. Meanwhile, the priests and pastors had vanished. With this, the investigation was once again declared a failure. What? The law enforcement team was assaulted, and someone was killed. Wang Shan received this news about an hour later. He was utterly shocked. He wondered if these Europeans had taken a mad drug. How dare they cause such a murder in Manhattan? Regardless, the situation had arisen, and he had to find a solution. What's the situation now? Wang Shan asked, calming himself. The North District where the migrant workers live is now in turmoil. Thousands of thugs are gathering, chanting "God is with me." After hearing his subordinate's words, Wang Shan chuckled in anger. Damn it. They think I'm a sick cat if they don't show their might. They actually dare to do this in such a situation. If I don't show them some power, they probably don't know how many eyes the Horse King has. Wang Shan's rage was now at full capacity. He gritted his teeth and said to his subordinate, "Sir, the church pastors are behind this. I think they were behind the attack on the law enforcement team and instigated the believers to cause trouble." Wang Shan sneered and said, "Notify Zhang Tai and Black Bear to immediately declare a state of emergency for the entire city. All Indian militia members are deployed and the city is under martial law. The first corps will surround the North District where the migrant workers live, and the second corps will move in to suppress the rioters." Wang Shan was not one to be soft-hearted. All he could envision was a bloody crackdown. It seemed the Song Empire had always fought foreign wars and had never taken action domestically. Europeans who had witnessed the Song Empire's armed forces were naturally obedient. However, Manhattan had developed to the point where it welcomed many Europeans who had arrived directly from Europe aboard merchant ships seeking a living. These people were unaware of the Song Empire's might. And the main force behind today's riot was precisely these people who hadn't witnessed the Song Empire's might, although they had heard some things from their predecessors. After arriving in Manhattan, they simply didn't take them seriously. It was this belief that fueled their arrogance. Coupled with the incitement of pastors and priests, and their fervent faith, the riot erupted. Yes, sir, Wang Shan's men immediately obeyed the order and left without a moment's delay. About half an hour later, Black Bear received the news and immediately assembled the Indian militia on Manhattan Island, heading to the docks to board a ship to Manhattan City. Upon receiving the news, Zhang Tai immediately went to the military camp outside the city and mobilized 2 regiments of Chinese descent to march into the city. Wang Shan had, of course, also informed Zhao Hongyu. Zhao Hongyu remained calm upon receiving the news. He instead ordered his guards to assemble and secure the main streets surrounding the castle to prevent any mob attacks. Many of the city's ethnic Chinese residents had closed their shops early, unearthing weapons from their homes and distributing them to their employees. While a number of European laborers participated in the riot, many others remained. A large number of these were former residents of Virginia. Knowing the Song Empire's strength, they simply didn't believe the empire would be unable to cope with such an uprising. How could a group of ordinary people possibly stand up to an army? Therefore, they wisely chose to side with the empire and avoid wading into this turmoil. In the northern district where the foreign workers lived, flames erupted, and the sound of gunfire shattered the tranquil night. Cries and shrill screams echoed from time to time. Clearly, the Imperial Army was using no soft tactics in suppressing the riot. Why are you inciting these believers to riot? Are you all idiots? They're just unarmed civilians, no match for the Imperial Army. In the North District, the priests and pastors who had escaped earlier gathered at a home that served as a makeshift headquarters. The family, also a believer, had willingly offered their home to the church leaders. Faced with the priest's questioning, the church members remained silent. Have you truly gotten carried away? You've only achieved a small amount of success, and yet you're dreaming of such a thing? I can't believe you're full of shit. The priest's words grew increasingly harsh, and soon someone couldn't take it anymore. Wood, shut up, a middle-aged man in black priestly robes suddenly shouted. Why are you afraid of the empire? Is it because of the weapons they wield? The middle-aged priest's face flushed with excitement. We have unwavering faith and need not fear their weapons. These believers will fully demonstrate to the empire the true power of God. Whether we succeed or fail today, the empire will suffer significant losses. Therefore, they will be extremely cautious in dealing with the church in the future. It will never be the same again. They will undoubtedly worry that if they continue to treat us so harshly, there might be another riot. This priest's wishful thinking was to use this riot to intimidate the Song Empire's higher-ranking officials. Yes, this is a good opportunity. Thousands of people are already taking action, and the entire North District is in chaos. Even if the empire suppresses it, it will undoubtedly take considerable effort. Furthermore, these incited believers will cause significant damage to the empire's economy. I wonder if the empire will continue to treat us with such disdain. Besides viewing this as an opportunity, they also hope to gain certain benefits and status through inciting believers to cause unrest. After all, they reasoned, if this happened on the European continent, those past leaders and great nobles would surely bow down to them. And Manhattan, America, would likely be no exception. Things were different now than they were in the summer. Back then, there weren't many believers. Most people were focused on making money, so it was understandable that they couldn't make a breakthrough. But now, many spiritually empty European laborers have returned to the Lord's embrace. This gives them a vast number of believers to manipulate. This is their greatest leverage. What's most important to an empire? Stability and economic development. Those in the church understood this perfectly. Yet, the Song Empire labeled them a cult and an illegal organization. How could they tolerate this? Their previous low profile was simply due to their lack of strength. But today, due to a flurry of events, there are already signs of unrest. So, why not take advantage of this situation and make a bigger splash, showing the Song Empire their strength? Showing off their strength would also serve as a demonstration to the empire, letting them know they were not to be trifled with. In this cautious situation, perhaps they could finally get what they wanted. It must be said, these people had a beautiful idea. That's right. That's right. So what if the empire sent troops to suppress it now? We still got what we wanted. Once this is over, we can talk to the empire. They probably don't want constant unrest. If security here is always unstable, how can trade flourish? As if they felt they had pinpointed the empire's weakness, these people began to speak with a certain impertinence. At this moment, they seemed to have regained the aloofness they had in Europe, a feeling that was incredibly satisfying. Ever since arriving in Manhattan, after what happened that summer, they had been cautiously keeping a low profile, which had long since left them feeling uneasy. After all, back in Europe, ordinary people treated them with respect. Often, their power was even greater than that of nobles and petty lords. A single Euro heretic could cost someone their life. Only those dark-haired, dark-eyed people in America could be so disrespectful of themselves and their faith. And now that they've got this opportunity, they can absolutely teach them a lesson. If they're taught a lesson, their attitude towards the church will surely change, won't it? I won't argue with you here. The chaos outside isn't enough. We must teach the people of the Song Empire what pain feels like, only then will they take the church seriously. At this moment, an elderly priest stood up, addressed the crowd, and left the room. Following his powerful words, many priests and ministers also rose to take their leave. They all understood what the first priest was up to. He was simply trying to incite the believers, using the name of God to escalate the chaos. Even in the Middle Ages, there were holy wars. In America, looting could be carried out in the name of God. For these church members, God was, of course, a fig leaf and an excuse, a gift from heaven. If you asked them whether they believed in God, they probably wouldn't. But even if they didn't believe it, God ultimately had many benefits. Believers of the Lord, unleash your wrath tonight. Everything you do today, under God's witness, will serve as a ticket to heaven, for you are fighting for the glory of God in a barren land. Kill the black-haired, black-eyed heretics, and the Lord will reserve a place for you in heaven. Go, set fire, slaughter. Today God grants you this right. The crowd went wild at the priest's incitement, excited by the prospect of going to heaven. Of course, they would be able to go to heaven, because the empire's troops had already arrived to aid them. The entire North District was surrounded, and the main street entrances and exits were guarded by the army. It could be said that if these thugs wanted to cause trouble elsewhere, they would first face the guns of the 2nd Army Corps. Charge. Kill. For the glory of the Lord, to be continued. Mobile users, please visit novel.net. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 459, Ruthless Suppression. Facing the mob's onslaught, the army soldiers blocking the intersection remained undaunted. Forming in neat rows, they pointed their flintlock rifles at the mob and pulled the trigger. Blue smoke billowed into the air, and the deafening roar of gunfire pierced the night sky. The charging rioters fell in their path, their bodies riddled with bloody holes from lead blasts. Similar incidents were occurring at every intersection leading out of the North District. The North District, the laborers' residential area, was now completely surrounded by the 1st Army Regiment and under attack from the 2nd Army Regiment. The laborers, armed with their own kitchen knives, iron rods, and wooden weapons, posed no threat to the army soldiers. At a distance, they used flintlock rifles, and at close range, wine bottle grenades. The mob's charge was completely futile. The riot had been sparked by a single, seemingly trivial incident. Law enforcement officers had entered the area to arrest church members, but were incited by the church members to assault them. However, after inciting the believers to assault the law enforcement officers, the church's pastors and priests didn't stop. Instead, they further incited the believers, sparking such a massive riot. If the law enforcement officers hadn't appeared, perhaps such a riot wouldn't have occurred today. But one thing is certain, if the law enforcement officers hadn't shown up, and these pastors and priests had continued to spread their so-called gospel and expand their membership, then any future riots would have been far more massive and damaging than this one. Therefore, Zhao Hongyu didn't view this unrest as a negative outcome, but rather a positive one. Because the church's followers weren't numerous yet, the scale of the riots wasn't significant. Furthermore, the riots weren't occurring in the city proper, but in residential areas built by the laborers themselves. Therefore, the unrest there was no loss to the empire from the destroyed houses. This was caused by the European laborers, who had built their own homes with their own money. Wouldn't they be the ones who suffered the consequences? They're in a frenzy right now, so there's no way to persuade them. Once they calm down and realize they can return home, then we'll see what the pastors and priests have to say. It's better for this to break out sooner rather than later. At least the church isn't very powerful right now. If we wait until it's more powerful before something like this breaks out, that would be a real disaster. So, Zhao Hongai was very open-minded. The turmoil that night had caused panic in Manhattan. No one knew what had happened. They only heard there was a riot in the working-class North Side. Oh my God. Why would those damn people riot? The wages here are high. Prices are low, and the living environment is beautiful. Compared to continental Europe, it's like heaven. Plus, taxes are incredibly low. There aren't the numerous and extortionate taxes and levies like those in Europe. As long as you work hard, you can live happily here with your family. Are these people idiots? They're actually planning a riot. Back home in Europe, facing the oppression of the nobles and lords, these people wouldn't riot. But after arriving here and enjoying a happy life, they actually resorted to rioting. It can only be said that these people are just bored and have nothing better to do. Many European laborers thought this. Those who thought this way were mostly from Virginia or Quebec. They had the longest exposure to the empire and had spent the longest time in this part of America. Therefore, they were fully aware of the hardships they faced under the oppression of their own countries. It was for this reason that they cherished their current lives. This was unlike those who arrived here from Europe on merchant ships in search of gold. Those families had only experienced oppression on the European continent, not the oppression of colonial officials in America. Furthermore, after arriving here, they didn't see the people of the empire as being so powerful. Instead, they were treated very kindly. Therefore, they didn't take the empire seriously. Furthermore, the salaries here were high, allowing them to eat and drink their fill day and night. As a result, these people, with nothing to do, felt bored and spiritually empty. Then they encountered malicious priests and ministers, and this happened. Bitch. Yes, the only adjective to describe these people is bastards. They didn't cherish their good life, but resorted to such treachery. Wang Shan, on the front lines of this oppression, issued clear orders. Any rioters encountered were to be killed on the spot. Even if they surrendered. If a unit captured a surrendering rioter, they would be temporarily detained and publicly executed the next day. These people would definitely pay for their actions. This isn't Europe. Not a place for them to do as they please. It's time to teach these Europeans a lesson. There were approximately 3,000 rioters involved in the riot, but there were around 15,000 more who followed them, hoping to profit from the situation. But under the army's suppression, these people had no power to resist. They couldn't even escape. The entire northern district was surrounded, and the roads leading to the outside world were guarded. Unless they could fly. But they clearly couldn't. The god these people worshipped hadn't transformed them into birdmen to offer them hope. To combat these people's fanaticism and faith, Wang Shan specifically instructed the army soldiers to chant slogans as they advanced, cursing the god these Europeans used as a pretext for their rebellion. Cursing the Lord while shooting and killing. How shocking was that scene? Just look at the stunned faces of the Europeans, too stunned to even flee. Where's your Lord? Where's the God you believe in? We're cursing him and slaughtering his followers. Where's he now? Puff. The bayonet plunged fiercely into the chest of a terrified believer, and the genetic soldier moved on to his next target. The European, feeling his strength rapidly draining from his body, thought before he lost consciousness, yes, where is the Lord? I, a devout believer, am fighting for his honor, but the enemy is cursing him and slaughtering us. Why won't the Lord punish me? Ultimately, he didn't receive the answer he sought, and he fell into eternal darkness. There are many others like him, lost in their final moments. However, the empire will not give them another chance. Many also tried to feign death to avoid being slaughtered by the imperial soldiers. Unfortunately, even upon seeing a dead body, the imperial soldiers would pierce them with their bayonets. So, those who lay on the ground pretending to be dead ultimately met their doom. The Europeans who had arrived in America on merchant ships to seek gold finally realized that the Song Empire was not as weak as they had assumed. These people appeared benevolent in their daily lives, but when their fangs were bared, they were as terrifying as the devil from hell. Unfortunately, it was too late for them to realize this. The empire would not give these people a second chance. Please spare me. I beg you. I have a 6-year-old child and a frail wife at home. The answer came from the sullen-faced soldier, and the cold bayonet pierced his chest. This man, begging for mercy, had, Just half an hour earlier, and his companions had broken into the home of an honest European worker who had not participated in the riots. They had assaulted the man, robbed him of his money, and raped his beautiful wife and 13-year-old daughter. While committing these abominable acts, they continued to praise their God, because God had granted them this opportunity to unleash their bestial nature. At that moment, he hadn't thought of his wife and children, but unexpectedly, he remembered them while begging for mercy. However, he was facing a genetic warrior who wouldn't listen to his ramblings. There were many others surrounded with him. They were now being stabbed to the ground one by the genetic warriors, who then continued to strike back. The dull sound of weapons piercing flesh echoed continuously. Those who didn't die immediately let out terrible cries of pain. However, the genetic warriors' faces were expressionless, unmoved. Only then did these people realize the folly of their actions. But it was too late. Under the powerful and murderous suppression, the thugs dispersed, hiding in nearby houses and pretending to be good people. The streets, once crowded with people, were now deserted after the suppression. The thugs had simply dispersed. However, the army's siege persisted, maintaining a tight perimeter around the North District. After the 2nd Army Regiment cleared the streets, they began rounding up those who had come to question them door to door. "Where do you live?" 308 North District, sir. "You live at 308, but this is 159. "What are you doing here, sir?" "This is my friend's house, and I'm visiting." "You're visiting? So are they all visiting too?" The genetics sergeant sneered at the dusty, pale-faced Europeans. "So where's the owner here?" "You're all just a mob," the genetics sergeant finally concluded, then waved his hand, and the genetics soldiers behind him charged forward. "Sir? No, we're really just visiting." Snap. "Ah. Puff. Spare us." Before their death, these men clung to their lies. Unfortunately, their lies were so flawed that they were impossible to believe. They were slaughtered right there on the street. Many of the thugs who had taken refuge in the surrounding houses watched the situation unfold through the cracks. Their hearts sank. To be continued. Mobile users, please read on. Chapter 460, It's over. According to Wang Shan, if all the Europeans trapped in the North District and unable to escape were killed, there would undoubtedly be some innocent victims. However, if every second person was killed, there would undoubtedly be some who slipped through the cracks. Therefore, Wang Shan simply issued a massacre order. As for those who were innocently accused, Wang Shan had no recourse. If anyone was to blame, it was the priests and pastors. After all, they had fanned the flames for their own selfish desires, and these Europeans were merely pawns and cannon fodder. After a night of suppression, the rioters in the North District dispersed, all fleeing into hiding. But even if they did, they could not escape imperial punishment. The soldiers of the 2nd Army Regiment meticulously searched house by house, bringing anyone they encountered into the streets, questioning them, and then executing them. Their excuses were so flawed that it was clear they had participated in the riot. Therefore, at least until now, none of those suppressed and massacred by the 2nd Army Regiment had been innocent victims. In fact, during the riots, the entire North District either participated or was attacked and killed by the rioters. Virtually no one in the entire North District was innocent. Some people had refused to participate, but were beaten to death by the rioters, accused of not believing in God, and their wives and daughters were raped. It's clear that these people had truly lost their basic humanity. Under such circumstances, many others joined in, becoming even more frenzied. At this point, it could be said that there were no more innocent people in the North District. For virtually everyone still alive, they were innocent. Therefore, the 2nd Army Regiment could kill anyone they saw, and it was certainly not wrong. It was already daylight. Bodies lay scattered on the streets of the North District, and black smoke still rose from some of the houses lining the streets. The once charming and peaceful community now lay in ruins, a stark contrast to its former self. You want a good life? You bitches, since you don't want a good life, then we'll grant you that. Master, sir, please let me go. I did this in a moment of wickedness. Now I know I was wrong, and I will repent. God is my witness. Fuck you, God. God can't control us here. You did something like this. You must be punished. If repentance is any use, what's the use of us? Puff. Ouch. Puff. Puff. A team of genetic warriors brought 5 or 6 more Europeans out of her house. However, they discovered the bodies of 2 women, one large and one small. It was clear that the bodies had been abused. After questioning, These 5 or 6 Europeans revealed their true colors. They had also participated in the riot that night. However, under the Empire's strong suppression, they had been forced to temporarily hide in a nearby house. Coincidentally, there was a woman and a girl in the house. These people, driven by their bestiality, had their minds taken over, and the scene the genetic warriors witnessed unfolded. As the geneticists stabbed these scums to death with their bayonets, they deliberately shouted, "Your God. Where's the God you're shouting about while committing acts worse than animalistic? You beasts. With believers like you, even if God truly exists, he's probably not a good person. Damn it." These words, which sounded blasphemous to the Europeans, were chanted by the geneticists every time they slaughtered the thugs. But what terrified the thugs was that, as the imperial soldiers had said, their God did not appear. No miracles came to save them. Instead, the imperial soldiers continued to harvest their lives with their bayonets. The words of some imperial soldiers were even more unbearable for the Europeans, completely subverting their faith. Listen up, everyone. God doesn't exist. Therefore, the church, faith, and your Lord are nothing more than the invention of lazy people hundreds of years ago who wanted to avoid work and get paid. Your Lord is simply a fabrication by these people, and the so-called miracles are fabricated by the church to deceive you. These words, relentlessly shouted through the imperial soldiers' tin-barreled loudspeakers, shook those who hadn't yet been interrogated. Blasphemy. These words are utterly blasphemous. They should be burned alive. Heresy. Heresy. Inside an ordinary house in the North District, the priests and pastors who had instigated the riot were now dressed completely differently. Their distinctive priestly robes had been replaced with ordinary European attire. They had also observed the current situation and knew that the riot had been completely suppressed. Furthermore, the massacre by the imperial soldiers had left them terrified. The interrogation was currently only taking place on the outskirts and had not yet reached them, so, for the time being, they were safe. But staying here forever wasn't an option. They were now searching for a way to escape this hellish north side. Unfortunately, all the intersections were blocked, making it impossible for them to escape. Furthermore, going out on the streets was extremely dangerous. Imperial soldiers would stab anyone encountered without a temporary residence permit without a word. Even if you had a temporary residence permit, if your address didn't match your current location, you'd be subjected to a barrage of interrogations. Ultimately, if they were found to be lying, they'd inevitably be stabbed. After all, lies always have a way of being exposed, right? These people didn't live in the North Side, they lived in the wealthy areas of Manhattan. With the generous financial support of their followers, these priests and ministers enjoyed a comfortable life. But this presented a problem. Their temporary residence permits said they lived in the wealthy areas, but how could they justify their presence here? And last night, there had been riots, yet they hadn't been harmed at all. Many honest Europeans had been bullied by the mob. Could they be spared? That was illogical. Furthermore, if they lied, they would undoubtedly be exposed by the imperial soldiers' relentless questioning. And then they would inevitably be stabbed to death. Death? They didn't want to. Besides, they hadn't lived long enough, hadn't they? They talked about God and heaven all the time, but those words were just to deceive the believers. As for heaven, whoever wanted to go could go, they didn't want to go anyway. And the priests and pastors didn't really know whether heaven even existed. As members of the church, the more they learned about the inside story, the less they believed in some things. In fact, the priests and pastors had doubts about the imperial soldiers shouting outside. But that was, after all, something only the church's higher-ups could handle. They, the lower-level members, could only speculate. Does God perform miracles? Yes. And then there's the possibility that God performs miracles. The reason they say yes is because everything is recorded in the Bible. And the events recorded in the Bible happened a long time ago, with no witnesses. After generations of transmission through the church, many people came to believe in the miracles recorded in the Bible. It's reasonable to say they didn't exist. This was because the church had a special group of elderly ascetics, fervent believers in God. They lived in seclusion, devoting all their energy to compiling stories about God and things suitable for public dissemination. Later generations described these people as the church's gunmen or media outlets. Does God really exist? If he does, why hasn't he performed miracles? While this question remains unanswered in ancient times, doubts about this have persisted since the Middle Ages. However, many such individuals were burned at the stake or beheaded for heresy. If God exists, and there are fanatics, Then why doesn't he appear when these zealots sacrifice themselves? Instead, the church periodically spreads rumors claiming that God has performed miracles. A local priest experienced this. He was a priest in a remote mountain area of Rome. A few years ago, a plague broke out there, killing large numbers of people. The church sent someone to report the situation. The plague was caused by impiety, acts that angered God, who sent it as punishment. The people believed it. They wept bitterly and spent their fortunes on indulgences, hoping to avoid divine punishment. Ultimately, the church received the wealth they sought, making a fortune during the plague. All they had to pay was a few ounces of cash. To this end, they even solemnly found several girls, tied them to a wooden stake, and burned them alive. The charge was that they were witches. But the priest, a participant in the entire process, knew this all too well. Those girls were not witches at all, they were just ordinary girls. They were burned because they had been illegally tricked into sexually exploiting the priests. However, after being sexually exploited, they proved difficult to deal with. Therefore, burning them as witches and heretics was the best option, preserving the priests and the church's reputation. The church often does things like this, and it's no big deal. So, where is God at this moment? Listening to the propaganda of the imperial soldiers outside, the priests were angry, some shouted, some remained silent, and some were anxious. To be continued. Mobile users, please read here. Chapter 461. A chill in my heart. As the crackdown entered its final stages, the pastors and priests were now at their wits' end. They now faced only two options: to find a way to escape, or to surrender and hope for survival. Beyond these two options, they had no other options. It was clear that any further resistance would only lead to their own death. Under these circumstances, their choice was clear: death. They absolutely would not wish for it. How could their lives, so precious, be ended like this? They had yet to enjoy life, and they would never willingly die like this. They wanted to live well, only by living could they enjoy the good of life. As for the believers who died in the turmoil and violence, they had nothing to do with them. Those fools who had obeyed their orders and done what they did were their own choices. Therefore, they should accept the consequences. This was God's will, wasn't it? Outside, the selection and slaughter of believers continued. The occasional pleas for mercy and wails made the pastors and priests shudder. The sound approached from afar, slowly drawing nearer. This indicated that the imperial army was tightening its encirclement and narrowing the area of investigation. It wouldn't be long before it would be their turn. However, under these circumstances, escape was clearly extremely difficult. They had already sent out a dozen zealots to search for an escape route, but to their dismay, there was no way. They had also lost a significant number of men in this endeavor. Oh my God, were they really going to die here today? Despite the cries of some pastors and priests, they were actually filled with fear. They didn't know if the imperial army's butcher knife would fall upon them as well. After all, this wasn't Europe. Only now did they think of this. It was truly hilarious. People as idiotic as these people believed that as long as the Lord's glory shone, everything they did would be successful. Why, at this moment, were they actually afraid? It was truly laughable. Logically, they should be praying and calling on their God to save them. After all, they were God's servants, working for Him, weren't they? God possesses such immense power, and should now display His miracles and rescue these people from the magic alliance. Only in such a critical moment, saving these people could truly demonstrate His greatness. But unfortunately, such a thing is simply impossible. First, the existence of God is still debatable. Even the authenticity of the so-called miracles preached by the church is still unverified. Therefore, in this situation, the power of life and death lies not with God, but with the imperials, who are even more terrifying than God. How ridiculous! When did the imperial soldiers become more powerful than God? This is truly amusing. Yet, in the hearts of these priests and ministers, they all believe this. Let's go out and tell them who we are. I think these imperials won't kill us. At this moment, someone made a suggestion. No, those priests were killed in the summer, proving that the empire won't show mercy just because we belong to the church. Someone immediately objected. But if we don't surrender, then what are our options now? This question really stumped everyone. Yes, if they continued to resist, what would they say when the empire came to investigate? No matter how they lied, they couldn't deny it. Besides, the empire probably already knew the reason for the riot. They, the masterminds behind it, had long been known to them. Now that they had done something like this, there was no guarantee the empire wouldn't kill them. After all, the incident they had caused was too serious. They had initially assumed that the empire would at most suppress the riot and leave the workers alone. But to their surprise, the empire went beyond their expectations and executed them without hesitation. This was sheer disregard for human life. Faced with such a high-ranking official, these pastors and priests were immediately in trouble. They didn't consider that these European workers weren't citizens of the empire to begin with, so why would the empire care about their lives? They were simply working to earn money. Since you're working to earn money, then just behave yourself. But these people, bored out of their minds, refused to behave themselves. They had to stir up such a commotion. How could the empire tolerate them? They weren't citizens, anyway, and the empire had no good feelings towards Europeans. To quickly suppress the rebellion, ruthless killing was inevitable. As for the huge labor shortage caused by the deaths of the European laborers, the empire didn't care. The empire wasn't begging them to come. The salaries and benefits were good, and if the Europeans didn't come, others would. Besides, they could buy slaves, right? Zhao Hongyu and his men had already decided to set off for the east in the spring to acquire some people. By then, the Europeans wouldn't be so important. Easterners are more hard-working than these Europeans. Even with the slightest favor, they'll create immense value. And if they're well-fed, they won't cause trouble. Furthermore, Easterners have no interest in the church, completely lacking the troublesome ambitions of a divinely ordained monarch. Most importantly, Easterners are very obedient. Giving them a piece of land and offering them some sweet treats will make them manageable. It's much easier than managing Europeans. So, if these European laborers dare to cause trouble now, the Song Empire will certainly not show any mercy. This is also an opportunity to show all Europeans working within the empire's methods. It's also a warning to those European laborers about what they can and cannot do. This is America, not Europe. It's not a place where anyone can do as they please, that's obvious. Knock, knock, knock. Just as everyone was arguing, a knock on the door hushed them. How is the riot being handled? At this moment, Wang Shen and Zhang Tai arrived at Zhao Hongyu's castle to meet him. Zhao Hongyu immediately asked about the situation. Although Zhao Hongyu knew that the unrest would eventually be resolved, he still felt a little worried. It's been resolved. Everyone in the North District has been suppressed and executed. While there are some innocent victims, most of them deserve their punishment. Wang Shan's response was simple yet brutal. Zhang Tai, standing beside him, nodded slightly, as if approving of Wang Shan's approach. The masterminds behind the incident have been apprehended. Interrogation revealed that the riot wasn't premeditated, it happened suddenly. The law enforcement team discovered their illegal gathering and, when they tried to arrest them, they impulsively decided to escalate the situation. Ultimately, the priests and pastors were apprehended, leaving them with no way of escaping the North District. After their capture, the genetically engineered warriors didn't execute them out of hand, but instead handed them over to Wang Shan for a surprise interrogation. Under Wang Shan's torture, the priests and pastors confessed everything. Only then did Wang Shan understand the origins of the incident. Even if it was a spur-of-the-moment act, it should have alerted us. They were able to pull off such a commotion in such a hurry. This shows that the church is really not a good thing. If we don't resolve the church issue quickly, and they become more powerful, we'll be in real trouble, Zhao Hongyu said in a stern tone. Wang Shan and Zhang Tai nodded in agreement. I've already notified the intelligence department to immediately bring out the GGO. While the church is being suppressed, they should immediately come to the fore and begin proselytizing. Zhang Tai also said to Zhao Hongyu, Your Highness, now that the church has gone through this uproar and been suppressed by us, it will be a long time before they can resume their mission and gain the support of the Europeans. Therefore, we can still take advantage of this period of uncertainty. When the church members resurface, they'll find there's no place for them in the empire, Zhao Hongyu said. Indeed, this matter is settled. This incident has made it clear to me that the church must not tolerate them, otherwise it will cause a major chaos. These people are lingering around. We just killed some people over the summer, and now more have popped up. They're simply impossible to eradicate. Instead of constantly guarding against them, why not use another method to deal with them? Zhao Hongyu's words were not without reason. Think about it, a group of priests and pastors had already been dealt with over the summer. But within just 6 months, the church's members reappeared in the imperial city, secretly preaching. By the time the empire discovered them, their followers had already surpassed 100,000. This was a terrifying situation. If they had come openly, Zhao Hongyu and his men wouldn't have been afraid. But they worried they would be so stealthy, catching them off guard. If it weren't for some unforeseen circumstance, and if those pastors and priests were eager to instigate a riot to test the empire's strength, perhaps the empire would have been completely helpless. Once they regained control of the believers, Zhao Hongyu and his men would have been in trouble. This incident also showed that the other party had learned their lesson. Through constant experience, they were growing stronger. After this, they would undoubtedly become even more secretive, more clever, and more difficult to deal with. Furthermore, Zhao Hongyu and his men had no way to defend themselves against the church's members. Every day, ships arrived at Manhattan's harbor, disembarking scores of European laborers. If those pastors and priests changed their attire, they'd be no different from ordinary people, impossible to tell apart. As the saying goes, there's no point in constantly guarding against thieves. It's simply impossible to prevent them. Furthermore, the European population wasn't particularly hostile to the church to begin with, so the church could reap significant benefits in a short period of time. This incident demonstrates this. Although the empire had labeled the church a cult and banned anyone within the empire from interfering with it, it couldn't control those Europeans. Those who aren't of my kind must have different hearts. After this incident, Zhao Hongyu's dislike for Europeans deepened. Your Highness, there's one more thing I need to report, Wang Shan said while Zhao Hongyu was lost in thought. Tell me, what is it? Snapped out of his thoughts by Wang Shan's voice, Zhao Hongyu fixed his gaze on him. Your Highness, we can't just focus on those Europeans now. We must also strictly control our Chinese people. Otherwise, they might be seduced by the church and become believers. That would be a real problem. Zhao Hongyu's pupils shrank sharply when he heard Wang Shan's words. What? Are there any Chinese citizens converting to religion? Zhao Hongyu had originally not believed such a thing would happen, and he still had great faith in the Chinese citizens. However, after hearing Wang Shan's words, his confidence was somewhat shaky. Wang Shan was not the kind of person to talk nonsense. The reason he was solemnly reminding them of this matter must be that he had some information. No, but there is such a trend. Wang Shan shook his head and replied seriously. This is too early. Didn't we tell the Chinese citizens to stay away from the church? Zhao Hongyu's expression turned a little grim. The most confident Chinese people now had such a problem. Zhao Hongyu must be feeling bad. Your Highness, because most women of Chinese descent want to have their weddings in gowns and held in churches, many people come to government offices every day to propose the establishment of churches within the empire. What are these people thinking? Don't they understand that establishing a church is tantamount to giving the church an opportunity? Zhao Hongyu said with dismay. Wang Shan said, there aren't many such people. There are only a few women who come and go. When they were educated, most of them were exposed to foreign ideas, so they are more westernized. Do they have husbands? Zhao Hongyu suddenly asked. Wang Shan nodded. They all have boyfriends, and they're all European? Zhao Hongyu was completely helpless. Your Highness, what should we do with these people? Wang Shan asked. Zhao Hongyu thought for a moment and said, send them and their boyfriends to Europe. They love everything Western, don't they? Let them see what modern Europe is like. Remember, don't keep them in the concessions, send them to real European cities of this era. Kill. They certainly can't be killed, after all, they are also of Chinese descent. But staying in the empire would definitely be a disaster. So, since they like Europe, then let them go to Europe. Zhao Hongyu has done his best to achieve this. Your Highness, I need to remind you that you need to talk to Sarah and the women of the Samuel family about the church issue. They are also Europeans and must be religious. If the church uses them as a breakthrough point, it will put us in a passive position. We have to guard against this. Wang Shan's reminder made Zhao Hongyu's heart tremble. Chapter 462 Public Trial. Wang Shan's warning suddenly made Zhao Hongyu wary. Yes, Wang Shan's words were not without reason. Sarah and the women of Samuel's family were all from Europe. They had been exposed to the church since childhood and had lived in Europe, where the church's beliefs were widely accepted. Therefore, they were unlikely to be completely resistant to the church. Their current relationship with him was quite special. If they were exploited by the church, it would be extremely troublesome. The women of Samuel's family were easier to deal with, but Sarah definitely needed a warning. Those in the church would undoubtedly exploit this situation, so he had to be vigilant. The rebellion had been suppressed. The empire's violent machine had massacred thousands, shocking all Europeans working within the empire. The violence and bloodbath had suppressed those who had been tempted to rebel. They wouldn't risk their lives. After all, the fanatics were still a minority, and without a driving interest, they wouldn't appear for the church. The medieval crusades were fueled by the promise of gold and land in Arabia, fueling widespread enthusiasm. Those who sacrificed their lives solely for their faith were, after all, a minority. The church understood this all too well. The Manhattan riots were, in fact, rooted in the restless nature of Europeans. Most joined the riots simply to seize the opportunity and make a quick buck. For the glory of God was merely a pretext. The behavior of the priests and pastors after their capture deeply disappointed Wang Shen and his companions. They were cowardly, fearful of death, and even utterly despicable. To survive, they resorted to every possible means, begging, confession, promises, even tearful declarations of renunciation from the church. The goal was to save their own lives. For these priests and pastors, while their actions might be somewhat shameful, what was the point of sacrificing their lives to survive? As long as they could survive, everything would be fine. At worst, they could go to church and confess their words when they returned to Europe, expressing regret for what they had said today. Everyone in the church would do the same. For them, it was a last resort. However, the Imperials had a perfect grasp of their mentality. How could they possibly be deceived? To think they could escape punishment by such means, claiming they had nothing to do with their actions, was sheer wishful thinking. This tactic might work for the clueless Europeans, but it would never work in the American Song Empire. What did they think of Wang Shen and the others? Did they think they were idiots? Wang Shen was furious. He then ordered the captured priests and pastors to be publicly tried at the docks. He also brought in the rioters who hadn't been executed immediately, forcing them to testify that everything had happened at the hands of these priests and pastors. Thus began a feud between the priests and pastors, with the believers themselves, leaving their actions clearly visible to everyone. Both sides blamed each other, blaming everything. Watching this spectacle, the public gained a thorough understanding of the church. The public trial, which lasted several days, was like a spectacle. In this era of lack of entertainment, people viewed the trial as a dramatic spectacle. Zhao Hongyu and his companions didn't care about the public's mentality. They simply wanted to expose the ugly faces of those in the church and make them clear to the Europeans. While this wouldn't completely dispel the faith of potential believers, it would have some impact. If the church were to revive, the behavior of these pastors and priests today would be a significant obstacle for those who came after them to recruit believers or get them to work. In the end, the rioters didn't escape punishment. They were all executed at the docks. The impact of the riot was truly devastating. While there was little damage to the main city, the workers' homes in the northern district, where they lived, were completely destroyed. Their actions also infuriated Wang Shen and his companions. Therefore, survival was a distant possibility for these people. As for the priests and pastors, they didn't get what they hoped for. They were sentenced to death by hanging. Indeed, the empire cared little for their status as servants of God, nor for the formidable church behind them. If these people dared to stir up trouble within the empire, they would be prepared to face punishment. So what if they were members of the church? Even if you were powerful, you were still in Europe, but this was America. Here, you must coil your dragon and lie low. If you don't understand this and insist on stirring up trouble, the empire will not tolerate you. When the priests and pastors heard the final verdict, some burst into tears, some rolled on the ground, and some even lashed out with threats. Some even erupted in furious outcry, no longer possessing their usual composure. They clamored that their deaths would prompt the European Church to reorganize the Crusades and come to America to destroy the Song Empire. Furthermore, from the public trial stand, they shouted like clowns at the crowd below, urging all believers to attack the surrounding Song Empire soldiers and rescue these servants of God. The European audience had witnessed the earlier actions of these priests and pastors. Their actions had deeply disappointed everyone. The believers had heeded their call and rioted. However, during the public trial over the past few days, these priests and pastors shamelessly denied the incident. Even under the accusations of so many people, they refused to admit it. They even shifted the blame, claiming that they didn't know these people. This left many believers heartbroken. Now, seeing that they were about to die, they shamelessly shouted at believers to attack the imperial soldiers and rescue them. These people were truly shameless. They were simply sending believers to their deaths. However, this incident also reveals that the church members are truly just as the public trial judge described them, a bunch of villains and clowns who deceive believers and exploit their faith for their own selfish gain. They care little for the lives of their followers. The judge's rhetoric during the public trial has been sharp. The priests and pastors, usually known for their sharp words, were practically silenced by France's questions. The judge stated that God does not exist and is an organization invented by ancient people seeking easy money. They exploited faith to deceive the working people, manipulating their mentality to obtain their desired wealth. However, through constant change, the church has grown in size and numbers, and now has its own ambitions. If it weren't for the strong resistance from European countries, the church would have long since become independent. Yet, even so, it has established a so-called papal state and a pope. France asked these priests, "Does God grant your claims to be servants of God?" Of course, the priests and pastors had no answer. Honestly, the claim that they were servants of God was a self-proclaimed claim, a claim held within the church. They hadn't even seen God. So how could they possibly have his permission? Even the Pope hadn't seen God, and therefore didn't have his permission. However, these priests and pastors offered some sophistry, but unfortunately, their arguments proved unconvincing. The Europeans watching the trial heard everything clearly through their questions and answers with the judge. Honestly, the judge's words sparked many questions and even doubts. No one in the church had ever seen God, not even the Pope. So how could they be considered servants of God? If God truly existed, why had he never revealed his presence or presence for so many years? While so-called miracles occurred from time to time, these were merely claims made by church members, and the witnesses were themselves found by the church. Could there be some hidden agenda? Even Joan of Arc, a historical hero, was ultimately betrayed and murdered by the church. This demonstrates the depth of the church's failings. Therefore, the judge deemed the church a fraudulent organization, believing they had never seen a true God or miracles. They were merely a bunch of frauds seeking a reputation. Faced with the judge's sharp words, the priests and pastors grew uneasy, but they nonetheless vigorously refuted them. France simply smiled indifferently at their rebuttal. "I've said so much, why haven't I been punished by your God? If your God truly exists, then now is the time for him to demonstrate his power." Unfortunately, the weather was fine that day, with clouds covering the sky and not a single sign of miracles. The highlight of the day was the appearance of Zhao, the crown prince of the empire, at the public trial. He even disdainfully told the priests and pastors that if God appeared now, he would willingly accept the faith of all citizens. He offered God a chance to stop the killings and spread his glory to the American continent. Sadly, God refused to honor his promise. No miracles were ever performed. Therefore, Zhao ultimately declared that the priests and pastors were to be hanged for being frauds. To be continued. Mobile users, please read here. Chapter 463. People in Thought. Many days had passed since the public trial of tens of thousands of people at the port, but the scene had left an indelible impression on the minds of those Europeans. This was especially true when the crown prince appeared and declared that if God performed a miracle, he would lead all citizens to believe in him and spare the priests and pastors. If God truly existed, he would pay close attention to matters of faith in a nation. The Song Empire's publicly announced population was enormous. It could be said that the Song Empire was stronger than Europe, boasting a larger population than any other European nation. Unfortunately, God did not appear, and not even the slightest sign of unusual activity in heaven. The crown prince simply uttered a few words before slowly departing. Zhao Hongayu's words were simple: "It seems your God doesn't exist." Faced with this, the faces of the European workers watching the trial were filled with excitement. Their expressions varied, and it was unclear what they were thinking about. Some stood there in deep thought, as if they had finally grasped something. Clearly, the scene Zhao Hongyu had created had deeply shaken them. Time rewinds, returning to the public trial scene. Pastors and priests wailed and pleaded. But the judge, grinning, shouted, "God didn't show up. It seems that this so-called Lord of yours didn't save you. Otherwise, why wouldn't he save you? Therefore, you should obey God's will and accept your fate." This was the kind of nonsense they'd used to deceive believers. But now, they hadn't imagined that, at this critical moment, the very people who were about to execute them would use it against them. It was truly ironic. "No. Actually, God doesn't exist. Can you please let me go if I tell you the truth?" Suddenly, A high-pitched voice pierced the air, making everyone's eyes widen. A middle-aged man in a priest's robe, looking chubby and with curly blonde hair, lay on the ground, shouting loudly. I was originally a servant of the Pope. Because I made some mistakes, I was expelled from the Vatican and became a low-ranking priest. I was then exiled to the American continent. I've come into contact with many of the Church's secrets, and I know what it all means. What an unexpected reward. The judge, Zhao Hongyu, Wang Shan, and Zhang Tai were all stunned. The sudden turn of events caught them completely off guard. None of them could have imagined that they had caught a big fish, and one that was of great value. The European laborers below were also stunned, completely stunned by this turn of events. What they witnessed today completely overturned everything they knew. The words of the chubby, middle-aged priest, in particular, shocked them beyond measure. What? God doesn't exist? How is that possible? This was the first thought that came to the minds of all the European laborers. The priests and other ministers surrounding the fat priest also stared at him in stunned silence, as if they were seeing him for the first time. Bring him here and let him talk. Turning from evil to good is a good thing. He's willing to leave the fraudulent organization and expose its dark side. We should give him a chance. Zhao Hongyu had originally wanted to leave, but something like this suddenly occurred. He didn't want to leave anymore. Not only did Zhao Hongyu become more interested, but even Wang Shan and Zhang Tai, who had come to the public trial, were equally intrigued. The fat priest was brought to the stand. He introduced himself and, without being asked, began to tell everything he knew. Costs? All the Church's various costs. The so-called miracles that have occurred in recent years were actually all fabricated by the Church. As for what happened in ancient times, he didn't know. After all, he couldn't have access to such confidential documents. He couldn't really say whether God existed. But based on his personal speculation, he probably didn't. If God existed, he couldn't possibly ignore the actions of his servants. Especially such evil deeds as disregarding human life, molesting underage girls, and framing innocent people. God would definitely not allow them. He didn't know about others, but he knew everything about the Pope. As he recounted his story, the hidden deeds of the Pope gradually came to light, sexually harassing underage girls, having 5 or 6 mistresses, using church funds to secure a noble title for his illegitimate child, and so on. This was the Pope, the man who claimed to be God's representative on earth, and yet he was such a wretch. How could this not shock everyone? Of course, the judge still had his doubts about the fat priest's claims. For example, was there any evidence for his claims? The fat priest repeatedly stated that he definitely had proof. Otherwise, he would have been executed by the Pope long ago. It was precisely because he had evidence that the Pope was cautious and spared his life. Zhao Hongyu and Wang Shan exchanged a glance, deciding that the fat man could be kept. It seemed he still had some use. The public trial had morphed into a public spectacle of betraying the Church and exposing the truth. This was something Zhao Hongyu and the others hadn't anticipated. But it was all right. After all, the priests and pastors' revelations about the Church's dirty laundry were always more convincing than his own words. They were all members of the Church. How could the Europeans not believe him? Furthermore, he had confessed in front of so many people, without being tortured. Therefore, his credibility was greatly increased. Temporarily detained, no hanging, the judge's words brought a long sigh of relief to the fat priest. He had been observing the expressions and reactions of Zhao Hongyu and the others as he revealed the information. He knew his life was temporarily safe. Whether he could truly survive depended on his future performance. He now had a clear understanding of his situation. And he had come to terms with it. Having already offended a powerful figure in the Church, he had no chance of rescuing himself. Now, if he were to reveal these things to save his life, he would definitely not be able to return to Europe. The Pope might even send assassins to kill him. Therefore, now they could only cling tightly to the Song Empire's thighs, living comfortably under their protection. The fat priest was led away by the genetic soldiers, and the other priests and pastors were about to be taken to the execution ground. I have something to say, too. I have secrets to reveal. With the fat priest as an example, the priests and pastors about to be hanged suddenly shouted loudly. After all, this was a chance to save their lives. If they could reveal the Church's secrets and pass the interrogation, they could temporarily survive. Only an idiot would not seize such an opportunity. At this point, these people rushed to shout and reveal the secrets they knew. As each revelation unfolded, The European laborers below felt as if the world had turned upside down. What they had heard and seen today was truly too shocking. However, everything these priests said was closely related to them. Combining their words with the actions of the Church on the European continent, their authenticity was indeed very high. For example, indulgences. These priests revealed that indulgences didn't actually atone for sins, but were merely a means for them, and even for the Church, to amass wealth. If God truly existed, think about it, why would a God need human money? It would be completely useless. The Church had always been like this. Whenever it was short of money, it would mobilize the public to buy indulgences. They would fabricate stories of natural disasters and divine punishment to scare people. These stories were, in fact, groundless. And this revelation wasn't the most shocking. The most shocking revelation was about confessing to a priest and sharing their secrets. According to the priest's admission, the priests would collect the secrets they heard and compile them into a book and submit it to the Vatican. The Vatican would then select useful secrets and exploit them, perhaps using them to threaten others for financial gain, or perhaps using them to help its own people attack political opponents. In other words, the Church hadn't kept the people's confessions secret. Not only that, it shamefully exploited these secrets and the confessors. This immediately shocked European workers. Indulgences weren't a big deal at the moment, they were just a scam. But this confession was suddenly unacceptable. And yet, it was confessed by the Church's own priests. You couldn't accuse them of fabricating it. Furthermore, when the priest spoke of this, the fat priest who had been taken away earlier was brought back and publicly testified that the priest's statement was absolutely correct. He could testify that, while serving the Pope, he had indeed helped him compile and catalog these secrets. Who in Europe at that time hadn't confessed to a priest? Almost everyone did. So, wouldn't they have no secrets left? In front of the priests, they were like being stripped naked. If the Church truly exploited this to gather the secrets it needed, it would be truly shameful. With the public trial over, some priests and clergy who knew the secrets survived, but others were not so lucky. They were hanged and their bodies were hung from the piers poles. But the aftermath of the public trial lingered for a long time. After this incident, the European workers began to reflect on the Church. It can be said that Zhao Hongyu and his team have achieved their initial goal. Next, it depends on whether the GGO can make a breakthrough, to be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote and vote on the starting point. Mobile users, please go to read the novel network. Chapter 464, Sarah's Attitude. With the surrender of the Dutch colonial governor, the Caribbean Sea has been completely controlled by the Empire. The Empire's tentacles have now begun to reach Central America. It can be said that 2/3 of the entire American continent is now in Zhao Hongyu's hands. Such a territory would be enormous even in later generations. It is conceivable that the behemoth Song Empire will appear in history textbooks of various countries in the future. However, this is far from enough. The empire has not yet controlled South America. Once it controls South America, the empire's territory will be even larger. Unfortunately, Zhao Hongyu currently has a small number of people under his command. Therefore, if he wants to completely control the entire American continent, he will probably have to focus on breeding genetic humans for a long time. With the situation in the Caribbean now settled, Zhao Hongyu is very confident. He now has no rivals in the American continent. In the future, the empire can fully fight the enemy beyond its borders. However, for Zhao Hongyu, there are still many issues that need to be resolved at home. First and foremost, population is a major issue. Then, there's the issue of infiltrating the Church, which also requires careful consideration. Zhao Hongyu couldn't relax just yet. Fortunately, he had Zhang Tai and Wang Shan to help him share his worries, otherwise, these two issues alone would have been overwhelming. Following the execution of the priests and pastors who instigated the riot, the aftermath of the riot still resonated deeply with the people of the empire. The judge's questions and the priest's actions during the public trial were particularly shocking to the European laborers. Even now, they constantly recalled the scene and pondered it. Meanwhile, a new sect emerged. Unlike the European Church, this sect's motto was to make the world understand their origins. They sought to explain to the world what gods were and what the world of the gods was like. In short, it was a highly speculative organization, and it had many fanatical followers. Furthermore, unlike the European churches, it was rumored that this organization possessed genuine artifacts and miracles. Anyone who didn't believe it would return home in a state of disbelief. Everything was progressing smoothly as Zhao Hongyu had envisioned and planned, and the Zhao's emergence encountered no obstacles. Now all Zhao Hongyu had to do was wait for the arrival of spring. Then, after the new warships were launched, they could set sail for the east. What would this ancient eastern kingdom be like in the Ming dynasty of 1622? The romantic scenes of Jinling, the charm of Qinhui, the slender horses of Yangzhou, Zhao Hongyu wanted to experience it all for himself. After all, he had arrived in this era, hadn't he? And with a tourist's mindset, it wouldn't hurt to see it all. After the riots ended, Zhao Hongyu took Sarah to the estate of the widows of the Samuel family. At Wang Shen and Zhang Tai's suggestion, Zhao Hongyu felt it necessary to talk to these women and learn their views on the church. If he didn't ascertain their attitudes and communicate with them beforehand, they would undoubtedly be targeted and exploited by the church. 100 spirited guards. A spacious black carriage, pulled by 4 black horses, sped along the broad concrete road. Inside, Zhao Hongyu sat warmly in an expensive black otter fur coat. Across from him, Sarah, also clad in a black fur coat, asked, "What do you think of the church?" The carriage hadn't reached its destination yet, and Zhao Hongyu needed to use the time on the road to communicate with Sarah beforehand and ascertain her attitude toward the church. After all, Sarah was closer to him than the women of Samuel's family. Her goals were greater than those of the widows. Furthermore, church members would be more aware of her presence. It could be said that if the church organization were to revive in the future, a woman like Sarah would inevitably become a target for those churches. After all, having one believer like her would be more effective than having thousands of ordinary believers. Looking at her beloved man's thoughtful face, Sarah blinked. She was a very intelligent woman, and with a quick thought, she understood why her man was asking her such a question. So, she replied, "Strictly speaking, the church's purpose and starting point are good. After all, they guide people toward goodness. But those who currently control the church are selfish, and everything they do is driven by their own self-interest. Therefore, I have no good feelings towards the church." After a moment's deliberation, Sarah expressed her opinion to Zhao Hongyu. Zhao Hongyu remained unmoved. Is that all? It was clear that Zhao Hongyu was not entirely satisfied with Sarah's answer. However, Sarah smiled indifferently and continued, "Since 30 years ago, Europe has been engaged in witch hunting. Do you know how many innocent women the church has burned or hanged for this?" Zhao Hongyu was stunned. He didn't know why Sarah brought up this matter. However, Sarah's mention of this topic reminded him of something. Throughout history, Europe had indeed witnessed many spectacular witch hunting campaigns. Behind these actions, there were various deeper motives and ugly reasons. The witch-killing campaign that began in this era began in 1590 and lasted until 1630. In just 40 years, over 1 million women were wrongfully implicated. Almost none of these women survived after being captured. They were essentially burned or hanged, a testament to the brutality of the Europeans. Zhao Hongyu knew about this incident and had a vivid memory of it because he had read a book that covered it. If history had it ending in 1630, then it was only 1622. And the witch killings were at their peak. Sarah continued, "Land annexation is rampant in Europe these days. Nobles, lords, large landowners, and merchants have concentrated all their wealth in their own hands. The church is also using various means to amass profits. Add to that the epidemic of diseases in Europe, and the people are suffering. To alleviate public discontent, the church has come forward to claim that it's because some people are practicing witchcraft and signing a pact with Satan in hell, selling their souls to bring misery to the mortal world. With that excuse, the nobles, lords, large landowners, and merchants can justify their actions, right? This way, innocent and vulnerable women become targets, the target of public outrage." Before meeting Zhao Hongyu, Sarah had lived in Europe. Furthermore, she was a noble woman. Therefore, she knew something about the dark side of these things. Even if she couldn't know everything, she could still gather some clues. You know, anyone in Europe can become a witch. Because the church has a system for informing on others, many people go to the church to tell on others. Sarah's eyes suddenly grew deep as she spoke. Sarah's gaze made Zhao Hongyu feel uncomfortable. He could tell she was feeling very uncomfortable. Some of these informers are very simple. They often propose to a woman they like or confess their love for her, but when they're rejected, they go to the church to tell on her, falsely accusing her of being a witch, and after accepting this kind of denunciation, The church will quickly send people to capture the woman and torture her severely. Under such severe torture, any confession you want can be obtained. Hearing this, Zhao Hongyu nodded. He knew all too well the power of torture. Honestly, under torture, any confession could be obtained. Not to mention that the people being tortured were women. You know, in Europe, the more beautiful a woman is, the more likely she is to be falsely accused of being a witch. Because they often have their own crushes, they reject many suitors. Consequently, those rejected by them destroy them. Sarah's expression remained calm as she spoke these words. But Zhao Hongyu sensed a chilling feeling in her words. Living in Europe during such times was truly unfortunate for women. Especially for those who were beautiful and talented. It was inevitable that such women would be proud. However, their talent inevitably led them to look down on ordinary people, and the pride could lead to their offending others. The consequence of offending others was being falsely accused of being a witch and subsequently executed. The church's practice was to execute any witch who had obtained a confession. At least, no woman falsely accused had survived. It was clear how tragic it was for beautiful and talented women to live in such an era. Sarah paused, seeing Zhao Hongyu's expression of sorrow, and then continued in a gloomy voice, "You know, more often than not, those beautiful girls are falsely accused and taken to the Inquisition. What awaits them is brutal abuse and insults from the priests and their lackeys." Zhao Hongyu knew without hesitation what kind of treatment a beautiful girl would face in that place. Those priests were all sanctimonious men. Those beautiful girls who entered that place were like lambs to the slaughter, toyed with as they pleased. It's not surprising that all sorts of perverted and humiliating methods were used on these usually arrogant and beautiful girls. Because these people are inherently perverted, especially those in the Inquisition. Zhao Hongyu even maliciously wondered if the Inquisition was the church recruiting every psychopath in Europe. If those girls were imprisoned there, their fate would be undeniable. I have a friend, the daughter of a minor French noble, with great musical talent. Sarah recounted her friend's fate. Because she refused a priest's advances, she was falsely accused of being a witch and imprisoned in the diocesan court. Sarah sighed, then looked at Zhao Hongyu and said, "Can you imagine the inhumane torture she endured?" Zhao Hongyu nodded, but remained silent. Sarah continued, "Those seemingly kind priests tortured me in ways you wouldn't imagine. They used all sorts of bizarre instruments that would leave you speechless. I can't imagine how a human being could be so cruel and abusive to such a beautiful woman." Zhao Hongyu, a descendant of the past, was of course well aware of this. After all, images of various European church torture instruments had circulated online. Just looking at the images of those instruments was enough to make one shudder. "What happened to your friend?" Although he could already guess what happened to Sarah's friend, Zhao Hongyu couldn't help but ask. "She committed suicide. She was a proud person, and she didn't want to suffer that kind of abuse, so she killed herself." Sarah's eyes misted over. In fact, before she chose suicide, she had already suffered torture that no ordinary person could endure. "Even now, when I think of that priest, I still feel scared." Sarah folded her arms over her chest, as if she were thinking of something terrible. Zhao Hongyu sat down and hugged Sarah. Sarah's body was shaking uncontrollably. And it was obvious that she was truly frightened by the past. God bless her, she is no longer in Europe, but she still feels so terrified when she mentions the church and her friend. It shows that the church is truly a terrifying existence. Yet, incidents like Sarah's friends continue to happen in Europe. Perhaps, the only explanation is that Europeans are more psychopathic. Zhao Hongyu thought to himself. "Don't be afraid, I'm always by your side. This is America, not Europe, and the church will not have an inch of land in America." Sarah turned her head suddenly, looked at Zhao Hongyu and said seriously, "In fact, I support you from the bottom of my heart in not allowing the church to come to America, because if they come to America and settle down, it will definitely not be beneficial to the rule of the empire, and it will also be a disaster for the people." This can be regarded as Sarah's expression of her feelings to Zhao Hongyu. Zhao Hongyu also understood Sarah's attitude. For this reason, Zhao Hongyu was relieved. To be continued. Mobile users please read, Chapter 464 Sarah's Attitude. Chapter 465 Be careful about everything. As she spoke with Sarah, she gradually unraveled Europe's dark history. Europe at this time wasn't the dazzling, and dreamlike world people imagined. There were no court balls, no courtly knights and princes, no proud ladies. Instead, it was filled with rude knights, hypocritical nobles, and women covered in powdered hair. This was the truest reflection of the era. Zhao Hongyu couldn't understand why any woman of Chinese descent would be so fascinated by the Europe of this era. He couldn't comprehend it. Furthermore, this era was also shrouded in the dark shadow of the church. The witch hunts continued. Those innocent women were wrongfully killed under various accusations. Instead of seeking justice for them, the public watched the excitement as if it were a festival. For European women born in such an era, it was a disaster. Families with the means were desperately trying to escape the continent. This is why, after the discovery of the Americas, waves of immigrants braved the dangers of seafaring to find new hope. The root cause was the sheer oppression of the European continent. People had no way out. However, with the arrival of Zhao Hongyu, the times had changed dramatically. The Europeans who once inhabited the Americas were no longer the protagonists, but rather minor characters, barely worthy of supporting roles. The Song Empire and its ethnic Chinese had become the masters of the Americas. Despite this, the Song Empire needed a vast labor force and population, so Europeans could still seek a new life here. The only prerequisite was that they adhered to the empire's laws and regulations, and did not violate them. Only by adhering to these rules could they live comfortably here, free from the oppression of the church and aristocracy on the European continent. After a conversation with Sarah, Zhao Hongyu understood Sarah's attitude, which brought him a sigh of relief. It was clear that Sarah had no fondness for the church, and rather, a strong dislike for it. It was precisely because of Sarah's social class that she was exposed to the dark side, knowing more than the lower classes. It was also because of this that Sarah harbored a deep-seated dislike for the church. Zhao Hongyu's attitude towards Sarah was exactly what he hoped for. With this attitude, Sarah would be less likely to be exploited by the church in the future. After all, she hated the church, didn't she? Sarah, I'm so sorry about your friend's situation. I can promise you that the church will never gain a foothold in the Americas. I will never allow an organization that is so destructive to social stability to establish itself here in the Americas. I promise. Sarah's eyes were filled with mist. What she had just said to Zhao Hongyu brought back memories of the past, things she didn't want to think about, things she could already forget. Zhao Hongyu sat down beside her, and feeling the small man's strong arm, Sarah's fear finally settled. Sarah, how did you know your friend would suffer that fate? Were you also imprisoned? Sarah described her friend's ordeal to Zhao Hongyu, as if she had witnessed it firsthand. But Sarah couldn't have been in prison there. If she and her friend had been in prison together, she wouldn't have been sitting next to him. After all, there's no record of women who become witches surviving. Seeing Zhao Hongyu's confusion, Sarah took a deep breath, calming herself, then sat down and rested her head on Zhao Hongyu's shoulder. I bribed the inquisitors to take me to see my friend. That's how I saw what happened to my friend firsthand. Unfortunately, I didn't have the resources to rescue her. It would have cost a fortune, and I didn't have that much. Zhao Hongyu reached out and took Sarah's hand, transferring some of his warmth to her. He could sense Sarah's lingering regret for not being able to save her friend. Those church members could atone for their sins with money. Unfortunately, her father had already lost money in a business deal, and the family was on the brink of bankruptcy, so there was no money to save her. Sarah couldn't hold back her tears, streaming down her fair, smooth cheeks and dripping onto her fur coat. In the end, my friend committed suicide, unable to endure the humiliation anymore. There are many girls like her in the court. I even saw members of the court, several men, gang raping a beautiful girl who had just been arrested. Sarah recounted what she had witnessed in the regional court. This gave Zhao Hongyu a direct understanding of the situation. Poor girls, Zhao Hongyu sighed inwardly. There was nothing he could do. Although he felt sorry and heartbroken for these girls, what could he do? It's all over now. You've come to America. You no longer have to face the filthy and terrifying church, Zhao Hongyu comforted Sarah. Sarah leaned her head against Zhao Hongyu's shoulder and leaned in closer, allowing him to hold her tighter, as if that would make her feel safer. It's great that you have this kind of thinking and attitude. I was worried that the people in the church would set their sights on you and try to find a foothold in America through roundabout means. Now that he understood Sarah's thoughts and attitude, Zhao Hongyu's worries were gone. So, he spoke his heart out to Sarah, sharing his concerns with her. Compared to the widows of the Samuel family, Sarah was the most important person. As long as she remained safe, nothing would be a problem. After all, the widows of the Samuel family relied on Sarah for support. Therefore, as long as Sarah maintained her attitude, Any future problems with the widows wouldn't cause too much trouble. Of course, Zhao Hongyu also needed to test the waters with the widows of the Samuel family beforehand. It was better to take precautions if it could help avoid any trouble. After hearing Zhao Hongyu's words, Sarah said quietly, "I know. I'm not stupid. I've already guessed what you were thinking. So, rest assured, I'm absolutely on your side and supporting you. I deeply loathe those in the church. It's completely impossible for them to gain a foothold with me." This was a reassurance to Zhao Hongyu. "You're right to worry. As your wife, the wife of the crown prince of the empire, and the future ruler of the empire, I'm bound to come under the church's scrutiny. And I'm European. With my support, it would be much easier for them to gain a foothold in America." Sarah regained her wit, analyzing Zhao Hongyu's perspective bit by bit. "As for what punishment I'll face, those in the church won't care. They're a selfish bunch. As long as it benefits them, they don't care about the consequences for others. So, they'll definitely try to get close to me, build relationships, and achieve their goals." Sarah was all too familiar with the church's tactics. The reason for these two incidents is that the church members were a bit blind and a bit too arrogant. That's why they failed both times. But I think next time they'll be even more secretive, even smarter, and harder to deal with. Zhao Hongyu nodded. "Yes, that's what I thought of, so I wanted to see your attitude. After all, other things are easy to talk about and solve. But you're my closest people. What should I do if problems arise from you?" Sarah heard this, squeezed Zhao Hongyu's hand, and then said in a sweet voice, "Don't worry, I won't be so stupid as to fall into the church's trap. But we still can't be careless and should be as cautious as possible. After all, those people in the church will definitely do anything to achieve their goals." Zhao Hongyu took Sarah's warning to heart. "Honestly, you can't treat those people in the church as normal people. You're going to the Samuel's estate now, presumably to give them a heads up and gauge their attitude toward the church. How could clever Sarah not already know the purpose and intentions of Zhao Hongyu's visit?" Seeing Sarah's question, Zhao Hongyu nodded and replied, "Yes, I'm worried about you and the women of the Samuel's family. They have a connection to you, and the church will probably know about it sooner or later. It's not impossible for them to try to get close to them and bring you down." Zhao Hongyu narrowed his eyes, imagining the possible scenarios. The scenarios he was worried about weren't impossible. He continued, "Furthermore, Wang Shen and that girl, Anais, are now dating, and things are going quite well. Therefore, the Samuel family holds considerable value for those in the church. First, they have connections to the royal family and to my trusted associates. If they can use confession to gain access to some of the empire's secrets and then threaten those involved, then establishing a foothold in the Americas won't be difficult," Zhao Hongyu said to Sarah, imagining what the church might do and the methods they might employ. To be continued. Mobile users, please go to read. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 466, Sarah is obsessed with the East. Sarah was the crown prince's wife, a legitimate concubine. She was second in line after Emma, and her status was self-evident. Direct contact with Sarah seemed unrealistic. However, utilizing the women of the Samuel family, who were related to Sarah, would make things much simpler. After all, they were just women, so they were easy to deal with, weren't they? Furthermore, Anais of the Samuel family had a special relationship with Wang Shan, a trusted royal guard general under Crown Prince Zhao Hongyu, seemingly in a relationship. This made the women of the Samuel family even more valuable. Therefore, if the church returned to America, they would undoubtedly target the women of the Samuel family. Even the slightest connection would allow these shameless church members to expand their influence. That would be a serious problem. What if one of the women of the Samuel family was a devout believer? Zhao Hongyu was most concerned about this possibility. After all, in Europe, even a king could be a devout believer, even fighting for the church. Such a thing was not uncommon. For example, the King of Spain, who was currently suffering from both the Portuguese rebels and the French, was a devout believer in the church. He was also the church's recognized armed protector. This meant that if anyone threatened to harm the church, he, the church's kingly protector, would dispatch a vast army to annihilate those individuals and forces that offended the church. He was an absolute mastermind. However, The Spanish were currently facing a difficult situation. They were already on the brink of collapse. Although the Church mobilized the Holy Roman Empire to prepare a military rescue, they encountered the American volunteers. There was no way to save the Spaniards. Of course, not all kings in Europe were devout believers. These kings were not fools. They saw through the Church's true nature and only used it to exploit its power. Decades later, Louis Zhao of France disregarded the Church even more, simply crowning himself emperor without any recognition from the Church. It was from that time that the Church's influence would gradually decline. It was Louis Zhao who initiated the suppression of the Church's power. However, thanks to Zhao Hongayu's presence, this momentum might even accelerate by a few years. After all, only God knows what effect the arrival of Zhao Hongayu, this little butterfly, will have. The team moved forward at a leisurely pace. The wide, smooth road was not at all bumpy, and the carriage, equipped with shock absorbers, was quite comfortable. Inside, Zhao Hongyu and Sarah were both wearing thick fur coats, more than enough to keep them warm. Furthermore, there was a small heater inside. So, even though it was chilly outside, the temperature inside was still quite high. At this time, they were quite a distance from Samuel Manor, so Zhao Hongyu and Sarah, to avoid talking, engaged in small talk. When spring comes, I plan to take you and Emma to the east. Sarah's face lit up with surprise. To that eastern country where roads are paved with gold and people live in abundance. This was the reaction of Europeans of that era whenever the East was mentioned. A country paved with gold. People lived like they were in paradise. Even many books described it that way. Dutch and Spanish fleets from the East would occasionally return to Europe and tell people about their experiences there. Eastern cities were cleaner, people were polite, and life was affluent, compared to Europeans, in short, 100 times better than in Europe. The lives of European nobility might not even compare to those of ordinary people in the East. So, Sarah yearned for the East. You look so excited. Don't you think life in Manhattan is also quite affluent? Zhao Hongyu said to Sarah with a curled lip. Of course Manhattan is good, far better than Europe. The city is clean and tidy, the streets are well planned, people can find jobs here, and with hard work, they can earn enough to support their families. And the politics are clean, and the officials are down to earth. Sarah rattled off a list of Manhattan's virtues. But I still yearn for the East. Oh, I didn't expect Sarah to be such a die-hard Eastern fan, Zhao Hongyu thought to himself. In fact, most Europeans of this era were die-hard Eastern fans. Because they'd been fantasizing about the East for quite some time. Ever since a certain European woman returned home during the Yuan dynasty and wrote about her experiences, people of all classes in Europe have been filled with yearning and fantasizing about the East. For centuries, through fantasy and imagination, the Eastern lands have long been a paradise. Sarah was one of those people. So, Zhao Hongyu couldn't help but laugh and cry. You and Emma are going to come with me. Since you're so eager to see it, I'll grant you your wish, Pow. Sarah hugged Zhao Hongyu and gave him a deep kiss. Then, with her bright, excited eyes, she looked at him and said, my lifelong dream is to visit that mysterious and powerful country in the East, to see what a golden road looks like, Zhao Hongyu said sincerely. Damn, these Europeans. How could there be a golden road in the world? It's not even sensible. But seeing Sarah's excitement, Zhao Hongyu couldn't say anything too discouraging. Anyway, when she finally gets to the East, she can experience it for herself. After all, she's so happy now, isn't she? And Sarah herself said it was her dream. Yet, why would I so cruelly destroy someone's dream? Even if it was ultimately shattered, at least it could make her happy for a while. So, with that in mind, Zhao Hongyu didn't bother explaining to Sarah that there were no golden roads or rivers of milk in the East. I'm so hoping spring will come soon so we can set off for the East, the land I've dreamed of visiting since I was a child. Sarah sat up straight, her hands clasped across her chest, accentuating her already voluptuous figure. Sitting beside her, Zhao Hongyu even wondered if he could see stars twinkling in her eyes if he walked up to her. Sarah's reaction was like those young girls in later generations who heard they were going to Hollywood to pursue their dreams. However, Sarah was clearly not a young girl anymore, she was a mature 29-year-old woman. Still, her reaction was quite endearing. Zhao Hongyu smiled at Sarah and thought to himself. You said your ancestors came from the East, right? After a moment of yearning, Sarah suddenly turned and looked at Zhao Hongyu with a gleaming gaze. Yes, Zhao Hongyu had used the same trick to deceive the Mohicans and Europeans. He even deceived Emma and Sarah, who became his wives. The ancestors of the Chinese citizens of the Song Empire were descendants of the Song dynasty from the eastern continent. They continued their bloodline and traditions, but of course, they also discarded many things. So, it was not surprising that Sarah asked such a question now. Zhao Hongyu nodded. Yes, my ancestors came from the eastern continent, but that was hundreds of years ago. Back then, Genghis Khan's cavalry swept across the Mongol Empire. My ancestors were defeated by them, and a vast nation was torn apart. That's how our royal family came to the American continent, establishing a home here, far from the Mongol slaughter, dividing line. France Queen, news from the front, Madrid, Spain, has fallen. The Spanish army has been annihilated, just as Zhao Hongyu and Sarah were on their way to Samuel's estate, and peace had returned to the Song Empire in America. The Portuguese-French alliance on the European continent had made new progress. The Spanish capital, Madrid, had fallen, and the Spanish army had been completely annihilated. This news spread like wildfire throughout Europe, especially to the Spanish army in the Netherlands, where it had a profound impact. It seemed a bit inappropriate for them to continue fighting the Protestants in the Netherlands after their capital had been captured. Although the Spanish had not yet surrendered, the capture of the capital had already led everyone to believe that Spain was doomed. Fortunately, the church urgently sent a large sum of money to the Netherlands, allowing the commander to bribe the Spanish leaders, thus stabilizing the Spanish army. Otherwise, the collapse of the Spanish army in the Netherlands would have had serious consequences. Even so, the church legions in the Netherlands were unable to launch an attack against the Protestant coalition and were forced to adopt a passive defensive strategy. However, the Protestant coalition currently lacked sufficient strength to launch an attack against the church legions, so the two sides continued to maintain a standoff in the Netherlands. Small-scale fighting continued, but on a relatively small scale. Mary was overjoyed upon receiving the battle reports from the front. The capture of Madrid meant that the Spanish were no longer able to mount a military confrontation. With a massive Spanish army destroyed, who would be left there to resist the French? Where is the Spanish royal edict of surrender? Mary summoned her ministers to a meeting. Your Majesty, the Spanish royal family has not issued a surrender edict. It seems they are waiting for the church's support. Perhaps they still have some illusions in their hearts. The French Minister of War stepped forward and replied. Hearing that the Spanish royal family had not surrendered, Mary frowned. She felt that the war was far from over, not as she had imagined. Your Majesty, the Portuguese government has also sent envoys. They hope to sign an agreement with us immediately to demarcate the border and determine the boundary between our two territories, to be continued. If you like this work, please vote on Kidian.com or a monthly ticket. Your support is my greatest motivation. Mobile users, please read here. Chapter 467 European Situation. Now, Madrid, the Spanish capital, has been captured, and the French have taken over. The Portuguese, though not entirely satisfied with this outcome, have no choice but to accept it. With Portugal's current strength, turning against the French is unrealistic. At the very least, the Portuguese now occupy over a third of Spanish territory, a vastly larger area than Portugal's original territory. Even just digesting this land would take time, wouldn't it? Furthermore, the successful uprising has not only restored Spain but also expanded its territory. With the fall of the Spanish Empire came the various power struggles within the rebel forces. These issues alone are enough to give the Portuguese a headache. Fortunately, the top two figures in the Portuguese uprising enjoyed the support of the Song Empire in America. Thanks to their connections, they were able to secure loans from the Song Empire to stabilize Portugal's economy, so their positions remain strong. However, the power struggles within their ranks have made it impossible for the Portuguese army to continue fighting. Therefore, they are forced to watch helplessly as the French take the lion's share of the pie. Furthermore, the Portuguese and French now face the task of immediately demarcating the border and beginning to eliminate the Spanish royal family and its remaining troops. Only then could they completely conquer Spain. Meanwhile, both Spain and France faced pressure and criticism from European powers, as well as the challenges posed by the Church. Indeed, after the fall of the Spanish Empire, the French power surged, and with it, the Portuguese became a rising power. This was not good news for the rest of Europe. However, the Eastern European states were still embroiled in the Dutch War and could not afford to care for the French and Portuguese. If they supported the Spanish royal family, however, the situation would be quite difficult. Therefore, the Spanish royal family must be found and detained. This was the most important matter. The Church also did not want to see the French and Portuguese rise to power, as it would not benefit the Church. First, France had always been at odds with the Church, unlike the Spanish, who were respectful to the Church. Therefore, the rise of the French would not only be of no benefit to the Church, but would also create a powerful enemy. The same was true for the Portuguese. Therefore, with the Spanish capital captured and the royal family missing, the Church united with the various governments within its small group and issued a statement stating that it did not support the French and Portuguese occupation of Spain and demanded their immediate withdrawal and cede Spanish territory. Neither the French nor the Portuguese accepted this statement. It's unrealistic to expect a meat in your mouth to be spit out just because you yelled. These days, everything is based on strength. It's truly impossible for the Church to accomplish anything with just words. Unless the Church mobilizes a massive army and defeats France and Portugal, it might be possible to restore the Spanish royal family to its former glory. However, the Holy Roman Empire, now controlled by the Church, was being held down by the American Volunteer Army on France's eastern border and was unable to offer any assistance to the Spanish. Therefore, the Church could only watch helplessly as the Spanish capital fell and the royal family fled and disappeared. Faced with such a situation, the Church felt truly heartbroken. He was convinced that the Spanish were the Church's ultimate henchmen, always available and providing their own food. The Church, as the overlord, would surely be displeased with the sudden loss of such a comforting underling. If anyone disobeyed in the future, even without a subordinate, would the Church still hold sway? This was a very real question. However, a military crackdown on France's eastern border wouldn't help the Spanish at all. Meanwhile, the Church's military wing was still locked in a standoff with a Protestant coalition in the Netherlands. It was impossible to allocate additional forces to aid the Spanish. Therefore, the Church could only offer a few angry shouts, hoping to intimidate the French and Portuguese. But these days, words are often more effective than fists, so the Church's plans were completely unsuccessful. Mary also recognized the current situation. She knew full well that the Church was merely shouting. They couldn't deliver any concrete action. The military standoff in the Netherlands looked like it would take a long time to resolve, and along France's eastern border, American volunteers were holding off the Roman Empire's military offensive. Therefore, France would be safe for a long time. Therefore, the French now needed to quickly conclude a new alliance with the Portuguese. Establish an offensive and defensive alliance, then clearly define the borders, freeing up their hands to deal with the remaining Spanish military forces and consolidate the newly conquered territories. After the war in the Netherlands ends, the French and Portuguese can fully focus on counterattacking the Church coalition's counterattack. It's obvious that the Church will not allow Spain to be destroyed. The strengthening of France and Portugal would be detrimental to the Church and the rest of Europe. Even the Protestant coalition countries did not want to see such a situation. Although the French and Portuguese attack on Spain did help the Protestant coalition, significantly reducing the pressure in the Netherlands, based on the principle of balancing national interests, the Protestant coalition countries did not want to see a European superpower. France already had a large territory, and now that it owned half of Spain, its territory had expanded significantly. It was already showing signs of becoming a European superpower. This was something no one wanted to see. The people most concerned about this situation were the British. As an island nation isolated from the European continent, the British feared the emergence of a superpower on the continent. This would be a grave threat to the British. Therefore, the British actively engaged with the Church and Protestant factions, urging them to cease hostilities in the Netherlands. This would free up the Church-led military coalition to deal with the French and Portuguese. The British even halted their naval battles with the Dutch in the North Sea, withdrawing their forces to attack the French and Portuguese coasts. The Church and Protestant coalition remained silent on the British proposal, as both sides held concerns. Without a unified vision, the British plan was unlikely to succeed. First, while the battle in the Netherlands appeared to be a draw, there were many reasons for this. For one thing, the Spanish army suffered a setback due to the attack on mainland Spain, which led to a setback for the Spanish legions in the Netherlands. Furthermore, the Holy Roman Empire's army, originally intended to support the war in the Netherlands, was diverted to attack France due to the Spanish intervention. However, they were defeated by the American volunteers, suffering heavy casualties. The Protestant coalition was not likely to be unaware of these events. If the two aforementioned circumstances hadn't existed, the Protestant coalition would have been defeated long ago. How could they still be so carefree in their military standoff with the church faction in the Netherlands? It's obvious that this is impossible. It can be said that they were saved by the French, Portuguese, and American reinforcements. Now the Spanish are crippled, their capital lost, and even their royal family has fled with no news. This is a boon for the Protestant coalition. However, considering the strength of France, this could be a negative factor for the Protestant coalition. Therefore, they are currently struggling with whether to accede to the British request. After all, if they agreed to the British proposal and reached a truce in the Netherlands, the church military faction would be free to deal with the French and Portuguese. However, after the French and Portuguese were defeated, the Protestant coalition would undoubtedly face war again. At that time, without the support of the French and Portuguese, the Protestant coalition alone would be unable to withstand the attack of the intervening military faction. This is precisely because of this consideration. Therefore, the Protestant coalition countries were deeply conflicted. Unlike the Protestant coalition, the church-affiliated military blocs all expressed their support for the British proposal. However, they also had several issues to resolve. First, they had to find the Spanish royal family. This would give them a legitimate reason to send troops. After helping the Spanish defeat the French and Portuguese, the Spanish would also provide military funds, right? Otherwise, who would they turn to for funds? No idiot would do such a thing as fighting a war for nothing. Furthermore, if they wanted to deal with the French and Portuguese, they would need to reach a truce with the Protestant coalition. This was the most important issue. The church-affiliated military bloc did not yet have the military strength to fight on two fronts. Especially with the Spanish capital captured, the royal family out of touch, and tens of thousands of Holy Roman Empire troops shattered by American volunteers on France's eastern border. A new battle plan would need to be formulated, the Holy Roman Empire would need to recruit new troops, and they would need to find a way to deal with the American volunteers stationed there. Furthermore, the question of how many troops each country should send and who would provide the first supplies was a question that needed to be considered and resolved. Without resolving these issues, how could they possibly turn their guns around? The British knew these situations needed to be addressed, so while they were extremely anxious, they had no other options. Having completely lost their American colonies, they needed to find a new source of income. Therefore, Portugal and France were a good option. The British planned to aid the church military clique in defeating the Protestant coalition, then seek new colonies from Portugal and France to supplement their domestic economy. As for the Song Empire in America, the British dared not offend. The Atlantic Ocean alone, not to mention the Song Empire's powerful warships and army, was enough to give the British a hard time. Having suffered so many setbacks, the British had become much wiser and no longer considered America. As long as the Song Empire existed in America, Britain knew it would be impossible to gain a foothold. Of course, their current lack of interest stemmed from their awareness of their own weakness, not being as powerful as the Song Empire. However, they felt that if they could unite with other European countries to deal with the Song Empire, things would become much simpler. After all, the British had their own agenda. However, they couldn't reveal their plans yet. Their priority was to establish good relations with the church and plan this step by step. The British had already heard about the Song Empire's plans to seize the Caribbean. They were overjoyed. This wasn't because of the Song Empire, but because the Song Empire had not only seized the Spanish Caribbean colonies, but also the Dutch. This had offended even the Dutch. The British had also learned about the church situation in Manhattan. Well, not only had they offended the Dutch, but now even Europe's underground godfather churches. The Song Empire had a favorable position, and the British were overjoyed. Clearly, the Song Empire had an agreement with the French and Portuguese. They were seeking to seize and divide Spain, while the Song Empire would seize the Spanish Caribbean colonies. Everyone got what they wanted. However, the Song Empire's appetite was surprisingly large. It not only seized the Spanish Caribbean colonies, but also drove out the British and seized Dutch colonies. This was truly audacious, and their appetites were truly formidable. The Song Empire's actions would undoubtedly offend the Dutch, leading them to accept the British proposal. Furthermore, the Dutch were on the rise in maritime power, and their potential as the future coachman of the sea had already begun to emerge. If it weren't for Zhao, the butterfly that flapped its wings, causing some historical events to deviate, The Dutch colonial interests in the Caribbean would likely never have fallen into the hands of the Song Empire. But now that things had come to this, what else could be said? For a time, the occupation and division of Spanish territory had brought some changes to European nations. The Dutch War, originally slated to rage for many years, now showed signs of a ceasefire. Of course, if a ceasefire truly came to pass, there were still many issues to be resolved. However, with the British's mediation and coordination, these issues should be resolved quickly. Because what the British said was true. If we continue to waste time, the French and Portuguese will be able to digest the Spanish territory. At that time, it will not be so easy to deal with them. Now is a good opportunity to deal with them, because they have just occupied the Spanish territory, and some Spanish resistance is still continuing, to be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote and vote on Kidian.com. Mobile users, please go to read the novel network. Chapter 468: The Chaos Caused by Spain. The Spaniards of Madrid, the former Spanish capital, were now crestfallen, their former arrogance gone. Ever since the French occupation, the Spanish spirit had vanished. The empire, which had dominated the seas since the 15th century and pioneered the age of discovery, had lost its former glory. The Spanish could not fathom what they had done wrong to end up in such a predicament. However, no matter how much they reflected, they could not change the fact that their nation was now utterly destroyed. France and Portugal were dividing up Spanish territory, aiming to effectively destroy Spain, leaving no room for support or assistance. Neither France nor Portugal wished to see Spain reappear on the European map. It would be detrimental to both. Spain had always been a potential rival to France, and the French were eager to see the Spanish kingdom fall. The Portuguese, on the other hand, harbored a grudge against the Spanish over their annexation of their territory and wished to crush the Spanish. Furthermore, their collaboration to defeat Spain had offended the Church, creating a common enemy and common interests between Portugal and France. Envoys from both sides met frequently in Madrid, arguing endlessly over the border. First, Madrid had been captured by France, so the French argued that the border should be demarcated from a point outside Madrid. However, the Portuguese disagreed. The Portuguese had also been fighting the Spanish outside Madrid, but military considerations prevented them from capturing the city. Therefore, the Portuguese advocated dividing Madrid into two parts, with both sides jointly administering it. Spain would then be divided between the two sides, with Madrid as the central axis. Naturally, the French would not agree to this Portuguese proposal. Acquiring it would mean handing over a large swath of Spanish territory to the Portuguese. Such a lunatic move was unacceptable to the French. The Portuguese, hoping to gain something they hadn't achieved on the battlefield, were simply unrealistic, the French thought. And you know what? The Portuguese were indeed pursuing this idea. For them, raising this suggestion was perfectly acceptable. As the saying goes, if there's a juicy outcome, try it first. Just in case the French were foolish enough to agree, Portugal would have gotten a huge bargain. With this in mind, the Portuguese began wrangling with the French. However, faced with this kind of Portuguese, the French patiently chatted with them daily. But when it came to actual benefits, the French refused to give up. The American expatriate administrators in the Lisbon and Marseille's concessions were closely monitoring the ongoing negotiations and progress. Therefore, they were well aware of the tension in the negotiations between Portugal and France. To help them reach an agreement quickly and establish a more solid alliance, the concessions relayed their intelligence to both countries. Through bribery and other means, the concessions' intelligence officers had fully grasped the British's hesitancy. Therefore, this information was crucial to both Portugal and France. It was clear that they would soon face a joint attack from several countries. Therefore, they urgently needed to come up with a plan to reach an agreement. This way, they could focus their energy on dealing with future troubles. Upon hearing this news, the Portuguese, from top to bottom, breathed a sigh of relief. Originally a small nation with limited combat capabilities, their successful restoration was a stroke of luck. This was largely due to the empire providing funding and weapons, as well as helping them train soldiers and provide intelligence. Otherwise, relying solely on the peasant-turned soldiers, it would have been impossible for them to fight against the elite Spanish. Meanwhile, the majority of the Spanish military was held back or defeated by the French. Otherwise, Portugal's fate would have been tragic. It could be said that due to a combination of fate, coupled with the assistance of France and the American Song Empire, the Portuguese were now in a state of panic. However, some within Portugal's leadership were well aware of their situation and did not allow themselves to become blindly arrogant. According to intelligence sent by the Song Empire, it would not be long before Britain would link up with the Church's military legions and begin a siege against them and France by land and sea. Facing the military forces of so many countries at once, the Portuguese were truly unsure. Fortunately, the concession, on behalf of the Song Empire, promised the Portuguese that they would provide weapons and intelligence. As long as the Portuguese and the Empire signed an arms agreement, everything would be resolved. If they lacked money, they could sign a loan and repay it over time. That way, they would have money to buy weapons. Many Spanish shipyards had been divided up between the Portuguese and French. The Song Empire could inject capital to revitalize these shipyards and build large quantities of warships for sale to both countries. As for the remaining funds, they could sign a loan agreement and repay them over time. For the Song Empire, the only thing they had right now was money. Since they couldn't eat it anyway and it took up space, it was better to spend it and find something profitable. Gold and silver are only useful if you say they were useful. If you say they were useless, then they're completely worthless. Honestly, in times of chaos, gold and silver are no match for real food. With the Song Empire's assurance, the Portuguese finally felt reassured. With money and weapons, facing a coalition of so many nations wasn't much to fear. The French were much simpler. The Song Empire had agreed to retain American volunteers to aid the French in their fight against the enemy on the Eastern Front, while also providing war funds and food. With funds and food, what was there for the French to fear? They weren't afraid of the ecclesiastical coalition at all. Furthermore, the French had long harbored ambitions to become a European power. This presented a golden opportunity for France. It was just a multinational coalition. What was so great about it? With money and weapons, the war could be fought. But a multinational coalition wasn't necessarily a sure thing. Intelligence from the Song Empire's concessions indicated that if the ecclesiastical coalition reached an agreement, their primary concern would be funding and supplies. After all, the Spanish Empire had effectively been divided between Portugal and France, so the ecclesiastical coalition would likely lose money fighting this war. Furthermore, the prolonged standoff with the Protestant coalition had already strained their economies. Therefore, as long as France and Portugal could withstand the initial attacks, the latter stages would become easier. How long could the Church coalition hold out without funds and supplies? Furthermore, after the fall of Spain, the Mediterranean entrances had fallen under the control of Portugal and France. Essentially, any imports from Eastern Europe would depend on the favor of Portugal and France. If Portugal and France blockaded the Mediterranean, these countries would face even greater shortages, as they would no longer be able to obtain the necessary war supplies from their colonies. Of course, with the Mediterranean blockaded, the North Sea would become their supplier route. And with the presence of the British, a blockade of the North Sea would certainly be difficult. Regardless, dealing with the Church coalition would be easy for Portugal and France. As long as the Song Empire could provide sufficient military funds, food, and supplies, everything would be a problem. Providing money and supplies would be a simple matter. The Song Empire's policy was to perpetuate the war in Europe and allow it to become a chaotic mess. The current situation suited the Empire's wishes perfectly. The Church was now seeking a truce with the Protestant coalition, but their issues remained unresolved, leaving a significant hidden danger. Therefore, the Song Empire's intelligence officers stationed in Europe analyzed that even if the Church defeated Portugal and France, they would still have to go to war with the Protestant coalition. If the Church coalition was unable to defeat the Portuguese-French alliance, they would also suffer a blow from the Protestant coalition. After all, everyone will attack a fallen dog, right? Therefore, even if the Church coalition attacked Portugal and France, it would not likely use its full strength. They would definitely reserve some forces to guard against the Protestant coalition. This would make it much easier for Portugal and France to deal with the Church coalition. Therefore, in a possible future war, Portugal and France were not at a disadvantage, but rather had many advantages. The Empire's European Intelligence Department communicated this analysis to Portugal and France, and made them aware of it. After reviewing this intelligence analysis, the top leaders in Portugal and France immediately gained confidence. Yes, the Imperial Intelligence Department's analysis was absolutely correct. It was completely true. A little thought would reveal that it could not be false. Portugal and France quickly demarcated their borders and began preparing for war. French and Portuguese merchant ships began sailing across the Atlantic Ocean to Manhattan, America, where they obtained vast quantities of weapons and food supplies. Due to the empire's occupation of Dutch colonies in the Caribbean, the number of Dutch merchant ships began to decrease. Of course, this was only superficial. After all, wouldn't it be easier for merchant ships to simply change flags? For these merchants, matters of state were beyond their control and their sole concern was making money. Consequently, the number of Dutch merchant ships flying the Portuguese and French flags increased. To be continued. Mobile users, please read on. Chapter 469. The situation is good. Near the pier on the east side of Manhattan Island, a building constructed entirely of stone had just completed its foundation and the first floor. The structure's frame resembled a Gothic structure, somewhat resembling a church. Indeed, this was the Zhao Church, a place dedicated to prayer for its followers. It had been 2 weeks since the church members instigated the unrest, and after this incident, the Zhao organization, led by the intelligence department, officially emerged. Compared to the church, the Zhao's emergence was a far more sensational event. The people of Manhattan were still reeling from the scene of the Zhao's founding. At that time, corners throughout Manhattan were cleared for large white tarpaulins. Then, a 10-minute film, a script from the virtual world, began to play. The film's blazing battle of gods left the crowd stunned. Oh my god. Is this the world of gods, and the war of gods? I'd only heard about it from the church before, but now I was seeing it with my own eyes. It was from that moment that people understood the concept of planes, high, medium, and low dimensions. The Zhao offered information they had never known before. Unlike the church, which constantly deceived its followers, the Zhao offered tangible, practical information. They possessed images of gods and even divine artifacts. Objects like walkie-talkies that could communicate in the wind and iron pillars that illuminated the road in the dark, flashlights, were gifts bestowed upon its followers by the gods. Compared to the church, the Zhao was truly far more reliable. Coupled with the spread of its fanatical followers, within just 2 weeks, many Europeans were tempted to abandon God and join the Zhao. Of course, this had nothing to do with the spiritual emptiness of Europeans. After all, in Manhattan, the empire banned the church's missionary work. Consequently, these European citizens suddenly became even more spiritually empty. In this situation, you could only say that Europeans were being servile. Now, finally, there was an organization that could offer solace to their empty hearts, and they were bound to be drawn to it. Furthermore, unlike the church, the Zhao sect truly possessed miracles and artifacts. No one had ever questioned the existence of movies and artifacts. Such things were simply incomprehensible to people today. It could be said that after the Zhao sect emerged, everything went very smoothly. Of course, the expansion of a few thousand members in just 2 weeks was still a bit small for Zhao Hongyu. After all, there were over 1 million Europeans in Manhattan. However, Wang Shan was quite satisfied with the situation. It had only been 2 weeks. Europeans, in particular, had been exposed to the church for a long time. Expecting them to switch sides in such a short period of time was unrealistic. To have achieved such results now was already very, very impressive. We shouldn't expect too much, right? But one thing was certain, over time, more and more people would recognize the Zhao sect and join its ranks. At least, in this initial phase, the momentum was strong. Zhao Hongyu wouldn't worry about the church's affairs. With the intelligence department running the show, there was no guarantee of error. All he had to do now was prepare for the spring and set off for the east. A few days ago, he took Sarah to visit the women of the Samuel family. After a conversation, Zhao Hongyu shared his concerns with him. The old lady of the Samuel family said that they would respect Zhao Hongyu's wishes and would not have any contact with the church. She also bluntly told Zhao Hongyu that the women understood the church's purpose and would not be exploited by them. Zhao Hongyu was very satisfied with this answer. Now he had nothing to worry about. As for the Indians, they didn't believe in the church's gods to begin with. Historically, Indians believed in religion, but that was only due to the American genocide in the 18th century. The Indians believed in so many gods that they didn't buy into the church's doctrine. The church's god was unique and exclusive. Its doctrine was that all gods except God were false, and only he was true. How could the Indians possibly believe in such a god? Just because you say it's a true god, it's a true god. But Zhao was different. Within Zhao, There were many gods who governed all human affairs. According to Zhao missionaries, these deities are worshipped by beings from all dimensions and planes based on their abilities. Some deities can peer into fate from birth and discern the trajectory of a person's destiny, becoming gods of fate. Others, gifted with immense power, become gods of strength. Some can control plants or even fire. This concept is more palatable than the concept of God. Zhao's deities are a hodgepodge, encompassing both Eastern and Western deities, even dwarves and elves. Zhao also depicts hostile evil deities through images and other means. They even secretly assign God to the camp of darkness. The white-robed wizards under the command of the great demon Soren are images of God. Zhao's chief deity naturally represents justice. This is undeniable. Only a fool would claim they represent darkness or chaos. So, there are so many deities. This is the thought that European followers, after attending numerous Zhao religious conferences, returned home with. While this might seem a bit of a joke, it's still quite effective. If you're a blacksmith, you can worship the god of fire and the dwarven god of blacksmiths. They will bless you with fine ironwork. If you're a businessman, then worship the god of morality, integrity, and commerce. They will not only bless you with money but also teach you to be honest and trustworthy. The deities of the Zhao religion not only provide support for their followers but also offer teachings on how to behave and conduct themselves. This is far superior to the church. Furthermore, the Zhao religion doesn't accept donations, which sets it apart. Furthermore, the Zhao religion possesses artifacts and images of the divine realm, something the church simply can't match. While followers of the Zhao religion can't ascend to heaven, they can be resurrected in another world after death, becoming a righteous warrior fighting for justice and becoming a god. If one is honest and trustworthy in this life and upholds their moral principles, they will be resurrected in the next world with corresponding divine powers. This allows them to gain status in the war against the dark forces through their military exploits. They may even receive godhood as a reward, potentially becoming a god. This was incredibly appealing to the Europeans. Becoming a low-level god. Although the Zhao sect claimed that low-level gods were merely serving the true gods, even that was enough to drive the believers crazy. Being a low-level god wasn't bad, after all, they were still gods. The Zhao church had many things to do. First, they would record the behavior of believers every month to see if they had committed any immoral acts, even if it meant telling lies. The gods of justice disliked those with low morals and who lied. The Zhao sect would record these records and, through special means, transmit them to the gods. As for those who lied and deceived them, the gods had a way to deal with them, the polygraph. While it was old-fashioned, it was more than enough to deal with these Europeans. With this method, after one immoral individual after another was exposed, everyone and the artifact were filled with fear. This was something only a god could bestow. While some were terrified, many more were excited. Because of the righteous faction's claims, and the deceptive promise of resurrection from another world to fight for justice, most Europeans living in Manhattan began a major shift in their thinking, morals, and behavior. This led them to develop in the direction of the role model. Both Wang Shan and Zhao Hongai wanted to see this happen. What's wrong with being honest and trustworthy? And no one wants to be a villain, right? Compared to Europeans, far more Indians joined the Zhao sect. Almost all Indians living in Manhattan became believers. The Zhao sect appealed to them. Many of its deities, in particular, bore a strong resemblance to their own original beliefs. All things have spirits, so there are many, they thought. As expected of the Song people, sharing a common ancestor. This was the Indian perspective. Of course, what Indians particularly appreciated was the idea that the righteous faction and its deities favored bravery, morality, and perseverance in their beliefs. Indian warriors generally held themselves to these strict standards. They were loyal, brave, honest, and trustworthy. Most importantly, they firmly believed they were on the side of justice. So, the gods of justice were literally creating a dream kingdom for them. After death, they would become warriors of the gods, fighting against the demons of darkness. Indian warriors weren't afraid of demons, fighting for justice was their dream. Consequently, vast numbers of Indians joined the Zhao sect. This was something Wang Shan and Zhao Hongai hadn't anticipated. However, this unexpected event actually made them happy. After all, the Indians weren't opposed to the Zhao sect, which was a good thing. Meanwhile, news of the Song Empire in America massacring pastors and priests reached the Vatican via merchant ships. The Vatican was furious at the America's treatment of church members. Some even called for a holy war against the Americas and the re-establishment of the Crusades. Faced with a split in the church and unrest in Europe, the Pope, facing challenges to his church's power, was moved. This was a way to rally believers, to be continued. Mobile users, please go to read. Chapter 470. Little Louis Zhao. Mother, if possible, I would like to visit America. Inside a royal palace outside Paris, France, young Louis Zhao fiddled with an American flintlock rifle and spoke loudly to Marie, not far away, without even looking up. Yes, because relations with the Song Empire were in their honeymoon phase, many goods in France were shipped from America. These exquisite goods, along with inexpensive daily necessities and affordable food, were popular among all classes of French society. Even the nobility now relied on American goods. Shampoo and shower gel provided comfort for noble women and a gentler appearance for men. While people in Europe typically only bathed 3 times a lifetime, thanks to the persuasion of American salespeople, at least these nobles now bathed daily. After all, with shower gel and shampoo, a hot bath had become a pleasure, not a torment, wasn't it? And then there were the matching bathtubs from America. Marie sat nearby, her maids holding parasols for shade. Holding a small ivory folding fan from the American continent, she smiled at little Louis Zhao. Oh, why did you suddenly have such an idea? Marie asked curiously, hearing her son's desire to visit America. Ever since she dealt with the unfortunate Duke, Marie's position in France had become unassailable. And because she controlled a vast swath of territory, no one in France could challenge her. Therefore, Marie now lived a very comfortable life. Furthermore, the war against Spain was over, with France having achieved the final victory. Marie's popularity in France was unparalleled. Her relationship with little Louis Zhao had also become better than before. After all, those pesky people couldn't possibly sow discord between them anymore, right? Mother, look at these muskets from America. They're incredibly well made and much lighter than the matchlocks our army maintains. They also have a longer range and greater lethality. Little Louis Zhao handed the flintlock to a nearby guard and turned toward Marie. And look at the popular goods in France's major cities now, they all come from the Americas. It's clear the Song Empire's might is far greater than we've heard. That's why I wanted to go to America to see it for myself. To experience it for myself, little Louis Zhao said to his mother. Marie smiled and fanned her ivory folding fan, then said to little Louis Zhao, is that all your reasons? I don't think that's enough. After hearing his mother Marie's words, little Louis Zhao smiled shyly, not getting angry at her mother for seeing through his plans. He nodded and said, yes, I went to America to plan for the upcoming French events. After all, we need to deepen our relationship with the Song Empire. It would be best to establish an alliance to deal with the upcoming war. Little Louis Zhao then laid out his plan. Yes, France had already defeated the Spanish and captured Madrid. At the same time, it had divided Spanish territory with the Portuguese. However, the current situation in France was not optimistic. First, the actions of Portugal and France had aroused the fear of the military forces led by the Church. Second, the fall of the Spanish Empire was not a good thing for the Church's military forces. Since they had not yet captured the Spanish royal family, the Church would undoubtedly strike back and help the Spanish restore their country. The existence of Spain was better than the existence of a country like France. However, this would pose a huge challenge to the French. Queen Marie was well aware of this. Therefore, during this period, besides resting and relaxing, she had been considering ways to contact the Song Empire and reach a compromise. Now that little Louis Zhao wanted to travel to America, Marie saw an opportunity. Indeed, sending envoys to sign such an important agreement would not demonstrate France's sincerity and would also make the Song Empire look down on the French. But sending little Louis Zhao was different. Although little Louis Zhao was still young, he was, after all, the future king of France. His status was completely different from those of the envoys. Furthermore, by traveling to America, little Louis Zhao could witness firsthand the sheer might of the Song Empire. As little Louis Zhao had said, she had never seen the Song Empire's might with her own eyes, she had only heard about it from others. Although D'Artagnan had witnessed the battles between Eastern France and the Holy Roman Empire and returned with great admiration, he hadn't witnessed it himself. If there were any exaggerations, I wouldn't know. Therefore, if little Louis Zhao could experience it firsthand, it wouldn't be possible to fake it. Only by knowing the Song Empire's strength could this plan be considered a success. If the Song Empire were truly that powerful, having such an ally would be beneficial to France. He had a clearer idea of what to expect from the upcoming counterattack against the Church coalition. Thinking of this, Marie nodded and said to Louis Zhao, "Well, your idea is good. I think it's feasible. After you go to America, you can definitely investigate the Song Empire's strength and sign a new agreement with them. Intelligence indicates that the Song Empire has completely occupied the Caribbean. However, they haven't just dealt with the Spanish, they've also offended the Dutch." Louis Zhao walked over to Marie, sat on a recliner, and took a sip from a cup of milk tea. This American milk tea tasted truly delicious. After a moment of inward praise, Louis Zhao said to Marie, "Yes, the Song Empire's actions are unwise. They've offended the Dutch, which will throw many things into jeopardy. I don't understand why the Song Empire would do this. Perhaps because of this, the Dutch will reach some kind of agreement with the Church." Louis Zhao frowned, puzzled. How could Louis Zhao and Marie possibly know the Song Empire's situation? They had never taken the Dutch seriously. Furthermore, the Empire didn't want to hear anyone else's voice in America. What the Song Empire wanted was an America that was completely its own. Therefore, the same was true for the Caribbean. Now that the Spanish had been defeated, the Dutch colonies were also untenable. They would all be dealt with sooner or later, so they might as well just take them along. It wouldn't be difficult. Furthermore, the European continent was so far away from the American continent, separated by the Atlantic Ocean. Even if the Dutch wanted to cause trouble, it wouldn't be easy. Nowadays, a long-distance ship from Europe to America would take over 50 or even 60 days just to cross the Atlantic. Even if it reached America, its combat effectiveness would be questionable. However, the Song Empire's fleet in America was different. They were perfectly prepared to take advantage of the situation. It was precisely for this reason that the Song Empire ignored the Dutch's concerns and took over the entire Caribbean in one fell swoop. It was understandable that Marie and Louis Zhao were unaware of the situation. After all, it was not surprising that they couldn't judge a nation as rebellious as the Song Empire, and a figure as rebellious as Zhao, by their own standards. It's safe to say that no one in this world could view the Song Empire with a normal eye. "When do you plan to set off?" Marie asked. Louis Zhao replied, "The sooner the better. After all, we don't have much time left. While the Church and Protestant coalitions haven't reached a consensus, we'd better finalize the alliance so that we can quickly secure supplies from the Americas." Regardless, Marie and Louis Zhao were well aware of the wealth of the Americans. The supplies and military expenses for the war between France and Spain were now entirely funded by the Song Empire. It could be said that this war was a very easy one for France. With the army receiving regular salaries and occasional bonuses, its combat effectiveness was greatly enhanced. However, this benefit also came with a drawback. The soldiers had become complacent. Accustomed to regular pay and bonuses, wouldn't the army's morale be shaken if they lost the financial support of the Song Empire? While this problem could be solved, it wasn't the time to do it yet. After all, the Church was about to turn against them. Therefore, stabilizing military morale was essential. However, this would require France to borrow money from the Song Empire again. Without substantial financial support, the French couldn't continue a second war, could they? It was for this reason that young Louis Zhao told his mother he would depart as soon as possible. Marie nodded and said, "D'Artagnan will accompany you to America. I will also grant you the status of special envoy, giving you full authority to negotiate agreements with the Song Empire." At this point, Marie looked at her son with a loving gaze. "You're not young anymore. You're destined to rule France, so it would be beneficial for you to get involved in these matters sooner rather than later. I can't always manage state affairs for you, I'm only a woman." After all, it was clear that Marie wanted to use this trip to America to train her son, giving him more experience in this area. Young Louis Zhao was well aware of his mother's earnest wishes. He nodded solemnly and replied earnestly, "Don't worry, mother. I won't embarrass you." Marie smiled. "You don't have to be so serious. Relax a little. We've been hosting the Crown Prince of the Song Empire for a while, and I can see he's very easy to get along with, unlike those European nobles. You could definitely become friends with him. This would be very beneficial to your future domination of France. After all, the Crown Prince is very wealthy." Marie winked at little Louis Zhao. Little Louis Zhao certainly understood what his mother meant. He was no fool. Yes, his mother's meaning was clear. A good relationship with the crown prince of the Song Empire would be of great benefit to him. The Song Empire was undoubtedly wealthy. With such a wealthy friend, wouldn't it be much easier to borrow money in the future? If the relationship was right, you could even borrow money without interest. All you had to do was repay the principal, right? This would be much more cost-effective than borrowing from Jewish merchants or moneylenders. Jewish merchants on the European continent were renowned loan sharks of the era. While not as renowned as the Chinese practice of 9 out, 13 back, they were nearly as famous. Therefore, when it came to Jews, everyone in Europe hated them. Even the nobility and royal families of various countries gnashed their teeth. However, despite their hatred, they still sought out these Jews when they needed money. After all, they were wealthy. While the interest rates were high, they could raise funds quickly and without much hassle. This attracted many. Furthermore, Jews on the European continent also helped churches manage their assets and profited from them. Many of the church's financial methods often had Jewish influence behind them. Don't worry, mother. I will not disappoint you and will establish a good relationship with the crown prince. For France, with the financial support of the Song Empire, our rise will not be a fantasy. However, young Louis Zhao also understood that nothing comes easy in this world. The Song Empire didn't have a deep connection with France, so why would they support the French? This was the second thing young Louis Zhao planned to do before heading to America. Since the relationship is not deep, then let's deepen it. Things must be done step by step, and relationships must be built up little by little. The French also understand this bit of social etiquette. Moreover, Mary and little Louis Zhao both understand very well that choosing the Song Empire as an ally for deep cooperation will bring them no harm but only benefits. Because France's interests are on the European continent, and the Song Empire's interests are on the American continent, there is no conflict in the interests of the two sides now. At least, when the French have time to take care of the sea, the two sides can still form a conflict-free alliance. As for the future, let's talk about it later. Even if the French are ready to make some moves on the sea, it is impossible for them to have any intersection with the Song Empire. At least, that's what the French themselves think. At this point, little Louis Zhao confirmed his travel date and began to prepare gifts, to be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote on Kidian.com. Mobile users, please go to read the novel website. Chapter 471, The Season of Revival. Time flies, never stopping for anyone. In the blink of an eye, winter has passed and spring has arrived. Across America, the snow has melted, the earth is revived, and life is everywhere. In the forests, trees that had lost all their leaves during the winter have begun to bloom with new green shoots, creating a refreshing feeling. In the fields, slaves are busy working, diligently tending the land, striving to bring greater profits to the plantation owners this year. Teams of merchants, driving their caravans of horse-drawn wagons, laden with vast quantities of goods, are heading along the wide concrete roads towards Quebec and Ontario City. Around these caravans are tall, sturdy European and Native American guards, full of vigor. Spring is the season of beginnings, and people seem to be inspired by it, filled with energy, striving to provide their families with a better and happier life through their efforts this year. Although the earlier riots in Manhattan had a significant impact on everyone. But with the arrival of spring, the impact gradually faded. After all, everyone needs to earn a living, right? Ocean-going merchant ships, flying Portuguese and French flags, docked at Manhattan's harbor. Slaves, captured from Africa, were whisked off the ships by their captains, then led by slave traders to nearby stalls where they were sold. Male and female slaves were separated and categorized according to their physical condition, appearance, and build. Higher-ranking slaves commanded higher prices, while lower-ranking slaves fetched lower prices. Slaves with special skills were naturally sought after. However, some slaves rebelled and refused to obey, often facing a tragic end. These slave traders were not kind-hearted, and they would show such unruly slaves a lesson. Most of the buyers were Manhattan plantation owners. Because they were granted large tracts of land, they needed a large workforce. Otherwise, who would farm all that land? Furthermore, when it comes to slaves, they naturally want to buy those who are obedient, honest, strong, and able to work. Only such slaves are valuable. Dishonest slaves require you to keep an eye on them, and if you're not careful, you might get hurt by them, which is a very bad thing. If they lose their lives, it would be a huge loss. These slaves often become a burden to slave traders, so they are not polite to dishonest slaves. After all, such slaves don't bring them income. Instead, they cause them to lose money. Therefore, slave traders will definitely not be kind to such slaves. The usual way to deal with such slaves is to throw them overboard during voyages. However, some slaves are very tolerant and generally go unnoticed by slave traders. So, it all depends on the buyer's discernment. Zhao Hongyu's father-in-law was also selecting slaves at the docks. Because a lot of land on Manhattan Island had been reclaimed, he was short of labor. Black Bear preferred to use black slaves over the European laborers who were willing to work as tenants. Because he had bought these slaves himself, they had full control over their lives and deaths. This was much more cost-effective than hiring European tenants. Therefore, Black Bear generally wouldn't hire Europeans unless he had absolutely no other choice. He always looked down on white Europeans. While Black Bear had many European guards working for him on his estate, he hired them primarily to kill people. Killing people was very different from farming. However, Black Bear was very satisfied with these European guards. As long as they were paid well, they would do anything. Ask them to kill a black slave, and they would do it without a wink. Even if they were asked to kill a fellow white person, these European guards would do it without hesitation. This satisfied Black Bear immensely. He even planned to see if he could hire some more Europeans to guard his estate after buying all the slaves this year. The European guards working for Black Bear were also very satisfied with their employers. First, they provided meat for every meal, and the salary was high. If Black Bear was satisfied, they could even ask him to bring back a convict woman from Ontario to marry him. Bonuses were also given from time to time. Such employers were rare in Europe. Even the nobles sometimes withheld wages for extended periods. How could they possibly compare to Black Bear, who never delayed wages, paid them on time, and even offered the occasional bonus? It was precisely because of this that the European guards around Black Bear were so dedicated to him. Whenever Black Bear gave an order, these paid guards carried it out without hesitation. Today, Black Bear was accompanied by a dozen tall, fierce-looking European guards. Meanwhile, Black Bear's black butler had also followed him to the slave market. See if there are any honest ones here? I'm planning to buy some. As you know, our estate has expanded significantly this year, so we need even more manpower. We're still quite short of manpower. Black Bear stood there, looking at the slaves on the slave platform, and then said to the black butler. The mentally twisted black butler nodded and walked over to the slave platform to chat with his slave master. The slave trader, of course, knew Black Bear, so his eyes lit up when he saw the black butler approaching. Last year, Black Bear had bought most slaves, and he was also very generous with his payments. Therefore, most of the slave traders here knew Black Bear. Seeing the black butler beside Black Bear, how could they not be excited? Master Butler, is there anything I can do for you? I'll make sure you're satisfied, the slave master said to him with a beaming smile as the black butler approached. The slave trader's expression was as fawning as could be, as if the person standing before him was his own father. Of course, this black butler couldn't be his biological father, but he represented something more important than even his own. Money. Money that was beyond his control. Despised by everyone, yet impossible to live without. It's not about satisfying me, you're wrong about that. It's about satisfying my master, the black butler sternly corrected the slave trader. True, the black butler held a high position within the manor, second only to a few men and above 10,000, with even the European guards acting under his thumb. But the black butler wasn't deluded, believing himself to be so powerful. He knew full well that his position was bestowed upon him by his master, Black Bear. Without Black Bear, he would be nothing. The black butler had a deep understanding of this and a precise sense of self-importance. I was wrong. It was about satisfying Master Black Bear, the slave trader quickly corrected. My master wants 200 strong, healthy slaves. They must be honest. We won't buy those who aren't. Buying them would be very troublesome, or even fatal. As the black butler spoke Black Bear's demands to the slave trader, he turned and glanced at the slaves gathered not far behind him. These slaves, after all, were from Africa, the same place as himself. They were, in fact, his compatriots. However, the black butler's eyes, looking at these fellow slaves, were devoid of any sympathy or pity. Instead, they were filled with contempt and disgust. Yes, this black butler. His circumstances had distorted his mind. He no longer considered himself a black man. Furthermore, his mind was always shaped by his master's perspective. As a loyal butler, he looked down upon his fellow slaves. It was for this reason that the black butler personally punished any slave who made a mistake within Black Bear Manor. His methods were so brutal they struck fear into everyone's heart. However, it was precisely because of these methods that the slaves were intimidated into behaving themselves. No more troublemakers were allowed. Black Bear greatly admired his performance. Thanks to his performance, this man rose to the position of butler and even received 2 white wives, gifted by Black Bear. His current treatment was the envy of the other slaves. It's hard to imagine how many slaves would want the same treatment. After all, slaves weren't fools, were they? Having food, clothing, the ability to manage others, and considerable power was something even slaves desired. This black butler was a guiding light for all the slaves. His action served as a lesson to many. Thus, starting with Black Bear's butler, many slaves under the manor owners began to behave themselves. Feeling the black butler's gaze, the anxious slaves were baffled. They couldn't understand why a fellow with the same dark skin as them would look down upon them with such contempt and disdain. Did this fellow know that he was just like them? He, too, was dark-skinned. Remember, be honest. Sell those who cause trouble. If the master is unhappy, he will never do business with you again, the black butler warned the slave again. He paid no heed to the slave's angry glares. To be continued. Mobile users, please go to read. Chapter 472 Route. Your Highness, Quebec's goal this year is to reclaim 1 million mu of fertile farmland, build 3 small hydroelectric power stations, and expand the residential area surrounding the fortress. Since there's no village chief there, this is their only plan for this year. Black Bear was purchasing slaves at the port, while Zhao Honggai was in his castle, listening to Wang Shan's report. Zhao Honggai nodded. Our original plan for Quebec was to base it on agriculture, so their plan this year is quite appropriate. After all, Sharma and his men don't have the authority of a village chief, so it's unrealistic to expect a city like Manhattan or Ontario. Wang Shan continued, below is the construction plan for Ontario City that Song Hu sent me, so your highness will have an overview. This year, Ontario City will begin construction on a railway connecting Quebec and Manhattan, build a large thermal power plant, and increase the number of shipyards to 80. Zhao Honggai had no objection to this plan. Ontario City boasts abundant coal resources of high quality, and the coking coal can be fully utilized for power generation. Therefore, building a thermal power plant is a good idea, otherwise, it would be a waste. Furthermore, with electricity, Ontario City's heavy industry will develop even faster. Iron mines will also be established, and large quantities of iron ore will be mined using the old, near-dead transmission and excavation equipment. This will be of great benefit to both the Song Empire and the virtual world. Iron, as a resource, is indispensable in every era. The virtual world's demand for iron ore is even greater than it was during Zhao Honggai's time. This will bring Zhao Honggai an endless stream of wealth. With this wealth, Zhao Honggai will be able to cultivate a large number of genetically modified individuals and invest in them. Zhao Honggai and his team are well aware of the abundance of iron ore resources near Lake Ontario City. Think about it, America's Motor City was built there in the future. Wasn't it because of the abundant iron ore there? With Zhao Honggai's current level of technology, the iron ore near Lake Ontario wouldn't be exhausted even in 100 years. Furthermore, beyond the area surrounding Lake Ontario, the other 4 major lakes also boast rich iron ore resources. Zhao Honggai needn't worry about mineral resources at all. America lacks everything, except minerals. Gold, silver, copper, iron, and aluminum. America's mineral resources are staggeringly abundant. Now, these have nothing to do with the Europeans, they will all belong to Zhao Honggai and the Song Empire. Besides the American continent, the Mediterranean region also boasts rich mineral and commodity resources. Even South America boasts equally abundant mineral resources. Zhao Honggai has now completely driven European influence from both North and South America. The Song Empire now controls North and Central America. Given this situation, it won't be long before South America falls within the Song Empire's grasp. After possessing the entire American continent, the Song Empire, with such abundant natural resources and minerals, could completely close itself off to the outside world and focus on development. In just a few years, the Song Empire could become a world power in the Americas, relying on its God-defying cheat, of course, closing itself off to the outside world was impossible. Furthermore, although Zhao Hongyu possessed vast tracts of land, natural resources, and minerals, he still had a major problem to solve: population. Indeed, simply owning land was useless. Without people, everything was fake. Without people building cities on those lands, creating de facto occupation, it would cause significant trouble in the future. However, for a normal country, population issues wouldn't be solved overnight. After all, the entire process from pregnancy to childbirth, and then to adulthood, takes at least a decade. And just how vast is the entire American continent? Just looking at a map is enough to make one stagger. Fortunately, Zhao Hongyu possessed the God-defying cheat, otherwise, the population issue alone would be enough to give him a lifetime of headaches. Thanks to his powerful cheat, coupled with his plans to visit the East, he considered the population issue a solved problem. Let Quebec and Ontario City develop according to their respective plans. I don't think there will be any problems, Zhao Hongyu said to Wang Shan. With you in charge of Manhattan City, I have nothing to worry about. Zhao Hongyu looked relaxed. Your Highness, it's spring now. The war in the Caribbean has come to an end. The Dutch and Spanish have all been driven out of the Caribbean region. It can be said that there is no place for Europeans to gain a foothold in the American continent. So when do you plan to go to the East? Hearing this, Zhao Hongyu thought for a while and then said to Wang Shan, since you mentioned this matter, then I would like to ask, how many ships are there now? Wang Shan replied, all the early warships were transferred to Chelsea to form the Caribbean fleet, so we didn't have a single ship here in our empire at that time. But after 2 months, the shipyard built a lot of warships, including 6 heavy battleships and 73 copied and improved Dutch double-deck frigates. After getting the answer, Zhao Hongyu had an idea in his mind. If I go east, give me 2 heavily armored battleships. That, plus the one I already have, will make a total of 3. 3 heavily armored battleships alone will have 1,000 sailors, and it would be even better if they could carry a guard of around 2,000. Zhao Hongyu's modest request was easily met. When the battleship that carried Zhao Hongyu to Europe had already carried 800 guards, so if Zhao Hongyu added 2 more, then carrying 2,000 guards would be a piece of cake. However, 3 battleships were a bit too few for the East. While they were all massive, heavily armored models, like sea beasts, 3 was still a bit too few. Pirates were numerous in the East. Not to mention the southeastern coastal cities of the Ming Dynasty, the waters off India and Siam alone were teeming with pirates. These pirates had fleets ranging from hundreds to dozens of ships. Zhao Hongyu's mere 3 heavily armored warships wouldn't be enough to deter those pirates. It might even give them some unfortunate ideas. While he was confident in his heavy battleships, it was better to avoid trouble if possible. So, Wang Shan, thinking this, couldn't help but warn, Your Highness, are you planning on taking only 3 heavily armored warships to the east? If that's all you're doing, I'm worried it'll attract the attention of those eastern pirates. They don't understand the power of these warships, and they might even become greedy and let a minor inconvenience delay their journey. Zhao Hongyu smiled after Wang Shan's warning. It's not a big deal. You forgot we're not following the Europe-Africa-India route, Zhao Hongyu reminded Wang Shan. We're going around South America and then heading to the west coast to establish a settlement there. So we're taking the Pacific route, and at most, we'll just pass through Japan. Zhao Hongyu's reminder reminded Wang Shan of this. Indeed. Considering the need to bring in the Ming Dynasty's silver citizens, Zhang Tai proposed establishing a settlement on the west coast to accommodate these Ming Dynasty immigrants. This would not only save travel time and reduce the length of the route, but also allow for the construction and occupation of the west coast. With cities on both the east and west coasts, America would effectively become part of the empire. Then, the central region could be developed slowly, wouldn't it? Furthermore, while traveling to the west coast, Zhao Hongyu would also need to search for and claim the Australian continent. Because Australia was still undiscovered at that time, given such convenient conditions, why wouldn't Zhao Hongyu occupy it? Even if Australia couldn't be developed now, establishing a fortress and garrison there would be a good way to assert ownership. After all, Australia is rich in gold, silver, copper, and iron ore, all extremely useful resources. If Zhao Hongyu didn't want to develop Australia, he could simply exploit the continent's mineral resources through destructive mining and sell them to the Europeans. It's just that doing so would be a bit too ruthless. But the final decision depended on Zhao Hongyu. This made the South American route inevitable. Otherwise, the journey from America across the Atlantic to Europe, then on to Africa, India, and the East was simply too long. Consider this, for a modern European ocean-going vessel, this route would take at least 8 or 9 months. Even under unusual circumstances, it wasn't impossible for it to take more than 10 months. In the age of sail, ocean voyages were plagued by unpredictable factors. Wind direction, the ship's carrying capacity, and various adverse weather conditions and waves all increased the vessel's distance and created dangers. Even if Zhao Hongayu's warship had an engine and propeller, this route would still take him 2 or even 3 months. The thought of it was terrifying. The sea voyage was fine at first, but as time went on, irritability and depression set in. The endless blue waters, visible all day, were fine for a short while, but no one could endure it for an extended period. At the same time, the space on board was limited, and the consumption of food and water on board had to be considered. So, ocean voyages in this era were not as pleasant and beautiful as imagined. Even Zhao Hongayu's warships, which were more than 100 years ahead of their time, were still difficult. Therefore, choosing the South American route became the best option. There was no other way, because the Panama Canal did not exist in this era. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote or subscribe to the monthly ticket. Your support is my greatest motivation. Mobile users, please go to read. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 473. A friendly reminder. Your Highness, even if you intend to sail through the Pacific, I think it would be best to bring more warships with you. After all, the waters connecting Japan and the Ming Dynasty are rife with pirates. Faced with Wang Shan's persuasion, Zhao Hongyu finally accepted. After all, Wang Shan's motivation was for his own good, not to harm him. As Wang Shan had said, even if he took the Pacific route, it wouldn't be entirely safe. Japan was currently the territory of Li Xiong of the Great Ocean Road, while Zhang Ziling was entrenched in Heojing and allied with the Portuguese and Spanish, fighting for supremacy along the southeastern coast. So, if Zhao Hongyu reached Japan, he might also run into trouble. After all, to the Ming pirates, Zhao Hongyu and his men were practically fat sheep delivered to their doorstep. Of course, if Zhao Hongyu engaged them in a few regular battles, they wouldn't think so. But the problem was that any war would inevitably bring danger. What if Zhao Hongyu were unlucky and was killed in a single cannon shot? No one could guarantee that such a thing wouldn't happen. Therefore, it would be best to bring more warships. This would deter the pirates from making any rash moves. And thus, there would be less trouble, wouldn't it? Having figured this out, Zhao Hongyu no longer hesitated. Bringing more people would also facilitate his operations within the Ming Dynasty. Wang Shan, if I were to arrive in the Ming Dynasty, what would I use as a pretext to contact the Ming people? It would be disastrous if they mistook us for a tiny vassal state like Vietnam or Siam. Zhao Hongyu raised his hand to touch his chin and expressed his concerns to Wang Shan. Hearing this, Wang Shan shook his head and said, "No, Your Highness, as long as you insist on being a descendant of the Song Dynasty, that's all that's needed. We are even more legitimate than the Ming Dynasty. How could we possibly be treated like vassal states like Siam and Korea? We interact with the Ming Dynasty on equal terms, not as a vassal state." Wang Shan's words were firm and decisive. "That's why I told Your Highness to wait a bit and take more warships with us. When they see how many warships we have, they won't think we're such small fry, will they?" So Wang Shan had this in mind. Zhao Hongyu nodded silently and said, "Well, I'm thinking about the sailor now. We'll see after the warships are launched. How many warships do you plan to have me take?" Zhao Hongyu was somewhat curious about this question. 2 fleets. 72 warships, 3 of which are heavy battleships, and the remaining 69 are converted Dutch-style frigates, Wang Shan replied. Zhao Hongyu pondered for a moment, then said to Wang Shan, "Isn't over 70 warships a bit too many? We're not going to fight a war." However, after saying this, Zhao Hongyu immediately thought of what Wang Shan had said earlier. Having more warships would demonstrate the strength of the nation, preventing those Ming Dynasty officials from looking down on them. Then, they might look down on them and think of them as a small nation like Korea or Siam. That would be more trouble than it's worth. So, Thinking of this, Zhao Hongai raised his hand and slapped his forehead. Oh, I'm such a fool. I've forgotten the reason you just gave me. Zhao Hongai smiled sheepishly at Wang Shan. Wang Shan didn't care. After responding to Zhao Hongai, he said, actually, there are other reasons for bringing more warships, and it's not just to demonstrate our strength. Zhao Hongai peeked. Oh. Tell me everything else, so I can have a better idea. Seeing Zhao Hongai's interest, Wang Shan continued. Your Highness, the Ming dynasty is facing internal and external troubles right now. The Qing dynasty is on the rise, and we must be on guard. Wang Shan looked at Zhao Hongai seriously and said, I'm worried that your Highness won't bring enough people. If you suddenly decide to engage in a fierce battle with the Qing troops, you won't be without help. Wang Shan's words startled Zhao Hongai. Indeed. Having traveled to the Eastern Ming Empire, he couldn't help but witness the might of the Qing dynasty, which future generations would boast about as their enemy. Therefore, traveling with fewer troops would be truly dangerous. Therefore, more warships meant more troops, which was easy to understand. You've been very thoughtful, young man. I have nothing to say. Zhao Hongai didn't deny Wang Shan's speculation. Wang Shan smiled and continued, and the Pacific route would undoubtedly pass through Japan. Your Highness, haven't you ever considered taking Japan? At this point, Wang Shan extended his right hand and clenched the 5 fingers. Zhao Hongai understood Wang Shan's meaning. In the future, white people will use only a few warships to allow Japan to trade. We can't let that happen again. So, we should first take Japan over. After all, there's a lot of gold and silver there, right? Wang Shan now had a lewd smile on his face. Zhao Hongai nodded. You're right. We can certainly make some plans for Japan in this era. The Japanese aren't even getting enough to eat right now. If we can conquer them with food, I think they could still bring us some benefits. Zhao Hongai's eyes flickered, and it was unclear what evil idea he'd conjured up, but whatever it was, it wouldn't make life easy for the Japanese. Your Highness, while the Japanese are rubbish, the lower-class samurai of this era are still quite valuable. Once they identify a master, they'll follow him to the death. I think we could definitely recruit a group of them, Wang Shan suggested. Zhao Hongai remained silent. To be honest, he was still cautious about employing Japanese soldiers. After all, the Japanese had just come through the Warring States period, a time when the lower classes frequently rebelled against their superiors. Therefore, Zhao Hongai couldn't be careless when it came to employing these people. Wang Shan, have you forgotten the Japanese have a tradition of rebelling against their superiors? Zhao Hongai pondered for a long time before finally speaking to Wang Shan. Wang Shan smiled and said, of course I haven't forgotten, but so what? You don't need that many Japanese. Just gather a dozen or even dozens of samurai and use them to manage the rest. Zhao Hongai's heart trembled. He fully understood Wang Shan's plan, knowing that Wang Shan was asking him to conquer Japan and bring it under the empire's control. We'll talk about it later. It's a bit early to talk about it now. Besides, our territory is already vast, so vast that we're already struggling to digest it. So if we're greedily conquering Japan, you won't be afraid of problems. Zhao Hongai thought for a moment and said to Wang Shan. Wang Shan was stunned by his words. Then he thought about the current situation in the empire. He was so busy giving His Highness advice with an angry young man's mentality that he had forgotten that the empire was already struggling to digest it. So, Wang Shan smiled bitterly. Damn it, are we just going to let Japan go like this? I feel bad. As an angry young man, he had already started to plan this plan when he learned that Zhao Hongai was heading east. We can't control Japan, but we can certainly cause chaos there. That's not easy. Zhao Hongai smiled, noticing Wang Shan's disappointed face. Wang Shan's body trembled at Zhao Hongai's words. Your Highness, what do you mean? Who is the shogun in Japan now? Zhao Hongai asked. While he had a vague understanding of history, it was impossible for him to know it in detail. He only knew that 1622 seemed to mark the end of the Warring States period in Japan, but he was a little fuzzy about whether Tokugawa or Toyotomi was in power. After all, he wasn't a humanoid computer, so he couldn't possibly know history in such detail. Your Highness, if I remember correctly, it should be Tokugawa Hidetada. But he's almost finished. Professor Liu told me that he seems to be dying next year. After receiving the answer, Zhao Hongai made up his mind. Professor Liu is quite knowledgeable about history, and he knows all this stuff. Zhao Hongai nodded and said to Wang Shan with a smile, As an old man, I like to study history when I have nothing to do, Wang Shan replied with a smile. The Tokugawa shogunate has nothing to do with it. Although it's almost the third generation, I think there will still be people who disobey it, right? Zhao Hongyu chuckled sinisterly. Wang Shan echoed, yes, in this world, wherever there are interests, there are bound to be conflicts. It's just that the Tokugawa family was lucky enough to become the shogun. If your highness can reignite the war in Japan, and with a little support, then Japan will eventually return to the warring states period. Both Wang Shan and Zhao Hongyu hoped to see Japan continue in turmoil and war. After all, they had no good feelings towards Japan from the bottom of their hearts. Of course, as for the samurai who were willing to offer their loyalty and even sacrifice their lives, that was another matter. What else in the world could be more satisfying than the British using the Japanese to oppress Japan? Especially using the Japanese as their lackeys and golden thugs. Just thinking about such a thing made them feel good. Don't worry, kid. I'll definitely fulfill your wish and provoke war in Japan. A turbulent Japan is in the interests of both the Ming dynasty and us, isn't it? Zhao Hongyu said with a smile. Wang Shan shrugged and said, I don't know if it benefits us, but it definitely does for the Ming dynasty. But by doing this, aren't we helping the Ming dynasty? Wang Shan's expression showed a hint of displeasure at the possibility of the Ming dynasty taking advantage. Therefore, Zhao Hongyu said to Wang Shan, don't be so stingy. After all, the people on the Ming dynasty side are all Chinese. In the end, we didn't let other races take advantage, did we? In the end, Zhao Hongyu persuaded Wang Shan to relent. However, Wang Shan's pettiness also gave Zhao Hongyu a taste of his own medicine. Dividing line, France, Marseille's harbor. A dozen double-decker, three-masted warships flying the French flag were already filled with sailors on their decks. These sailors constantly pulled on the ropes in their hands, raising the large sails. Teams of Royal Guards musketeers stepped onto the deck from the dock and boarded the ship. On the dock, young Louis Zhao, dressed in military uniform, was conversing with a man of Chinese descent, already dark-haired and dark-eyed. The young man, who looked no more than 25, was chatting and laughing with young Louis Zhao, seemingly enjoying a good conversation. Your Highness, I wish you a safe journey and a pleasant stay in America, Colonel Sun. Thank you for your kindness. Young Louis Zhao thanked him in his awkwardly spoken Chinese. The young man, whom young Louis Zhao called Colonel Sun, was the administrator of the Song Empire's American concession, currently under construction outside the port of Marseilles. Thanks to Zhao Hongyu's earlier agreements, the concession had now expanded to France. For Europeans of that era, the Song Empire's American concession represented wealth and status. The concession in Paris brought prosperity and bustle, something other countries also coveted. Furthermore, the concession offered many specialized goods that could be sold at more affordable prices than imports from America. The goods from the concessions also brought significant tax revenue to the host countries. Therefore, at the French's insistence, the concessions were extended to France. The Lisbon concessions had already created many wealthy individuals, making the French envious. This time, when little Louis Zhao was heading to the Americas, he certainly had to contact the concessions first. Therefore, upon receiving the news, the concessions immediately began preparing to send someone to accompany little Louis back to America. After all, little Louis Zhao needed someone from the Empire to guide him in America, otherwise, he would be completely in the dark. Thus, Colonel Sun brought the selected genetic person to the dock to accompany little Louis Zhao on his journey to America. Little Louis Zhao's unusual Mandarin was learned in the concessions. New Oriental Language School, a school located in every European concession in the Americas, primarily teaches the American dialect of Chinese Mandarin. Its target audience was laborers and merchants seeking to travel to America. Because he was going to America, little Louis Zhao had made a surprise visit to New Oriental to study. Although he was quite intelligent, the short time he had spent studying meant that while he could only manage a few everyday phrases, his tone was quite docile. British ships have been appearing frequently in the waters near the entrance to the Mediterranean recently. Your Highness should be cautious. After sending little Louis Zhao aboard, Colonel Sun shared some intelligence he had gathered with him. Thank you for the heads up, little Louis Zhao thanked him, but at the same time, he was muttering to himself. Those damn British. He hadn't even convinced the church to unite, yet they had already begun taking action. Colonel Sun's mention of British ships appearing in the waters near the entrance to the Mediterranean was actually a sign that the British had already begun taking action. Little Louis Zhao knew the reason behind this action without even having to think about it. It could be another privateering letter of marque. P.S. I have a heat stroke and my head is spinning like crazy. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote and vote on Kidian.com. Mobile users please go to readthenovel.com. Chapter 474 The British's Little Calculation. The Mediterranean Sea connects to the Atlantic Ocean, serving as a gateway to Europe and the Arab world. This stretch of water is a long way from Portugal. However, during this period, this once bustling sea became deserted. The reason was simple: the British royal family had issued letters of marque, prompting many British merchants with seagoing vessels to become pirates and plunder passing ships in these waters. For the British, being a pirate was perfectly acceptable. In fact, it was a highly desirable occupation. First, with a bit of luck, a single pirate's haul could easily equal a year's worth of hard work for other sea merchants. Therefore, British merchants were extremely fond of such a business. Even if the looted goods proved difficult to sell in Europe, they could easily ship them back to England, where the royal family would handle the sale. It could be said that this was a business spearheaded by the royal family. It was precisely for this reason that the British were so drawn to piracy. However, these British pirates only ventured into the Mediterranean estuary, plundering passing Portuguese and French ships. As for America, they dared not even consider it. Blackbeard's fate in America was a deterrent to them. Since they couldn't seize the merchant ships of the Song Empire in America, they could still bully the French and Portuguese. After all, the British possessed greater naval power than the French and Portuguese, didn't they? Thus, the French and Portuguese were in trouble. This British move caused Portugal and France to suffer heavy losses in the short term. Portugal and France deeply resented this British move. Although the war on land had not yet begun, the war at sea had already begun, instigated by the British. For a time, naval battles in the Mediterranean and the North Sea were frequent, and the British were somewhat unprepared for the combined attacks of the French and Portuguese. It was precisely because of this that the British became more concerned about a ceasefire between the two opposing sides in the Netherlands. They continuously sent envoys to lobby both the Church and Protestant factions, explaining the importance of the situation. However, no matter what the British said, if some of the issues at stake were not resolved, even their best efforts would be ineffective. Besides, the others weren't fools. How could they simply let the British manipulate them? The ceasefire now offers a reprieve for the Protestant coalition, but its military strength is significantly weaker than that of the Church's military group. This is an unchangeable fact. If the French and Portuguese hadn't attacked the Spanish earlier, they might have been defeated in the Netherlands. The Protestant coalition is well aware of this situation. They don't believe they've forced the Church coalition to this point. They aren't so arrogant. While they don't want to see the French become powerful and threatening, at least France isn't their enemy right now. On the contrary, the Church is their greatest enemy, and they want them dead. Protestantism was founded by a group of people who broke away from the Church because they disliked it. Although they all believe in God, their fundamental philosophies are fundamentally different. The old guard in the Vatican must be filled with hatred for these people who have divided the Church's power. Therefore, there was no possibility of reconciliation between them. The Church had been thrown into disarray by the French and Portuguese, and was already in a state of panic over the Spanish situation. This was a boon for the Protestant coalition. If they didn't cease fire, the Church would divert its forces to defend against the French. This would reduce the pressure on the Netherlands. At the same time, if they could draw the French into the fray, the Church coalition would be attacked from both sides. This was not a good situation for the Church coalition. Furthermore, it was now clear that the Church military group, even the various countries, hoped for a temporary truce with the Protestant coalition, allowing them to divert their forces to deal with the French and Portuguese. However, if they were to succeed and resolve the French and Portuguese, then it would undoubtedly be the Protestant forces themselves that would be in trouble next. Therefore, after careful consideration, the Protestant coalition concluded that a truce would have far more disadvantages than advantages. It could even be said that it would offer no benefit at all. It would even be dangerous. Therefore, despite the British's eloquence, the Protestant coalition refused to agree to a ceasefire. If the Protestants refused, the Church alliance would have no choice but to continue the confrontation. They truly could do nothing about France and Portugal. However, the problem was that as time passed, the Spanish royal family, having escaped Madrid, would become increasingly dangerous. If they fell into the hands of the French and Portuguese, it would be troublesome. The French and Portuguese would absolutely not let the Spanish royal family go and use them to restore their country. The British's lobbying efforts against the Protestant coalition were extremely difficult, seeing no hope at all. This infuriated the British. The Church Alliance's response also infuriated the British. While everyone knew they couldn't allow the French and Portuguese to occupy Spain and sit idly by while France expanded its territory, there were still many issues to be resolved if they joined forces to deal with France and Portugal. Everyone agreed that the two countries needed to be dealt with quickly. But the question was, who would pay for the military? If the Protestant coalition didn't cease fighting, the troops in the Netherlands couldn't be withdrawn, forcing them to continue the military standoff. Clearly, the Protestant coalition wasn't foolish. They understood the consequences of a ceasefire. So, after weighing the pros and cons, they ignored the British. Under these circumstances, the standoff in the Netherlands was inevitable. Consequently, to deal with Portugal and France, they would have to recruit new troops and establish new legions within their respective countries. The problem was that recruiting and establishing legions, even hiring Swiss mercenaries, all cost money. The war with the Protestant coalition had already burdened the countries of the Church Alliance with enormous debts, and they were already struggling to sustain it. Furthermore, the continued war had led to a decline in their maritime trade. The impact of this reduced income was enormous. Whether in this era or in the future, wars are fought over money and food, and this will never change. But now the Church Alliance faced precisely these two unresolved issues, military pay and food supplies. Who would provide these? The question posed to the British. The Vatican hadn't responded. They were all stingy, truly stingy. While they knew Spain needed help and would immediately launch a campaign against Portugal and France, these stingy individuals were reluctant to part with the money they had amassed. The Vatican was no longer reliable. Therefore, if they wanted to deal with Portugal and France, they had to rely on themselves. However, who would go to war without money and benefits? At least, there should be a solution for military pay. They didn't want to pay, yet they wanted their soldiers to die in vain to help the Spanish restore their country. This was simply a joke. There wasn't a country in this era that was so foolish. At least, not even the Church Alliance. Solving the military pay and food supply issues would allow for further discussions. If these two issues couldn't be resolved, then there was no point in discussing the rest of the matter. It would be a complete waste of breath. Faced with this outcome, the British were both furious and anxious. Honestly, while the British were frantic, this incident had nothing to do with them. As an island nation isolated from the European continent, the conflict between the Church and the Protestant factions was of no concern to them. The British were involved simply to reap some benefits and muddy the waters in Europe. It could be said that they had no good intentions at all. Furthermore, the British had lost their colonies in the Americas, a major source of income. They dared not provoke the Song Empire, fearing it after all. However, to alleviate their domestic economic problems, they now had to find some new benefits to compensate. Thus, the British set their sights on the Dutch colonies in Africa and India. It was for this reason that they intervened, hoping to gain some advantage in the division of the spoils after helping the Church Alliance defeat the Protestant coalition. It was during this period that Portugal and France eliminated Spain, while the American Song Empire occupied the Caribbean and annexed Dutch colonies. This gave the British an opportunity. First, the French, as did Portugal, held numerous colonies and ports in Africa. Meanwhile, while Spain might be utterly defeated, its colonies in India and the East remained. These were a vast treasure trove. How could the British not want to seize these benefits? Hence, they were so eager to persuade the Protestant coalition to cease hostilities and turn their attention to Portugal and France. As long as the Church went to war with Portugal and France would be unable to protect Spanish colonies. This would give the British an opportunity to seize the benefits that once belonged to the Spanish. After all, the Spanish capital had been conquered, the Spanish mainland in Europe was occupied by Portugal and France, and even the royal family had vanished. Technically, the Spanish Empire was already destroyed, wasn't it? The British, after all, had their own agenda, to be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote and vote on Kidian.com. Mobile users, please go to readthenovel.com. Chapter 475. It's a beautiful thought. Who's going to pay for the military? We can recruit soldiers domestically. The economic situation in various countries is not very good right now. As long as they have food to eat, many people are willing to serve. But the problem is who will pay for the military, and who will be responsible for the weapons, supplies, and food supplies. In the Netherlands theater of war, amidst the battles within the Church Alliance Legion, the princes and nobles affiliated with the Holy Roman Empire were asking the British envoy a serious question. This question was echoed by many. Yes, the British had been constantly lobbying them for a ceasefire with the Protestant alliance for some time. But the problem was, it wasn't something they could just do just because they wanted it. It was something they had no control over. The British also planned to have them immediately turn around and fight Portugal and France after a truce with the Protestant alliance. But now, the Protestant alliance refused to agree to a truce, so the military standoff in the Netherlands would continue. However, the British had another suggestion: to recruit soldiers from the various principalities and reorganize the legions to fight Portugal and France. The idea was a good one, but the problem was that the British kept insisting on having them do all this. And what good would it do for them? The British had certainly explained the benefits of fighting Portugal and France, but their explanation didn't satisfy the ecclesiastical alliance princes. Furthermore, the British hadn't mentioned their potential contribution to the war against Portugal and France. Were the British simply planning to send them into a bloody battle? Many were already resentful of the British. After all, the British weren't the only intelligent people in the world. Were the rest of us fools? Clearly, that wasn't possible. Everyone understood that war with Portugal and France was inevitable. But before that, where would the funds and supplies come from? This was a very pressing issue, and one that needed to be addressed immediately. So, when the British envoy arrived again, the representative from the vassal state posed the question that everyone was concerned about. Ugh! Faced with such a question, the British envoy was truly stumped. Because, while his superiors had already given him plenty of instructions, they hadn't authorized him to address these two issues. It seemed clear that his superiors and the rest of the country might genuinely be planning to send others to their deaths while they reap the benefits. However, if that were truly the case, it would be a shame. The vassal states of the Church Alliance weren't fools. How could they possibly listen to the British and send troops out like that? And no one wants to do something without benefits? The envoy's face shifted several times as he pondered the matter. Meanwhile, the British envoy mentally cursed the officials back home, calling them mere idiots. They wanted others to follow their plans, but they weren't willing to offer even the slightest bit of benefit. Your plans, British, are simply too good. We're sending ourselves to our deaths, while you reap the benefits. And you're conspiring to get us to send troops immediately, yet you haven't provided the military funds or food supplies. The elected minor vassal sarcastically sneered at the British envoy. The envoy's face paled and then sank. From the petty prince's words, it was clear that the British had already roughly guessed what they were planning. Therefore, no further words from him would be of any use. Only by offering some concrete solutions could they gain their cooperation. The problem was, he had no authority. So, for a while, he stood there, unsure of how to respond. Seeing the British envoy standing there, silent, the petty prince said, "As long as the military funds and supplies are resolved, we will immediately recruit and form a legion. We'll provide the men, and you, the British, will provide the money. I think that's fair, isn't it?" The envoy nodded, agreeing with the petty prince. "Yes, that's fair. If you don't want to contribute money, then provide the men. But if you don't want to contribute men, then you must contribute money. Not wanting to contribute money, but not wanting to contribute men either. How could such a good thing happen in this world? It's simply impossible. The world doesn't revolve around the British. It's not like the British can have their way. Everyone, I'm sure you all know the importance of Spain to the war. If we allow Spain to be occupied by Portugal and France, the consequences for the future war are obvious. I don't need to explain this." The envoy didn't address the question about military expenses and supplies, but instead reminded everyone of Spain's importance. "You don't need to remind us of this, we understand it. But you must also understand how crucial these issues are." Another church leader, a Polish noble, then spoke up. Everyone present knew the British's plans. They also had a deep understanding of Spain's importance. After all, there are still 3 Spanish legions in the Netherlands, totaling 28,000 men. Their presence is crucial to preventing the war in the Netherlands from deteriorating. Furthermore, with Spain under Portuguese and French occupation, the morale of these 3 Spanish legions began to waver. If the church hadn't sent agents to find the commanders of the 3 legions and pledged to them their support for Spain's restoration, the Spanish legions would have collapsed by now. With the collapse of the Spanish Legion, the war in the Netherlands would inevitably worsen. This was something no one wanted to see. Meanwhile, Portugal and France, having occupied Spanish territory, would inevitably grow in strength if the situation remained unresolved. Even if they eventually defeated the Protestant alliance and its allies, they would still face the increased power of Portugal and France. Therefore, the best option was to launch an attack now, while Portugal and France were still stabilizing their annexation of Spanish territory, and force them to cede Spanish territory. This would once again draw in the military forces of Portugal and France after the Spanish re-established their independence. Most importantly, Portugal and France clearly had no good feelings towards the Church Alliance's military faction, and there was a high possibility they would join the Protestant alliance. If this were to happen, the situation would be very dire for the Church Alliance. At that time, the Church Alliance would not only have to deal with the war in the Netherlands, but also face attacks from Portugal and France in Eastern Europe. Fighting on two fronts was a major military taboo. With one side gaining strength while the other weakens, how could the Church military group cope? Therefore, they now had only two options. One was to immediately deal with the Protestant coalition in the Netherlands, and then turn around to deal with Portugal and France. The other was to cease fire with the Protestants and attack Portugal and France. But no matter which path they chose, one thing was essential: they could only face enemies from one direction. A choice. The war in the Netherlands had already reached a standoff. Clearly, France saw a glimmer of hope in the short term. Moreover, Spain had just been defeated by Portugal and France, and their control over Spanish territory was not yet strong. Sporadic resistance continued. Therefore, after careful study, everyone found that the best option was to cease fire and then launch an attack on Portugal and France. After all, allowing Portugal and France to occupy Spanish territory and become giant countries was not on their best interests. While we in Britain can't offer assistance on the way, our Navy can attack Portugal and France's maritime trade routes, disrupting supplies from the American coast, and our Navy has already begun operations, the envoy addressed the crowd, seemingly unrelated. We're running out of time. Every day we delay, Portugal and France will strengthen their control over the former Spanish territory. Meanwhile, the Spanish rebels will suffer greater losses, and the hidden Spanish royal family will be in greater danger, the envoy addressed the crowd. And after the restoration, I believe the Spanish will be happy to cover the military expenses and supplies. So there's nothing to worry about. The envoy's words were certainly beautiful, but the problem was that they were just words. How could he possibly represent the Spanish's opinion? What if they helped Spain restore its independence, but the Spanish ultimately refused to cover the military expenses and supplies? Could they possibly still fight the Spanish? If so, wouldn't the Church Alliance be in turmoil? This would be a joke for the Protestant coalition and a golden opportunity for them to defeat them. Such a thing wasn't impossible. So, no matter how sweet a British envoy's words, these people refused to agree. We're all no fools. Just a few words about the importance of this will get us all nodding in agreement. In fact, everyone understands the British's intentions, and that's precisely why the more the British persuade, the tighter their lips tighten. Humph. Don't you think these people understand what the British are planning? They're simply eyeing the Spanish and Dutch colonial interests in America and India. If Europe is in chaos, the British will have free rein. Right now, the navies and armies of all European nations are tied up on the continent. Only France and Portugal, feeling temporarily uninvolved, present obstacles to the British. If they attack them now, their navies will inevitably be drawn to the Mediterranean, giving the British an opening. We're all no fools. Why should you be the only one to reap all the benefits? Such wishful thinking. This is what everyone is thinking, yet the British remain complacent, believing no one sees through their plans. To be continued. Mobile users, please go to read. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.